Good morning. How are you feeling this morning, Shanna? You're on mute. You're on mute.
That was the first one for me.
That was the first one for you.
I'm doing good. My house smells like deep fried, but yeah.
Still smells like deep fried.
Oh yeah, it takes ages to get that smell out.
Was it delicious though?
It was delicious, and I'm going to finish cooking them today. So I've got my little video montage put together, ready for later on, and I'm going to finish the final fry a bit later. So
fantastic.
Super delicious for dinner.
How
are you doing?
We had coffee and waffles this morning, and then didn't break my neck riding a scooter, and nor did Dan. So that is very helpful.
That's a win. Definitely a win.
Yes. Good morning, everyone, to day one, Mark 2. Because whatever. We've got a whole bunch of awesome talks. I know I say that every time, but that's because I actually mean it. Starting off with Jess in a couple of minutes, talking about back to basics, why we can't get the shit right. We've got a whole bunch of other talks, including Alan talking about oiliness and stickiness. Cairo talking about user bin Perl, or why learning to knit made me a better cyber professional. And Alex is going to be talking about the lies that Deus Ex promised us about augments, and ending off with Alexi and continuing the story of Beg Bounties from yesterday from Andrew, the Beg Bounty Hall of Fame/Shame. So lots of awesome talks today. For those who weren't here yesterday, I'll just run through a slightly modified version of the slides. So again, we begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to their elders past and present, and we extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders peoples here today. As I said yesterday, unfortunately, I don't know the appropriate greeting for those of New Zealand origin, but we welcome all those from New Zealand and Maoris as well.
Kia ora.
That's the one. I won't go into what is ComfyCon. You should know who we are. We talk shit, we show conferences, and we have a Discord community. We have a lot of sponsors. We were advised yesterday that one of our sponsors pulled out. Unfortunately, life gave lemons to Aperture Science, so they have pulled out. Now we have Big Farming as one of our sponsors, as was sneakily found out yesterday. Yes, the whole tendies versus nuggies thing is just a shill for Big Farming. We're trying to get you to buy as much chicken as possible. We got caught. Whoops. Just kidding. No corporate sponsorship. All expenses are paid out of our own pockets. The merchandise of which we have on Redbubble, which I encourage you to go take a look at, makes no money. It's literally set to, Shanna's got the t-shirt on, it is literally set to 0% profit, which means we make no money off it. We just want to show off amazing cyber talent in Australia and New Zealand. The other thing that I'll add from yesterday, that includes no sales talks. So note, this is what was shown to people when they submitted their talks. And there are 2 lines there. Talks will not include vendor-related pitches or products or PR marketing campaigns. And the employer logo can only appear on 2 slides, introduction, biography. We take it really seriously that we're trying to provide a safe space for cybersecurity professionals to come to where they don't feel like they're being sold things. I know it's really annoying when you go to other conferences, which I will not name names, that have sponsors or they are sales talks. We want to make sure that this is a safe space and doesn't have those things. So just a reminder for those speakers and for everyone, that is part of our ethos. How do you interact? If you're watching the YouTube stream right now, then you're watching the YouTube stream, so I don't need to tell you where that is. But if you want to join in the conversation, you'll notice that the YouTube chat and YouTube comments are turned off. This is so that we get everyone coming into Discord and engaging through that. We want to make sure that we have everyone in the same conversation, and also it makes it way easier for us to moderate as well. Code of conduct, don't be a dick. The people who decide what being a dick is us. We are benevolent dictators for life, as is the gentleman from Python. Any bad behavior that is seen, please report it to the soft cushions, and they will make a judgment call on that. So again, it's really keen to make it a safe space for everyone. And as I said yesterday, for the first time, we're going to be offering badges to all of our speakers and volunteers, so that you can have a digital badge that you can add to your LinkedIn, your emails, whatever. we'll also be progressively adding those back to people who've spoken before. Those will go out at the end of today, probably. Did I miss anything, Shanna? Anything? Sorry?
Oh, just on that big commitment of those will go out by the end of today. Maybe
that is
the
a big
ones
commitment.
for this time. That is a big commitment.
No, the ones for this time will go out. The ones for previous ones won't go out today.
No. We'll get those done.
I haven't even got the graphics for that yet.
Oh, it can be on my to-do list. I'm happy to do that, but...
we'll work it out.
Yeah. You guys are going to have to wait. You've waited 2 years. Whatever.
Well, we haven't even cut the videos from the last ones, and I'm not going to talk about that. But anyway. Awkward.
I could probably do it. I just don't have, my video making skills. I'm testing them today using video editor in Microsoft, and it's pretty basic.
Yeah, I'm not a good video editor. I couldn't do it, so we'll find a way to do it. But without further ado, we will get started, and I will bring Jess on, who I have to say only volunteered to do this a week ago, and one of the conditions was she could use as much profanity as she wanted. We were happy to oblige in that respect.
I think the term is voluntold.
Voluntold?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I was voluntold. I had a couple of people go, "You should do this," and I went, "Sorry, what?" And they went, "Yeah, you should do this." I'm like, "Okay."
So it sounds like, so noting the fact that they've given talks before, I think they should do them again. But Sarah and Bronwyn, it sounds like they're volunteering to give a talk again in the future.
100%. Both Sarah and Bronwyn, they have to give a talk for ComfyCon now.
Okay.
Pay it forward.
Pay it forward. Yes. I love it.
Jess, tendies versus nuggies.
I am the parent of a 4-year-old gremlin, so it's whichever is in the freezer and is quick to cook and available to stop her, turning into a hideous tantrum beast in about 20 minutes. So I don't care as long as it's available within about 20 minutes.
That is entirely fair. I can completely go with that. Although a recommendation from Nathan yesterday is that there are dinosaur-shaped nuggies, which if you're a small gremlin, I think that they appreciate that. I know I'm going to have to get a bag now. So
I have 2 bags of them in my freezer.
You're already on top of it.
Because her and I both love a good espresso martini.
Yeah. And I would have one with me, but I had my espresso this morning and it's a little bit too early for me yet. Maybe when my small one goes down for a nap.
I still have my wine.
We'll have an afternoon one. An afternoon espresso martini. Maybe I can do another video making one of them.
That would be good, actually. That would be good. So just introducing Jess, if you don't know her already, Jess is based in Brisbane. Close to 20 years, which doesn't seem right, noting she's 21 years of experience in the management and architecture of identity and security system platforms. Jess wears the title of SecOps Witch proudly, and if you've run into girl germs online, you've probably spoken to Jess. So Jess is going to be talking. This is a talk she's given before, but because we've said that she could use profanity again, it should be interesting. So the floor is all yours, Jess.
Thank you very, very much. So yes, I am Jess. Girl germs pretty much anywhere online, so you will have bumped into me likely at some point. I am an ex-sysadmin, so I do come from operations, so I have a lot of that background, which is kind of nice, but now I am a security customer engineer, focusing on both security and identity, so I've got a lot of love for the identity space. I promise I won't use the term zero trust. Now, this talk is the back to basics, so this is why can't we get this shit right? I think Shana has renamed it to why we can't get this fucking shit right, which is about accurate. That is what I tend to be saying quite a lot when I am seeing a lot of these things when I am out in the field. And I am pretty cranky, if you couldn't tell by the beautiful slide that you are seeing in front of you with my cranky face, that I keep seeing these things when I am out in the field. I know for a lot of you, I'm going to be teaching you to suck eggs, and I hate doing that. But at the same time, if we all knew how to do these, if we all knew that these needed to be done, we would be seeing them done a lot more, and I wouldn't be head desking and swearing profusely every time I have to go and see a customer. I am not going to use the phrase common sense because I saw Laura's talk yesterday and I don't want to piss her off. So I won't use the phrase common sense. But I do think a lot of this is relatively basic, low security level stuff that we should be doing. It's boring. It is batshit boring. Like, there is nothing more monotonous than most of this stuff, which is why I give this talk, but in a more humorous way. So if you see dodgy practices in this talk that you are guilty of, do not worry. You are definitely not alone. And to be honest, you don't know what you don't know. So there is a good chance that you might see something in here that you're like, oh shit, I'm not doing that. If you're not doing it, that's not a bad thing. It just means it's something you have to improve upon, and that's fine. So the way this talk is done is I've broken it down via the NIST framework. Now, if you're not aware of what that framework is, this is a really good educational exercise. Go and take a look. So the easiest way that I've done it was to do it this way, mainly because it gives some really nice chunks that I can then work to. So most of my focus as a blue teamer, which I guess I am because I spend most of my time protecting stuff, is on the identify and protect phases within the NIST framework. Little bit of love for detect, and then a couple of tidbits for respond and recover. Now, don't stress about writing any of this down, taking screenshots, any of that. There is a lovely link at the end, which includes a checklist that you can then use and tick most of this already off. So, onwards. I identified that we are really shit at identifying stuff. Okay, number one, do you know what you have? So, is your asset system up to date? Does it contain all of the information in regards to the systems you have, the operating systems you're using, the patch levels those operating systems are at, what appliances, what applications you have installed? I guarantee you that if you do have some form of asset system, CMDB, etc., that it is not up to date. So you need to audit and you need to check for those things and get them updated. Without that, it makes life so much harder when you are trying to, A, secure things, because you can't secure it if you don't know about it. How do you protect something if you don't know that it exists? And B, if you're trying to recover, how do you recover it when you don't know what state it was at to begin with? Single points of failure are bad. And in tech, we all know that they are incredibly bad. But it is way worse when it comes to people. And I guarantee you, we have all worked somewhere where we know someone, or we may have even been that someone where you know, or they are the person who knows everything. Like, they have all of that organizational knowledge in their head. And it's fucking awful because you have to go and talk to them to get that information. Now, that's not to say that they are bad people. It's just that they've probably been there for a long period of time. They know the organization really well. They don't just know the what, but they know the how and the why, which is really, really important. So you need to make sure you are giving those people time to put that stuff down. So in my last workplace, prior to my current role, his name was Ken. And if he's watching, Ken, he knows and still does know pretty much everything about that organization. And he is never given time to get that shit out onto paper so that he can hand off that stuff to other people, which makes it really, really hard for people to be able to go on holiday or get sick or leave the organization. There is that feeling that they are tied to that organization. So we need to make sure that we are sharing knowledge, that we are sharing that information. You do not need to hoard it. As Laura said yesterday, the aim of our job really should be to automate ourselves out of our current roles. Now, the flip side is, if no one is responsible for stuff and no one knows everything, no one knows anything, then everyone is assumed to know it. And when shit goes bad, it means that everyone's in the firing line. So we need our business owners and our system owners to own their risk and to understand that risk. I think that's probably the biggest point. If they don't understand what that risk is, if they're just going, yeah, sure, I accept that, 100% what will end up happening is, when shit goes bad, and it will go bad at some point, they will come to you and go, no, I didn't agree to that. I didn't understand. I just said yes. You don't want it to get to that point. You want to make sure that they understand what they are saying yes to, and that they understand the risks associated with the systems that they are the owners for, because they need to be owned by someone. This is probably one of my biggest bugbears. Just because it was right doesn't mean it still is Right. If it's not broken mentality needs to change. So just because something isn't broken doesn't mean it can't be fixed or improved or enhanced in some way. So an example, one close to my own heart, Windows Server 2003, great for its time. Not great now. Like if you're still running that, there are problems. So it needs to be fixed. So you need to make sure that you are looking for efficiencies, ways to innovate. I know it's a crappy buzzword, but you need to find ways to improve what you currently have, improve your processes, improve your systems. Big thing that I found with this is to listen to new staff. So if you have new people who are coming into your org, you have new folks who are bringing in their new insight and way of seeing things, listen to them when they say that there are things that can be improved. Don't just dismiss it because they're new. Please just write the thing down, for the love of fucking God. I know it's tedious. I know it's boring. I know it's time consuming, but documentation is so important because if it is in your head, no one else can read it. So document absolutely everything. If you've had to do something, document. If you've had to change something, document. If you have to write code, document it in a way that someone else can read it. And no, I don't know how this works isn't a valid comment. In security breaches, particularly at like 3 a.m. in the morning, this kind of documentation is really vital because we need to understand what the system current state is, and documentation plays a part in that. If shit hits the fan, you're going to need that documentation on hand. And this is probably something that I think we're really bad at doing. We don't educate our users well enough. We tend to judge them quite harshly, and they are still our weakest link. Most of the time when we are looking at breaches that are occurring these days, we're seeing things like ransomware attacks or insider threat. It's coming from within the building. So we need to make sure that we are educating our users in a more meaningful way. We're making them understand why cybersecurity and information security is so important, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't patronize them. And I think that's the key. We complain quite a lot about our end users, but we wouldn't have as much to complain about if we actually educated our users and educated them well. So from my perspective, there is no such thing as a stupid question. So let them ask those questions without the fear of being mocked or denigrated or patronized. Spend time with them to understand what it is that they are doing within the organization, within your business, so that you can understand where security applies in what they're doing. We're not expected to be experts in what they do, so why should we expect them to be experts in what we do? We need to make sure that what we are doing from a security perspective is tailored to the users that we have, is tailored to the business that we're involved in, and is done in such a way that it's not creating more overhead for those users. Remember, at the end of the day, most of the time tech is a cost center. We're not making money. We cost them money. The people, our users, our customers, they are the ones that are making the money for this business. They are important and need to be there. A lot of the time, we're seen as somewhat superfluous, which is not fantastic. So we need to make sure that what we are doing isn't impacting them in a way that's going to make people turn on us. So getting your users to understand the why just as much as the how. So it's great to be able to turn around and say, you need to be doing this. Why? What is it that we are trying to do with that particular piece of security? Probably the big example that I have used in many cases is users who give out their username and password. Now, for us, there's a multitude of reasons why we don't want users to be doing that, but the one that seems to get most of the users kind of perking their ears up and going, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. If you give your username and password within an organization to somebody else, someone else then has the ability to go in and modify where your pay is going. They can change your bank details. So your pay is no longer going to your bank, but to their bank. So that tends to get people to be sort of sitting up and paying attention. So it's little things like that, making it be more about the user, how we are doing it to protect them, which leads quite nicely into protecting. So now that we've identified stuff, we have to go off and protect it. Please don't focus on shiny things. Shiny is lovely. Shiny is nice. I personally love the shiny and it's great. But when it comes to protecting our infrastructure, our systems, our business, there is no point in doing it if we are not protecting everything. So you need to make sure that you are even protecting the old and busted, which has probably been around for 10, 15, 20 years, and make sure that we are looking after it. Now, as an example, for me, in my organization, everyone wants to look at protecting their identity systems up in the cloud, wherever it may be. But none of them look at their on-prem identity systems and look at protecting that, even though in most cases, the two are synchronized. So you're grabbing users from whatever you're using on-prem and synchronizing them up into the cloud. If you're not protecting what is on-prem, even though it's 15, 20 years old, busted, has been sort of ad hoc grown over the last God knows how many years, if you don't protect that, all you are doing is creating more weakness because all of that is being synchronized up into the cloud. So making sure that you are protecting those systems that are critical and pivotal. So looking at those ones that are on-prem, because they are the ones that are going to become your weakest link. You've got to protect everything that is in relation to your identities at the moment, because identities are where most of our attacks are coming from. Now, I know I'm going to get a little bit of pushback from this one, and I apologize to those who are like, no, we shouldn't have to do that one. But please, love fucking God, eat your own dog food. If you are asking your users to do it, you have to be doing it. We cannot tell our users to do something and then we go and do something else. It is hypocritical. It's awful. So an example of this, if you are expecting your users to have their administrative privileges removed from their local workstations, you cannot be a local administrator using your standard account either. You cannot do that. It's not fair on your users. And to be perfectly honest, it's not fair on your security scope either. You need to ensure that whatever your users are doing, you are doing. And to be perfectly honest, you should be the guinea pigs. The best way that I've seen most security policies be put in place is if the techs, be it the security team, the IT operations team, service desk, etc., if they are the ones that are being the pilot group for a lot of the new security policies that are being put in place. Because if we can operate with this security in place, our end users surely should be able to. Probably the other one that I think this applies to as well is any of our management, particularly upper management. I'm thinking like C-level, directors, etc. Please don't put policies in place that restrict, but I wouldn't say restrict, that change the way that they operate to be different or VIP towards other users. The worst that I've seen is a C-level, I would say, who had password never expires set, and it had been that way for 4 different people who had been in a job. No one had ever asked them if that's what they wanted. It was just assumed. Please don't do that. It just makes everyone's life harder. And tied to that, your passwords. So I see it all the time. Shit passwords, really crappy passwords, passwords that are the same pretty much everywhere. And I don't understand why it's still happening. Like, this is pretty basic. I felt like it shouldn't have needed to be said, but we still see it today in threats that are out there. I think there was one just recently where there was an Excel spreadsheet that contained all of the domain admin password. Like, just fucking no. This comes down to making sure that when you are looking at your passwords that you are setting them correctly. I mean, most of us should know that we have the ability to use password managers, etc. We can generate passwords, which is where we go into this sharing is not always caring. When we are talking about our passwords, making sure that you are putting them somewhere that other people can access, when you are creating passwords, that they're not being stored in an Excel spreadsheet, that they're not being written on Post-it notes. And I see that far more frequently than I should, where Post-it notes are used as a password manager. And it's so frequent out in the wild. I don't understand how organizations are still running in this way, particularly in customer-facing roles where customers are going into organizations and seeing these post-it notes on monitors. Like, for fuck's sake, just put it in a password manager. Like, there's free ones, there's cloud ones, there's ones that can synchronize, there's ones you can have on your phone. Like, just do something, just not an Excel spreadsheet, for the love of God. Tied to this as well, shared credentials. So things like generic accounts that are in high-level admin groups and things like that. Please just stop doing it. Especially service accounts. Now, I'm going to try really hard not to say a lot of really bad words here, but get these out of any of your highly privileged accounts. They do not need enterprise admin, global admin, root, whatever it is. Get them the fuck out of those accounts. They don't need those level of permissions. They don't need root. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. We need to make sure that our service accounts are given the permissions that they need to be able to do the role that they are assigned to do. The other big thing when it comes to service accounts, when did you last change the password on the service accounts that exist in your environment? I guarantee you it was a really long time ago, and there have been people that have left your organization during that time. And there's probably a good chance that if you're not using complex passwords, they will remember what those service account passwords are. So please look at rotating your service account passwords, either making them hideously complexly long and disgusting so no one is going to have a chance to remember them, or if you're making them short, make sure that you are rotating them when people are leaving your organization, because they will remember them. Yeah. And when we're talking about making sure that you're giving the right rights, use role-based access control. Like, it's not hard. Don't just go for that top level. It's easiest. I know that if I give admin rights over everything, it's going to be fine. I can't be bothered looking for it. No, your entire MSP doesn't need full admin rights over your cloud environment. That's just not the way it works. So work out what rights are actually needed. Fine-tune based on what's required. Hopefully everyone here, or at least those who are in Australia, know what the ASD Essential 8 is and understand that least privilege is a part of that. And particularly when we're starting to talk about zero trust, yes, I know, buzzword, but when we're looking at zero trust, least privilege is really important. So when it comes to looking at what rights you are assigning, you need to be looking at role-based access control. You need to be looking at where that highest point is. What rights do they need? Make sure you are giving them no more, no less. An example for me, when I'm coming in to look at systems in my current role, I just ask for read, nothing else. I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else. Just need read. And when we're talking about limiting privileges, and this one hits a little close to home for me, rank doesn't equal access. So just because you are the manager of a group of people who are identity administrators or who are server administrators doesn't mean you necessarily need to have those rights. It's not because I don't trust those managers, but it's because in a lot of cases, management who are in those roles, they are not deeply technical. A lot of managers are managers. That's what they're there to do. They are there to manage people, not infrastructure. And it's because I know that accidents happen. If you are given too much rights, if you are given role-based access control that gives you too many permissions and you don't know what you are doing, it is more likely that something is going to go wrong. So the way that I really like to explain this, particularly to managers who are like, no, I need that level of access. Unless you are the person who is being woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning to fix that system, you do not need that access, okay? The flip side to this as well, managers need to trust their staff. If you don't trust your staff, why did you hire them in the first place? MFA, motherfuckers, please, you need to have MFA turned on for everything. Now, this one I think should be a no-brainer. It's out there. It's been out there for a long time. MFA should be on everyone. It should be on all of your users. And if it's not on all of your users, that's okay. We'll get there, but at least have it on all of your administrative accounts. Now, the other thing that I talk about when it comes to MFA for us, particularly as security and IT professionals, is it shouldn't just be on our work accounts. So we need to have MFA turned on everything because your identity is really important. Your identity could be used to compromise your organization. So any of your personal accounts, any of your email, your banking, any of your social media. If you can put MFA on it, put MFA on it, for the love of God. Looking at things like risk-based access control as well. So for an example, if you're coming in from internally, you're coming in from a known IP address that's inside an organization, you might say, sure, you may not need that level of MFA. You're coming from, say, I don't know, Latvia at 2 o'clock in the morning, trying to log in with administrative rights, maybe you want some MFA on that. Account segregation still isn't being done. And if you are an administrator of any system, you need more than one admin account. Now, I don't know why I'm still talking about this, because I remember giving this talk back in, like, I think it was 2014 or 2015, and I'm still not seeing it. You cannot have admin rights on your standard user account. You have to have a separate admin account for that. And to be perfectly honest, depending on the way that your tiering is done within your environment, you should probably have like 2 or 3 accounts. If you've got cloud, it should be separate. Your cloud administrative account should not be the same as your on-prem administrative account. Never the twain shall meet. They should be completely fucking separate. I want to make sure that people understand that this is not just to protect your organization, but it is to protect yourself. We are humans. We are fallible. We can do stupid stuff. So making sure that your standard user account that has access to your email and access to the internet and opens documents, doesn't have administrative rights, protects you just as much as it does the organization. On top of that, using something like PAM, so that you're looking after your privileged access management, so that you've got the ability to elevate to rights, get the rights that you need. There's a number of products out there that can do this, and then remove that level of rights so that you don't have it permanently, even better. If there's approval processes in there, it makes it even better. This goes out to all the network admins, server admins, and particularly developers. When is a firewall no longer a firewall? When you ask me to put fucking any rules in place. Now, a lot of the time I know that they are for testing, and that's fine. I don't mind testing things to work out whether it is the firewall that's causing the problem. But at the same time, once we've tested and we've worked out that, yes, the firewall was the cause, we don't just leave the any rule in place. We try and find out the ports that we need and we put them in, and then we get rid of the any rule. There is no point in having a client-side firewall when you have an any rule. It's just making it completely redundant. And having that client-side firewall is still really important. So don't use. Put in proper rules. That's all we need to do. EDR and AV, it's not nice for our machines to catch things. For any of our systems to catch things, so any of our endpoints. So I'm talking like our workstations, servers, mobile devices. You don't want to make your infrastructure sick. I mean, it looks really sad. I don't want my systems to be sad. And I am still really surprised by the number of administrators that have no EDR on their either workstations or their personal machines or devices, because they'd never install anything bad or click on anything. Fucking bullshit. You need to make sure that you have got EDR on pretty much everything. Particularly if you have admin rights on it, I guarantee you, most of you have administrative rights on your local home machine. You want to make sure that you have something in there that's going to pop up and go, hey, are you really sure about that Word file that looks like an executable? Do you really want to be running that? So this kind of comes back to that dog food. If we're expecting users to do it, then we should be doing it as well. Encryption. This one's pretty basic, although I have to say I'm laughing a little bit about this. Recently, I connected my home machine into my work to be able to do it because I've got 3 monitors and it's grunty and it makes life easier. And they went, you need to BitLocker that. And I went, okay, including my 10 terabyte spinner, which was not fantastic. It took a really long time. So yes, turn it on. If you can turn encryption on, please turn it on. For a lot of systems, it's now a checkbox, particularly when you are creating the system to begin with. Just turn it on. For the love of God, just turn it on. Do you know what applications your users are using? Make sure you know what your users are using, because if you don't know what your users are using, how are you going to be able to keep them updated and keep them maintained? So making sure you understand what applications you're using. Look at whitelisting. It's frustrating, it's time consuming, but it's something that we really do need to look at. Again, the ASD Essential 8, we need to be doing this across all of our systems. Another ASD Essential 8, patching. Please be patching your systems. We have seen so many 0 days come out recently, and we've seen a lot of updates come out for critical security vulnerabilities in a lot of our systems, making sure we are keeping our systems as up to date as possible, particularly any of our crown jewels, so that way we can make sure that they are as protected as we can possibly make them. As soon as some of those critical security patches come out, we should be applying them as soon as feasibly possible. And then probably the big one that I don't hear a lot of the time is physical security. Not everyone is in the cloud. I know most organizations that I deal with are still hybrid. So there's still some on-prem systems, and not all of those are in data centers. Some of them are computers underneath someone's desk, making sure that you are looking after all of your systems, because particularly those servers that are running underneath someone's, it's very easy for them to just walk out the door. If a bad guy has unrestricted physical access to your computer, it's not your computer anymore. So you need to make sure that you are physically securing all of your systems. Detection, really quick. Logs. If no one looks at the logs, did it really happen? You need to make sure that you are logging things. And as security professionals, I think we should all be well aware of that. The big thing for me, though, is we need to make sure that we are picking and choosing the logs that we want. An example that I have had recently, someone turned on file auditing at the very root level of their domain, and it was file auditing everything. They were collecting somewhere between 2 and 4 terabytes of data every single day. And of that, most of it was an object was accessed. Great. That's not really fucking useful. So making sure that you are picking and choosing the logs that you are grabbing hold of, that they are meaningful, that they are actionable, that they are giving you information that you will need should something happen. The other one that I see quite a lot, who is watching your watches? So your SIEM systems, SIAM, whatever you, SIEM, I don't care how you pronounce it. Whatever you are using to be able to look after all of your logs, you need to make sure that it is being monitored in a way that can't be tampered with, because security operations, we are not immune to insider threats. And we have seen that quite a bit, where it is security operations with their open slather access to a lot of things that have been the cause of some breaches recently. So making sure that we are monitoring our security systems, seeing if logs are being tampered with, seeing if security systems are being accessed outside of hours. Tuning your systems as well. It's great if you've got a lot of security systems. It's great if you've got a lot of security appliances, and you're collecting a lot of data and aggregating that somewhere. But if you are not actually tuning those systems, you're not going to be getting valuable information out of them. They are not just set and forget. You do need to pay attention to them. Despite what any vendor will ever tell you, there is no such thing as a set and forget security system. You will still need to go in, you will still need to look at it, you will still need to make sure that the information that it is giving you is valuable, and tuning it so that it is looking after your organization, your business, your environment. We also need to be paying attention to what alerts we're getting. We need to make sure that we are getting the right amount of signal rather than noise. So making sure that our correlation is being done properly and that we are actually getting signal rather than a bunch of white noise that no one's ever going to see, and it's going to be boy who cried wolf. Respond and recover. Back up all your shit. We should be backing up everything. And the big one, and I know everyone's probably heard it, if we're backing things up, we can restore it, right? How many of you are testing backups or have a team that is testing backups in your organization? So making sure that if you are backing things up, that you are testing the restore, because if it was never restored and you can't restore it, it was never backed up in the first place. So testing your backups is vital. Crypto is still out there. We are still seeing a lot of ransomware attacks. We are still seeing it far more frequently than I would have thought. People should know not to click on stuff, but it's still happening. So making sure that we are backing up our important systems and backing up our important data, so that way we can actually get it back. Disaster recovery. you need to have an incident response plan. Like any kind of plan is better than no plan. And making sure we're testing the plan. Running around like our pants are on fire is just not going to cut it. So you need to make sure that when something happens, you know what to do. You know who to contact. And the other thing as well, make sure that we are actually updating that plan. It's no use having a plan and an incident response plan that has contact numbers from people who left the organization 5 years ago. I know because I've received an SMS in regards to that previously. Kind of pointless. So making sure that if you do have an incident response plan, it is tested regularly, it is updated regularly, particularly with staff changes. And the other thing is, if I've got any managers who are watching this, when an incident occurs, managers just back the fuck off, okay? Your staff know what they need to do, and having 7 people standing around them asking what's going on, if they're trying to answer your questions, they're not focused on fixing the problem. So we have ITIL for a reason, as much as shits us to tears. We have it for a reason. Have an incident manager and everything gets fed through them. They look after it all, and that way your techs can actually do their bloody jobs. I don't think we talk about this one enough. It is okay to screw up. Everyone screws up. It is inevitable. We will all stuff up at some point. So my biggest piece of advice in regards to this is to own your own mistakes. Do not try and hide them. Do not try and cover them up or minimize them. You will just make things worse. So owning up when you make a mistake can actually help you in the long run. But I think the big one here is making sure that management doesn't play a blame game. You cannot blame people for things that go wrong and then get pissed off when people aren't owning up to their mistakes. So no one is going to want to admit when they screw up if that is the case. So making sure that there is no blame game, that there is honesty and openness when it comes to people making mistakes, and that it is just focused on fixing things rather than pointing fingers. And tied to that, it is okay to ask for help. You cannot know everything. It is impossible to fit all knowledge in your head. So please ask for help if you need it. You are part of this community. You're in this Discord right now. You've got other communities. You're on Twitter. You're on Reddit. Ask for help. You cannot do it all by yourself. As mentioned, this is the URL to go and grab this list of stuff so you can actually tick things off and go, oh, look, I'm doing all of this, which is awesome. If there's stuff that you think needs to be added, let me know. I'm more than happy. I'm open to constructive criticism. Again, I can't know everything. So if you think I've missed something or stuffed something up, let me know. So hopefully now we have secured all of the things, and you can go off and secure your environments a little bit better and look at putting some of those basics in place. So now you can see, look, I'm all happy now. I'm chill. I'm happy and content. Hopefully you're already doing a lot of the things that I mentioned in this talk. Fingers crossed. But if you're not, that's okay. That's why I give this talk, so that you know what you have to do in order to just sort of elevate your security posture a little bit more. Now, as I said, if you think I missed something, and I'm sure I have, or if you want to talk to me or debate me on any of these points at all, you can have a chat to me in Discord or rant at me on Twitter. But otherwise, I just want to say a big thank you to ComfyCon, to ICD, and to Shana for volunteering me about this one and bringing me along. But yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My pleasure. Yeah.
There's 2 quotes I want to pull out. The first one is safe for work. The second one is not safe for work.
There we go. I can hear again.
My
headset had gone to sleep.
I love how blunt Jess is. We need more people like this. So that was one quote from someone. Woo-hoo. And the second one, which I will keep scrolling up for, was, I think my new kink is being told off by Jess.
Oh, so you're telling me I should be charging for this?
Apparently, apparently you should be charging money for this, because there was a lot of likes to that comment, and there are some questions as well. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go to the questions, but
I'll go in. I'll jump in Discord and I'll answer them myself. All good.
No worries. But that was a fantastic talk, and a lot of people were agreeing, and also it was quite refreshing, I think, to have someone like, oh, we're fucking up. We need to fix all this shit.
Yeah, we really do. One day I won't be giving this talk anymore. One day.
I think it's the same thing Jess said yesterday. We need to make ourselves redundant, but until we get to that point, we got a lot of work to do.
That's the one.
I'm
No
keen on
worries.
being redundant. Come on,
Yeah,
bring
I
it on.
know.
More ComfyCons.
I'd like to be redundant and retire, but
Yeah.
That's it. That's the one.
Cool. Thank you very much, Jess.
No dramas. Thank you for having me.
No worries. And we will go straight to our next speaker. If you are ready to go, Vanessa, just shake. Yep.
Good.
So we will. There we go. So hey, Vanessa, how are you today?
Yes, all good. I'm really excited to be part of ComfyCon this year.
Very excited. Good. And this is your first talk as well, isn't it?
Oh, yes, my very first one.
Yes, awesome. So we're really keen to have you, obviously, and we're really happy to have you come along. I'll be honest, that your talk is about a subject that I don't deal with very often because I work in federal government, but it's a really interesting thing to understand. So I'll do a bit of an introduction and then we'll see how we go. So Vanessa currently leads the cybersecurity risk and compliance at Iculus. My spelling is Iculus. There we go. Protecting critical assets. She's also worked on practical implementation of ISO 27001, which is what she will be talking about today when I click the button. And you're all ready to go. And if there's issues with slides, we'll work on that as we go.
Okay, thanks for that.
No worries.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. It's great to be part of this community and presenting in ComfyCon this year. So I would like to share with you about starting off with if you're starting off with your ISO certification journey, or if you're new to ISO. So I would just share with you a few tips since I started with the journey. So we all know how the certification process can be tedious, can be nerve-wracking, can be stretching for security people. And at the same time, how much it's important for organizations to get this right because it's part of their strategic plan. So since it involves heavy investments and resources in terms of time, people, and money, it's really very important to get the things right. And I've climbed this mountain before in the near past and successfully implemented ISO 27001 in the company I work for, and as well as helping other companies actually in Singapore being certified. So I'll share with you today about my journey from fear, resilience to success, what I've learned from the implementation phase till the audit phase, some of the pitfalls and how to navigate through them, irrespective of wherever you are within your certification journey. But before we deep dive into that topic, actually, I wanted to share a little bit about my story, which started nearly 2 decades ago in banking and finance, which, as we all know, is a very highly regulated environment, heavy process-oriented environment. And I moved from that type of an organization to $1 million funded startup. And I've always been a follower to all the process and procedures myself. And suddenly I found myself on the other side now, where instead of me working through abiding to the process, procedures, and controls, I had to literally do research, build them from scratch, implement them, at the same time train people, ensure compliance, and continuous monitoring. At the same time, doing all of that, the real challenge for me was also, despite being new in ISO, I had to lead through the control implementation, the assessment, the evaluation, the audit process, which finally led the organization to be ISO certified. So there are so many standards and frameworks out there. And ISO 27001 happens to be one of them. So it is basically an international standard comprising of 14 domains and 114 controls to be implemented through an organization's ISMS, which is abbreviated as Information Security Management System, across the organization to ensure basically three key things. And we all know that in cyber, which is the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability, by protecting all the critical information assets from any malicious attacker. So ISO 27001 is basically a globally acceptable standard, enabling organizations so far to navigate through their ISMS by using a combination of policies, procedures to altogether mitigate the information security risks. Even with the new changes that are coming within ISO 27001 during the year 2022, if we look at it, we see that the bulk of the standard still remains the same. The closest 4 to 10, no changes at all. The only things that we can see have changed, significantly changed, is actually the Annex A controls, which have been reduced from 114 to 93. And now they are kind of grouped into themes as part of the continuous improvement. And my experience with ISO is that it is basically a framework that can adapt to your organization based on a documentation that we call the Statement of Applicability, abbreviated as SOA. Unlike a framework like PCI DSS that some of you may be familiar with, which is either you are compliant or not compliant. And with ISO, it's more about documenting the reasons for your choices, about specific control application to your company. So ISO itself, ISO 27001 itself, is a very, very broad topic, but I'll focus on just a few key areas, which are about the clauses and the controls when it comes to ISO 27001, the audit process as you navigate through it from the start till the end, and some of the change management process that is involved and incorporated within your ISO implementation, and some of the key skills that might be necessary as you move on with the implementation phase. So some of the benefits of ISO, before we deep dive into that core topic, we want to understand the importance of ISO and what it means to be ISO certified. So the whole ISO 27001 implementation certification can be expensive. So very important to do things the right way. And all organizations which are ISO certified, ISO 27001 certified, reap the benefits that I've kind of segregated into two categories here. So the first one is risk mitigation and overall organizational benefits. So businesses reap the benefits of minimize IT risks, minimize damages and consequences to their business, reduce chances of security breaches within their environment, and at the same time improve the vulnerability detection mechanisms to timely detect any vulnerability within their system and take some corrective actions accordingly. And at the end of the day, everything funnels down to ensuring confidentiality of information. And from an organization perspective, if we look at it, it just goes about building the trust for the partners, for the customers, for the public. And it really provides a very structured and methodical way to address all those compliance requirements, and provides the company, once you're certified, provides the company with a competitive edge due to the recognized requirement and the standard. And at the end of the day, of course, helps lower cost, because we all know what it costs an organization in the event of a data breach. So every organization have their own reasons to adopt ISO 27001 framework or any other framework, but the essence of it is to actually build resilience, ensure business continuity, minimize any operational, business or cyber risk. And as a company, we embarked to achieve ISO certification because we wanted to work with big corporations and prove our maturity, the maturity actually of our governance and our information security. So before we deep dive into that, really wanted to, when I began actually my ISO journey, I was so overwhelmed with the bulk of Annex A controls. And it literally took my whole attention, because if we look at it holistically, the number of annex control and the number of clauses, the number of controls actually far outweighs the number of controls that we have. And during the hustle and of the implementation phase, I had a quick look at the clauses and realized that I actually might have started with the wrong item. I should have done the clauses first before moving on to the controls. And this triggered my interest for, to dig into this matter further. And I ended up doing a lead auditor course, which actually where I learned that it is actually the best way, the proper way to do the clauses first and then move on to the annex control. My reasoning behind, though, was that if you are working onto a framework and you'll be audited at the end at some point in time, the auditors would be checking for literally the applications of the annex control. So my reasoning behind is, if this is what the auditors would be checking, I should focus my time and energy into doing that. And the irony in the whole story is that after I successfully implemented ISO, went through the certification process and all of that, I started to share some of my learnings and some of the things that I really messed up with some of the security people. And a lot of them actually confessed to me that the very first time that they were working with ISO, they were inclined into doing the exact same thing, that is working on the Annex A controls first and then realizing that the clauses are more important. I realized that, okay, rest assured that I'm not the only one who messed up at the first time with setting the right priorities at the beginning. And it was also kind of eye-opening at the same time, in the sense how we gravitate towards achieving, the complex things, the big stuff, while starting with the basics and the foundational stuff literally makes way more sense. So I've been talking a lot about clauses and controls. So if you don't know them, so what are they? So both of them actually different, quite distinct characteristics. A clause is a descriptive paragraph, but there would be interpretations when applied to any organization. And in security, if we talk about controls, most of the time we understand what they are. Security people do understand controls. We know what they are. And to me, they are more like, you do this, while a clause is more like a state of being, like a living thing. For example, the culture within an organization, the support system that is used within the organization, the support mechanism that functions within the organization, which all together drive and promote success. And the reason why these two are actually there is because you could predominantly implement all the Annex A controls, but if you do not have a solid culture to ensure continuity, it just goes to question everything that you've worked on, everything that you've implemented so far. And on the flip side of it, if we look at organizations who are not ISO certified, but with a good cybersecurity culture, without even realizing it, they do meet the requirements for the clauses, which are basics for getting security right within any type of business. So my experience with audit in the banking sector, as an auditee, I was exposed to various types of audits: internal audits, external audits, regulatory audits. And all these various types of audits can be daunting, can even sound scary, which makes the audit phobia a real thing. I wonder how many of you would be able to relate to this, but audits have always been very scary to me. The reason is the feeling of being assessed to prove to an outside source has always made me nervous. And from my experience, the first audit is always the hardest. And I had the apprehension that the audit phobia will go away with time after going through multiple audits, but it simply doesn't. It's something that you just have to work through and then cope with it and then deal with it as and when you're emotionally ready. So ISO audit actually happens in two stages. The stage one audit, which is more like an interview, like a rapid fire round going on about the organization and what it has in place. While a stage two audit is more about providing the evidences to show compliance to the standard. So the strategy that I used in the first place when I was preparing for the audit, instead of stage one, I was getting ready straight away for stage two. So building on all my evidences, not losing any time, building on all my evidences, building a repository, and then classifying, then making sure that everything that I need is very much well documented. And it literally gave me a lot of confidence in terms of responding to the ISO auditors' questions, showing them the evidences, things that we've already put in place. And auditors, at the end of the day, at the end of stage one, they give you time to work on your major, minor non-conformities. But the degree of my readiness with no major and minor non-conformities, I was ready for stage two the very next day of the stage one audit. So this thing really happens. If it happened to you, very lucky. And it just goes to show how much hard work that you've put in behind. But the thing is, the idea here is to really have all the documentation ready, the evidences ready, and be emotionally prepared to navigate through your audit process. And at the same time, if you do it so like this, you also give a little bit more assurance to the auditors when they're auditing the organization. And having gone through the lead auditor training myself, I found that there are two key things that auditors like as they audit a firm. The first thing is that the clients mean the organization they are auditing, the clients know exactly what and why they're doing whatever they're putting in place. And the second category of client is that a client has no idea what they are doing and why they are doing so and so. So both these situations make the life of an auditor relatively easy because you're compliant, non-compliant. So it makes the reporting really easy. The messy part for them comes when the client partially knows about and understand about ISO, and this is what makes reporting a little bit bulkier. So you want to be, of course, on the other side where you make the auditor's life easy, you make your life easy, which means easier for you and your organization to be certified at the end of the day. At the same time, one key thing when dealing with ISO audit is that as much as an organization wants to be certified, the auditors want the organization to be, the auditee to be certified as well. It's not a typical carrot and stick approach. Therefore, auditors do accept documentations that commensurate with the organization, and those documentation need not be fully automated, super sleek, because auditors do accept manual records and items, and the only thing at the end of the day that they check for is compliance. So a successful ISO audit is all about being emotionally ready in the first place, because if you mess this part up, the whole process is going to be messed up. Be emotionally ready, making sure that all the concerned employees involved within the audit process know and understand what is their security responsibilities as per the ISO requirements, and also that of their respective department or portfolio they are looking at. So to me, the ISO journey is a journey of resilience throughout, where you prioritize the control implementation, where I had to get organized for the documentation and evidence at the same time for the audit. So auditing is not an endeavor that should be rushed, but the more prepared you are, the more confident and emotionally ready you are, the better you'd be able to navigate through this tedious process. Well, I've been struggling with ISO 27001. It was really stretching for me. And what I did is, at the end of it, I did a LinkedIn poll to understand what was the experience like for other senior security professionals out there. And I wanted to explore basically based on three main categories, which is skill pros, cyber tools, and certification and compliance altogether. And here we go, the results. I got a few respondents, and so if we talk about cyber skill shortages, we all know the skill shortage in cyber, in finding the right people to implement, evaluate, and improve the information security within an organization. And to me, I used to be in a highly regulated environment where I'm more to being audited. So where I had to comply with things, and people who come from a very technical background may find it a little bit harder. But with time, I think this is also going to change, because with the diverse skill sets that is coming to the industry and people transitioning from various other industries into cybersecurity, so we can say that, yeah, this is going to change after some time. In terms of cybersecurity tools, or even GRC tools, or risk governance, risk and compliance tools, so getting the right tools, training the employees on how to use them, on how to optimize them, on how to leverage them, can require some time and some investment as well. So tools are mostly things that security people are particularly confident about, and because most of us tend to be quite technical in cybersecurity, so not a major big deal. But when it comes to compliance and certification, well, which is the integral part of ISO, it's no surprise at all that it's the bulkiest part, and many security professionals find it struggling as well. So certification and compliance is not a security thing altogether, which makes it more complex. It's more of a cultural change, a behavioral change, an organizational change, where you go about talking to people across the organization and make them comply and do things differently to support any of your security initiatives that you have in place. So this has been my experience as well. And there is no best fit approach, because each and every organization is different. So change management. Well, one of the most high-level things in ISO is navigating through change management. When I was working on change management, multiple times I came across processes that needed to be improved. So if you're a bigger organization using legacy systems and applications and all of that, and heavy process driven and oriented, so it's even a bigger challenge to drive and instill continuous improvement and change management. So in various businesses, people tend to see change as difficult. Nobody likes change. So as a security person, what we must do is build a business case, get management buy-in, and then roll it out. And all the communications that happen should come literally from the management and not from the security team. And this is when you actually get to understand the need for ISO 27001, is because some organizations are stuck between the need to have ISO 27001 and the good to have ISO 27001, and change management in the whole story makes a huge difference when you're coping with change actually. So to really to really think about that objectively. And if we holistically look at ISO, it is all about business change and framing, reframing an organizational culture, a change in governance, change in approach to information security, whereby you improve your cybersecurity posture. So taking people on a security journey where they can make themselves, their family, their data, their community, at the end of the day, their organization more cyber safe by using specific cybersecurity, good cybersecurity hygiene in place. I've put in there intangibles. So intangibles do matter a lot in change management, but what they are, well, to share a little bit about my story. When I was working, we were trying to scale up the company at some point in time, and this was when COVID hit, and it literally hindered our whole growth strategies that we had in place. And I was working on ISO, some of the ISO controls, which is third-party risk management, vendor assessments at that point in time. And we took that opportunity actually to manage, at the same time, build and strengthen some of the relationships and partnerships that we had across a few different countries, Africa, India, Taiwan, and Vietnam so far. And we have been able to strengthen those relationships, agreed on to partnering on some various international projects. So the idea here is not to make ISO 27001 a transactional thing. If you do it in a transactional way, you will simply end up being certified. But rather, when you are implementing your change, working through your control and your closes, try and explore partnership, collaborative initiatives as well, which can be beneficial to your organization going forward. In terms of when I was working on ISO, again, I came across people who knew ISO theoretically, but somewhat struggled with the implementation. Each organization is different, and it is important to understand, in this case, the organizational context. So many organizations do not need someone to be working full-time in information security unless you're a complex organization, your organization requires it, for example, a bank. So to implement ISO, you can also use consultants who understand the organization. And when you actually, and these consultants, what they're going to do, they're going to go through whatever you have within the organization, build a security strategy and a roadmap after working with your security team. So looking out for consultants that have done that and done it multiple times makes way more sense. At the same time, if you're planning on going and using consultants, they are quite good actually at preparing your internal stakeholders. For example, your IT team, your HR team, your marketing team, if they are within your scope. So preparing those people for the ISO audit. And at the same time, the more people within the organization that are involved within the audit just gives more assurance to the auditors that many people within the organization actually know what they are doing. They know their contribution to your information security and all of that. So consultants, usually what they tend to have is they tend to have quite good relationships with auditors, and they might have worked together maybe multiple times. They understand each other, they know what the documentation are like, and at the same time it could be potentially cost effective as well for an organization to be using consultants, depending of course on your business requirements. And you can gather consultants at different stages, whether it's auditing, recertification, implementation. But one very important key thing to really remember here is that if you hire a consultant, make sure that the knowledge at the end of the day doesn't leave the business. It's very important. And again, there is no perfect solution to what works best for your business, but do things that are what works best for your environment, what works best for your business. So to sum it up, if you're new to ISO, start with the clauses and then move on to the annex controls. Do not let the audit phobia get to you, and be ready, prepared to smash your ISO certification, surveillance, or recertification audit. Last but not least, as you work through your control implementation, do not take change to be disruptive to your business functions, but rather take them as an opportunity to build and strengthen B2B relationships, relationships with vendors, suppliers, partners, as well as your internal stakeholders. So thank you so much for your attention, and thank you so much for having me.
Oh, I'm on mute again. That was a lot of people have commented in the Discord that they are either going their 27 journey or they are starting it. So there's a couple of very interested people who are interested to see what you were going to say, and there's a couple of questions, but I'll just call out if that's okay. I've spent some months progressing an ISO 27001 implementation, AS NZS 2015 version, and just recently found out the Annex A controls are changing, which you mentioned. Can we still certify against the older version, or should we bite the bullet and rework?
Oh, that's an interesting one. But I'm sure it depends on where you are at with your within your certification journey. But if you already are a company which is ISO 27001 certified, then definitely there would be some time that would be allocated to you. Unfortunately, it hasn't been communicated yet, that part. But there would be some time allocated to you for you to transition to the newer version of it. But if you've already been an ISO 27001 company which is certified, it doesn't mean like it's some of the major changes that are happening. It's just some of the Annex A controls that have been incorporated, and some of them which have been grouped into themes. So to really check, where your organization sit, what are the controls that you already have, and what are the ones that need to be implemented for you to be more compliant with the newer version of ISO 27001.
That's fantastic. Look, a lot of questions, a lot of people who are very interested to have a chat with you. So very keen for you to talk on the Discord. But for your first talk, that was absolutely fantastic as well. So thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you so much for having me, team.
Thanks for sharing, Vanessa.
Welcome.
Not a problem. We've got a couple of minutes until the next talk, and also because I like leaving Cole out in the dry while he's having his drink. So the wonderful thing about the setup, by the way, for those who don't know, we're using StreamYard this time, is we can see everyone who's in the talk at the moment, but they're just not attached. So while you can only see Shanna and I, we've got Brian, who's one of our amazing admins, Hoodie, who's also sat next to me, Cole's sitting there, and a couple of other people who are testing. So I think we're going to have to put out, remember how I wrote that blog post about the very first ComfyCon?
I was thinking about that last night.
We're going to have to put out an updated one, which also includes some of the tech, because I think we've refined it a lot and refined the process a lot.
Yeah.
And there's probably forms and templates we can give out. So I know there's a reason why the webpage is au.comfycon.rocks, and that was because I was always like, could we have ComfyCons elsewhere in the world? And could we be a B-sides and take over the world? I don't know if we'll get there, but the offer is open. If anybody wants to set up their own ComfyCon-esque type of system, we've got all the material and we're happy to help you, I guess.
I'm in for taking over the world.
You're in for taking it? Well, you
would
be.
Yeah,
right.
Totally in for that.
We are benevolent dictators. Tater tots. We are tater tot leaders. That's the joke. So, okay. So I think we're ready for our next speaker, who looks like they're ready as well. So I will add Cole in. Cole, how are you today?
Hey, good. You can hear me. Everything's great.
We can hear you perfectly, and we can hear a dog in the background as well, which is perfect.
Oh, fantastic.
No, that's mine.
Or is that yours, Shanna?
Yeah, sorry, that's Yoda.
Oh, okay. I could just hear it. I can't tell who it's coming from, but I can hear it. Cole, tendies versus nuggies. Where do you sit on the scale?
Zinger fillets.
Zinger fillets. That's
Yeah.
right. Do you want to tell your story of what happened last night?
Oh, I was so mad. It was actually me and me and my wife went to KFC to get myself one of those naked Zinger boxes. It's just a bunch of Zinger fillets. And they gave us a bunch of original recipe and some popcorn chicken. And it was a very depressing night. We were just sitting there
I would be
looking at
very
it being
disappointed as well.
we really like the Zinger fillets. Oh, yeah. And the worst part is that one of my other friends locally also went to KFC and also had to go and return his order because they made the same mistake at a different KFC. So apparently no one knows what naked Zingers are. So
well, it's literally just include a burger without the burger.
Yeah.
Just
love it though. It's very tasty.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've still got some leftover KFC, and we're gonna have some later as well. So that should be awesome. So Cole is the director for Glass Cyber, who's a consultancy in AppSec. Continuing the theme that this is actually an AppSec conference, not actually a normal cyber conference, as people keep reminding me.
I love the name too. I've had someone suggest to me that I create the company Magpie Cyber.
Yeah, we'll be competitors.
Like
you can swoop in and take over my market. So.
Exactly.
So there's actually, it's a funny story. I've been talking to a company recently who I won't give the name, but their name is Magpie in a different language. And it was literally so that they would come in and swoop other people's lunches. So, there is actually companies out there who are very similar. But Cole is very interested and works supporting OWASP and a few other areas. But today he's going to be talking to you about writing, which I'm really happy about because one of the things that I keep talking to people about in interviews is like, how do you communicate and how do you write? So very happy to have Cole on the stage today, and I will hand over to him.
All right. Thank you very much. It's good to be here at ComfyCon. Writing is hard, so I'm hoping that I can make it a bit easier for everybody here afterwards. All right. So I'm Cole. They've already done this spiel. Let's move on. What I love my dog Rocco. So when you guys mentioned that there was a dog in the background, I was actually looking at my feet to just make sure that it wasn't Rocco eating my chair. But he's a cute little Frenchie. He was playing with other Frenchies today. So love strawberry milk. It's just great. Loved it since high school. And Ocarina of Time. So yeah, go Nintendo. That's your vendor product pitch for today. Things I don't love, seagulls. True story. I had a burrito stolen from me when I was kayaking in Croatia by a seagull. Picked the entire thing up and flew off into the distance. So I hate them to this day. I don't like bad code. That's why I work in AppSec. So I can just tell people, hey guys, just fix this, please. And I especially don't like poor writing, which is endemic in computer security. I'm going to promise you that at the end of my talk, you will understand why writing is important. You will be able to structure, write, and edit good content, and using your writing, achieve better security outcomes. So why is writing important in security? People just do hacking. Yeah. No. You write every day. Every single day. We work in an asynchronous world. You'll be writing. Whether it's in Slack, online little blog articles. You can write the ISM. Not a big fan. Emails, sales pitches, reports. In conclusion, we found some areas where the security policy is working well, but other areas where it isn't being followed at all. This leads to some risk, but not a critical amount of risk. We recommend implementing the recommendations in the recommendation section. Yeah. You need people to listen to you, and they will not listen to that. They won't even read it. Difficult writing will not be read at all. We've got two literary masterpieces here. The Very Hungry Caterpillar and The Tales of Don Quixote. And I can guarantee that far more people in this audience have read The Very Hungry Caterpillar than they have Don Quixote. And if you've read Don Quixote, please give me an at. It's a great book, just difficult. Poor writing also makes people feel stupid. And no one likes feeling stupid. So you need to make it simple for people to understand. As soon as you can do that, you can establish credibility. Credible writing helps you make an impact. Time rolls ever forward without a pause. The seasons cycle through spring and autumn. As I watch the green fade all around me, I fear the sun setting on my youth. It's a quote from Chu Yuan. Give a man a fire and he's warm for a day, but set fire to him and he's warm for the rest of his life. That's from Terry Pratchett. And look, your risk assessments and your reports are not likely to become literary masterpieces. Like Laura said yesterday, we kind of hide in the shadows. We're not producing novels. But I hope that at the end of this talk, that instead of writing things like this, I want you to be able to write it like this. So let's go for how you do that. Structure. Who are your readers? Are they executives? Children? Academics and scientists? Students? Or JavaScript developers? So the main thing is in cybersecurity, you're probably going to be speaking to these three groups. It's going to be executives, it's going to be software engineers, which is general infrastructure engineers, or other people in cyber. And how you structure your content, Matt, is going to be different for each of these audiences. Then that leads to, what are you trying to do? Which is your narrative. Why are you writing? What is your purpose? If it's to inform, you want to be very explicit, short, and so people can just read it quickly. So finding one, SQL injection. Are you trying to teach people? If you're trying to teach people, narratives and stories are the things that people listen to and care about deeply. SQL injection has been a recurring source of breaches for decades. People listen to stories. Are you trying to convince people? We need our engineers to use parameterized queries to stop customer data being stolen. Put some authority into it. Main thing is, all three of these are related to SQL injection, but they're all written for different contexts and different audiences. Now you've got to structure your writing, which means scaffolding. Love scaffolding. It's the first thing you should be doing, really, once you've established your audience. If you're doing informing directors, you'll say, I did X, I found Y, means Z. Straight to the point. That's all I need. If you're trying to get your peers to, believe you and think that you're credible, you want to say something like, I did this, and then I did this. I encountered a WAF, but I overcame the WAF and ultimately achieved perfection. I don't know. Everyone loves stories. And grandma just is happy that you're in security. So you don't need to do all that much for her. Let's talk about content. Everyone, when they write, goes from their brain onto paper, or in most of our situations, to keyboard. And it's a colorful, beautiful mess of all sorts of just descriptive languages and crazy words with no real flow that makes any sense, a bit of a scribble. And it's terribly confusing for both yourself when you read it a few days later and your audience as well, right? Nobody does it well, but you have to start somewhere. And it's a lot easier to do it with structure so that you can get your little colorful descriptions into a bunch of different sections than it is to try to get an enormous novel and try to edit that. I like to think of it as logs. And not the type of security logs, like actual logs. And you can do a lot with logs. You can build log cabins pretty well. But you need to do a lot of work to make them quite usable. If you're trying to do anything complicated, you need to turn it into lumber. So you got to strip the log. And you need to be absolutely ruthless. I didn't have time to write a short letter, so I wrote a long one instead. Short messages are superior to long ones. Go through your written prose, your brain to keyboard, and look at anything where you've tried to use a complicated word and make it a simple one. So turn numerous into many, implement into do, and any phrases that are a long-winded way of trying to do something, simplify and shorten it. At this point in time is now. in our professional opinion, we think. ABC was engaged to perform a white book's vulnerability assessment encompassing the cloud infrastructure and web presence of XYZ company. That's long-winded. What I prefer, XYZ asked ABC to look for security bugs in their website. Simple is better than complex as well. Are you going to talk to people about your homogeneous server fleet? Or are you going to say, we use Linux everywhere? And minimal is better than cluttered. You get your content that you've written, brain to paper, delete half, and then another half. So this is from the original XSS prevention cheat sheet. HTML entity encoding is okay for untrusted data that you put in the body of the HTML document, such as inside a div tag. It even sort of works for untrusted data that goes into attributes, particularly if you're religious about using quotes around your attributes. But HTML entity encoding doesn't work if you're putting it inside a script. Yeah, let's just get rid of half of that. Especially like the stuff that's not really related to entity encoding. It's talking about attribute encoding. So just delete that. And we're left with HTML entity encoding is for data that you put in the body of the HTML document, such as inside a div tag. HTML entity encoding won't work when placing data inside a script. Now, it still isn't good. It's way too wordy. You can simplify it further. Use HTML entity encoding when placing data between HTML tags, like here. Delete a lot of your content. I know it hurts to kill your babies, but sometimes you got to do it. But so where are you going to make cuts? These are the places I look for the most. It's adjectives, because any colorful language is just you in your head thinking, oh yeah, this sounds really good. Adverbs, conjunctions, and lots of unnecessary words like we mentioned earlier. Part 3 is personalization. So you've now got the literary equivalent to see, spot, run. Very simple, but no one wants to read where's spot run if you're an adult. You got a skeleton. You could now have an opportunity, though, to show personality because you stripped everything down to the bare necessities. You got your lumber, and you want people to read your content so you can style it how you want now. If you want to have mahogany stairs, you can say that they're brown and they've got iron railings. Or you can say you're going for a Hamptons look with the whites. Or you're a bit of a weirdo and like this kind of spirally thing that you want. It's just, I don't get it. But main thing is that every word that you add in there now is intentional. And every single word has purpose. So it's your content, not your brain to paper. So let's go down to why are developers still introducing XSS when you have so much great content teaching them how to prevent it, which is something that keeps coming up in OWASP conversations all the time. And what I said is, all right, let's have a look at where all the developers go and start with rewriting it, which is the prevention cheat sheet. This was written 10 years back, and it was written by code reviewers, by pen testers, and web security engineers. And it is fantastic technical advice. And their intended audience are software engineers, junior security professionals, and other security peeps. The actual audience are code reviewers, pen testers, and web security engineers, because no one actually understands what's going on there, and there's no structure. So we're going to go about applying those rules to fixing this content. So this is the existing structure. Every heading is basically unintelligible. Never insert untrusted data except in allowed locations. Why can't I just HTML entity encode? It's just so much content. It's just like someone's got it into their head and just done the brain to paper thing, right? There are 14 rules. It's just too many for people to grok. It's overwhelming. And like that sounds really difficult. Like what is untrusted data? What are allowed locations? I don't know. And rule 0? I get it's a programming joke, but still, it's too difficult. But when I've gone into it, I've said, we need to make it simple. XSS prevention philosophy, talk about frameworks, talk about output encoding, and make sure that we talk about each specific type of it. we've gone and made it current. So developers immediately have front-loaded with the information they care about, which is how does React fix my problems? How does output encoding matter in a URL context? All of the sections are independent of one another nowadays as well. So you don't have to go to section 0 to find content for section 4. And it's searchable. It's a lot easier to search HTML or CSS than it is to search for untrusted data in allowed locations. What are allowed locations? Next is the content. First rule is to deny all, don't put untrusted data into your HTML document unless it is within one of the slots defined in rule 1 through 5. The reason for one, no, it's too much. It's long, it's complex and cluttered. We want to do the opposite. Short, simple, minimal. Delete half, delete another half. So we go from this, where it filled my entire screen and still doesn't have it all, down to this. Output encoding is not perfect. It will not prevent XSS always. There are dangerous contexts. Here are the dangerous contexts. Simple. Style. It's reference material. I don't want embellishment. C spot run is exactly what I'm looking for. So I've gone through, updated the cheat sheet to get rid of 572 lines of content. There's more page hits now. Developers are pinging me for advice, and I hope there's less XSS in the future. So back to my promise. Hopefully at this point you understand why writing's important. You can now structure, write, and edit your prose. And using that, you can get better security outcomes. Thanks, ComfyCon. Have fun.
And what was amazing about all that is you had 20 minutes to talk and you took less than 20.
Yeah.
So you were nice and simple, concise, etc.
Thank you. I was expecting to take 40 for some reason.
No. I think it was a really good talk. And I think, because I know that you were a bit worried that it was very similar to Naina's, but I think it's, what I said earlier was it's coming at it from different contexts, right? So the technical versus the slightly less technical. I don't like using those terms, but there's not a better term right now. And it's just emphasizing that thing, which is like making sure you're addressing to the audience, making sure you keep it simple and making it actionable in some way. Because you're right. I was reading those. I'm going, I have a vague understanding of JavaScript. I won't pretend I know anything about JavaScript other than I used to fiddle with D3 and be really bad at it. But having those new simpler versions make it a lot easier to use. So, and I have heard from reasonably good sources who are sitting next to me on the couch that the new versions of those cheat sheets are a lot better than they used to be and have been getting a lot of good praise as well. So,
but it is a time sink because doing good writing takes a lot of time. So just remember that you need to budget to do that.
So I guess that leads to an interesting question. Is that something we should be teaching more people? Do you think that's a cultural problem? I know that, so let me phrase this. So I know that there used to be this history where people would say, I am technical, I don't write. And it was like, you know, the people who are sysadmins or computer admins would be like, oh, I don't do documentation because documentation is not technical. Is that different now? Do we have to start teaching writing, writing courses as part of career development? What do you think are some of the things that we would have to do to sort of improve that moving forward?
I think far earlier. I actually had some slides I cut from the presentation, which are talking about at the very beginning, how at school we're actually taught bad writing practices. So, and some examples of this is that you have word limits for assignments or page limits. And the whole idea behind them initially was to make people write lots and lots of content and then to cut it down so that they can have talk about more things. But what you end up having is people writing to the limit as little as they possibly can and using lots of conjunction words because we're all lazy. So it's all right. Like that's what you do. So I think, and I guess other stuff is you're praised by your peers at high school and primary school for using complex sentences. And, you know, like C spot run is people laugh at that when you could be talking about like crazy words. I don't know, like saccharine or like cataclysmic, and when you could say bad. So I feel that our education system before we even get to becoming professionals sets us up badly. So, and unless you have an active interest in writing, it's going to be hard for you to change 13 years of education.
I remember when I was at DST and we did a scientific writing course, the one thing, well, there was a couple of different things, but it was like, never use the word utilize, because wherever you can use the word utilize, use is a much better way of putting it. Like things like that, we put words in to sound smarter, or because we just want to fill a page up with long words. And it's like, well, you're just making it more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah, and I guess it's also like, you want clients to accept that they've paid for a good service. And one way to kind of indicate that is the length of your report. It's like, well, this pen test report's 50 pages long. So clearly I got my value's worth of like a 2-week assessment. But I think that clients would get more value from like a short report that's explicit about exactly what they need to do, even if it's only 4 pages long. But that's me.
I think there was a comment in the chat, saying, worst advice ever, charged by the word, 2,500 page reports, channel your inner big four, which I don't want to say is real, but I mean...
I've read enough of those that I think
Spade's
it's
a spade.
Yes.
I'll call it how it is. So, but yeah, it's not easy to teach, like change that behavior. So, and also, a lot of these places write findings in pre-generated reports anyway, so it's not...
I think the thing that's changing with communications and writing as well is not just, learning at school, it's the way we communicate. So people are talking a lot different, they're writing a lot different, they're writing a lot more phonetically, which can, kind of piss people off. But we're also using shorter means of communication, so text messages, Slack. So it's changing the way that people communicate, and the way that we communicate in reports and what we present back is going to have to change as well as the generations go on. But for now, when we have the generation above us in power, so to speak, the way that they need communication is a little bit different from the way that the younger generations communicate these days. And I think knowing that and knowing your audience, you put in your slides, you'll have different audiences and different people that you're pitching to. And we've heard that a few times over the last days, is just understanding who your audience are and how you need to communicate to them is super important. Don't just expect that everybody is going to accept the same kind of report in the same kind of language.
One thing I try to teach my juniors is that impersonal does not mean professional. So you don't need to go through and say a report was assessed at the beginning of this thing between this period of time, when you could say something like, I did hacking here. Again, it depends on your audience, but I think having colloquialisms, and as long as you go through and strip your logs to lumber first, and then you can add your colloquialisms in afterwards, it's all right. So, yeah, but I'm interested to see how the world changes. I hope more people write like me eventually.
Well, the thing is, being a consultant forever, and what I've always talked to my team about is that you could be the best consultant, you can do the best job in the world. Unless your report reflects that, then nobody cares. And unfortunately, the person you give that report to may not be the last person who sees that report. So it is what is going to be the lasting impression on you and on your organization when you're reporting. It is really important to get it right and to make an impact.
Cool.
I think
questions? Or...
There are some questions, but we'll have to move on to the next one. I'm gonna quickly post a link that I think is related though in the chat, which is also, you were talking about different ways of communication. People who say hello in IM or Slack and things, and then wait for a response rather than asking their question when they say hello. It's like a complete change from the previous settings where you say hello and then it's how are you? It's not that anymore. Like, we don't want that anymore. It's hello, can you answer this question for me? And then somebody will get back an answer to you at some point.
Yeah, I've had people say to me, I was like, all right, what do you want? And they're like, oh, I was waiting for you to be back at your machine like 3 days later. So, and it's just like, we are not living in a synchronous world anymore. You can give me a phone call if you need direct communication, but if that's not going to work, send me a Slack message saying, hello, please review this report by this date or whatever. So,
and it's not about being, unfair or not nice. It's literally just say what you want and get it done with, and then we'll deal with it when it comes up.
And I guess like the niceties like that you used to have with email, like or whatever, just don't translate particularly well to instant messaging all that well. So
yeah. Awesome.
Cool.
Look, we could talk about this subject forever, Cole. There are a couple of questions in the chat that I'm sure people would really love to get your opinion on. But thank you very much for talking, and it was a great presentation.
No worries. Thank you very much. Happy to be here at ComfyCon 2022, and I'll get on the Discord and go and be nice to all these folk. So
you don't have to be that
Thanks
nice.
so much.
Thanks. All right, so we've got our next speaker. We're actually running on time today, which is pretty good. Everyone is giving some amazing talks, but I will let in Sebastian now. Sebastian, how are you doing today?
Perfect. Yeah, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. I think we're a little tired, but we're getting there. So let me bring up the introduction for you because I am running out. There we go. Oh, it's nice and short. Sebastian is a security professional who loves all things related to cloud and email security. During business hours, I'm often working on defensive tools. After hours is a different story, and I've got a sneaking suspicion this is where your presentation comes in. So I will add that to the stream, and you're ready to go.
Cool. Well, yeah, look, first off, thanks everyone for coming to the talk, and I hope you'll be able to take something away from it. Now, yeah, as you can see from the title here, today I'm going to be talking about email security. And more specifically, I'll be talking about some security research I did a few months ago, which resulted in me compromising the email supply chain of about 260 Australian organizations. And I'll elaborate a bit more on what it means to compromise an email supply chain shortly. But I think it'll be best off if I start off with a bit of an agenda. So look, right at the beginning, I'll introduce myself and who I am. We'll then get into a technical overview of everything email authentication related and supply chain related. We'll talk about how email supply chains have become more complex with the adoption of cloud infrastructure, and how threat actors can abuse this cloud infrastructure with malicious intent. We'll then talk about some of the security research I did, and I'll flesh out some of the technical challenges involved in doing this research and what the ultimate outcome of it was. And finally, we'll wrap up with some concluding thoughts. So yeah, getting into the who am I, I'm Sebastian Sala, and I currently work at Palo Alto Networks as a cloud security architect. In my spare time, I work on a phishing simulation platform called Can I Fish? And a lot of the security research I did was enabled by the toolings I created on behalf of Can I Fish? Aside from that, I've been in InfoSec and IT for about 9 years, where I focus pretty heavily on cloud and email security. But that's enough about me. So let's get straight into the technical overview. And as mentioned earlier, we'll talk about everything email authentication and supply chain related, and how we can perform attacks against email supply chains. So starting off, when you receive an email and you see that it purports to come from somebody such as your employer, a friend, a colleague, or a service provider that you use, have you ever wondered what's going on behind the scenes, so that when you see that email says that it's coming from someone, you actually have assurance that it did in fact come from them? And what I'm talking about here is this little from address at the top of the email, right? Whenever we receive an email, in this example, purporting to come from github.com, I instinctively begin to trust some of the content, right? I don't fully trust it, and no one ever should. But when I see that it's come from a sender that I know and trust, a trust relationship starts to form. Now, behind the scenes, whenever you receive an email, your email gateway provider, whether it's Microsoft, Google, Yahoo, or whoever it is, they're doing a bunch of checks behind the scenes to try and determine if the sender is who they say they are. And these checks typically are aligned against 3 email authentication protocols. The first and most commonly adopted is the Sender's Policy Framework, or SPF. Then we have 2 other email authentication protocols. Now, I won't go into the nitty-gritty of what DKIM or DMARC are, because that'll take 5 or 10 minutes on its own, but I will deep dive into SPF. And essentially what SPF is it's essentially a public record that each organization maintains in its DNS zone file. And it tells email receivers that if they receive an email purporting to come from someone at this organization, only trust it if the email is received from one of the IP addresses that you tell them to trust. So that way, if they receive an email appearing to come from your organization, but it's from an unknown IP address, that gives them a mechanism to say, hey, wait a second, you aren't who you say you are, right? You're trying to spoof this sender, and then they will, based off of the SPF configuration, put that email into a spam or completely block it, right? Now, what we see here on screen is an extract of the GitHub SPF record. And what we can see here is that it's made up of two different types of addresses. First, we have just stock standard IP addresses, and this is sort of self-explanatory. But then we also have domains within SPF record. And this is essentially them saying, hey, you know, first of all, take a look at the IP addresses that I'm directly listing, but then also do a lookup of the SPF record for the domain that I'm listing within my own SPF record, right? So this is where we start to get the idea of downstream domain lookups. And these are commonly used when we're using third-party mail infrastructure, right? So if we want Office 365 to be able to send emails on our behalf, or ServiceNow, or Salesforce, or Zendesk, or one of thousands of different apps, we're typically going to do it through these downstream domain lookups, because what ends up happening is those downstream suppliers end up managing the mail infrastructure for us. We don't have to do it because they're managing it. And this is really where we start to get into the idea of email supply chains, right? Here we can see we have two very different organizations with two very different email supply chains. On the left, we've got cyber.gov.au, and on the right, we've got github.com. Now, for cyber.gov.au, you know, when we look at their SPF records, they list a single mail server within it that can deliver emails on behalf of them. Now, this is pretty tightly controlled, and it's a pretty extreme example. But when we look at the GitHub record on the right, we can see that they've got a very different email supply chain. And when we delve into the SPF record, you can see that they've got some mail servers that are you know, directly listed within the github.com SPF record, but then they do have those downstream lookups, right? They've got Salesforce, Zendesk, MailChimp, and so on and so forth. And they're essentially trusting all these different providers to be doing the right thing. Yeah. There we go, a couple of animations. Now, this is where, you know, things start to become even more interesting, right? Because we're in the middle of this massive migration that a lot of government, as well as publicly traded companies, are starting to go through, where they're shifting their workloads from private data centers into public cloud providers such as AWS, Azure, and GCP. And this also includes mail servers, right? So previously, what was hosted and strictly controlled is now a bit more dynamic. In the cloud, we have this idea of elasticity, where you can dynamically add or remove workloads when necessary. So you may spin up one workload which is being used as a mail server, and then a month later you tear it back down, and then another month later, you know, you're like, you know what, I want to spin it up, but this time I want to spin up two. And the reason you're able to do this is because AWS, Azure, GCP, and you know, however many other sort of hyperscaler public cloud providers are out there, they're allowing you to pull from a pooled resource pool, right? So essentially, you're pulling from this. And you're also doing this not only for the compute, memory, and hard drive space, but you're also doing this for the IP addresses that those workloads are leveraging. And this is where, you know, there's only a limited number of IPv4 addresses that are in existence. So if we spin up a workload, that IP address will come from a shared IP pool. And if we spin our workload back down, then boom, it will go back into that pool and other customers can pull from it. Now, you're probably beginning to see where this may become an issue, right? What if at one point you were using a particular IP address and you configured it within your DNS records, but then at some point later down the line, you release that IP, but you forget to remove it from your DNS records? Well, now you're in a pretty tricky situation because another customer can come in and take that IP address. And because you've forgotten to update your DNS records, from everyone else's perspective, it looks like you're still actually using that IP. And this exact scenario is how IP takeover attacks occur. Now, IP takeover attacks aren't anything new. You know, relating just to AWS, there are dozens of blogs already written on this. And in fact, many bug bounty hunters have built their entire profession around finding these vulnerabilities. But you know, if we take a look at it from another perspective, when we're looking at DNS records, there are a variety of different types that are within a DNS zone file. right? We've got CNAME records, we've got A records, NF, NS, MX, and we've also got text records, which is where SPF entries are located. Now, at a certain point while reading through some of the various bug bounty reports, I began to realize, right? Everyone spends all their time looking at the top 4 DNS record types. No one has really properly looked at SPF. And there are a variety of reasons why this may be the case, but I like to think it's just because SPF isn't as sexy as taking something like a web server IP. So anyway, I suspected that no one had given SPF supply chain or IP takeover attacks a proper look at, and I wanted to test out my theory. And the first step of testing that theory out is collecting some targets to test it out on, right? So I wanted a sample list of a few hundred Australian domains, and the easiest way to get that list was to use a tool called Sublister. Now, what Sublister does is it uses open source intelligence to scan things like certificate registrations, Google search, Bing, Yahoo, and so on to find subdomains for a given domain name. Now, in this case, I simply used .gov.au and .com.au as the domain name, and accordingly, Sublister would present information back to me on what subdomains it could find. Now, if I let this run to completion, I'd probably get a couple million domains back. So I only let it run for a few seconds, and then I stopped the search. And after that, I ran a simple script to check if the domains found actually had a DNS record associated to them, and then I filtered out those that didn't. And finally, I then just sort of selected the first 300 domains I came across and chucked everything else out, just simply to get a few hundred domains to do this test against. Now, once I had that list, the second step was to do that deep dive scan. And we have to remember that SPF records are in a pretty bespoke format, and it isn't simply a case of just querying an SPF record and being presented back with all the IP addresses that are authorized to deliver emails on behalf of them. And that's because there are downstream domain lookups. So we need to go ahead and query those downstream lookups, extract all the authorized mail senders. And if we want this exhaustive search to actually work, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to go down to the nth level of degree, run recursive searches, and query as many mail senders as we can find. Now, fortunately for me, I was pretty uniquely positioned to run this scan. I've already built a tool that can do exactly this. And normally the tool will output the full SPF supply chain in a human-readable GUI format, but I also created an API which outputs it in a JSON format. So all I did was put together a quick little script, queried my own API, and extracted the full SPF supply chain for each of these 300 target organizations. Now, once I had that full SPF supply chain for those 300 orgs, it was simply a case of doing a cross-reference, right? AWS and Azure list their pooled IP addresses publicly, right? Anyone can go and download them. They're listed on the AWS and Azure websites. So I went ahead and downloaded each list, and again, scripted together a short little function that would do a cross-reference, right? Where I would essentially match, the domain SPF IPs against the AWS and Azure pooled IPs, check to see where there was a match or if subnets were within one another. And then I combined both data sets together. So that way I could run, just searches to see, what region was an IP address in, what AWS or Azure service was it associated to, and so on and so forth. So anyway, the data that I got, I output it into a nice, neat little CSV file for me to review. And I began looking at that CSV file, running filters on it to see if I could eyeball any low-hanging fruits. So the first filter I ran was to look at SPF IPs that were associated with AWS's EC2 IP address pool used for virtual machines. I then began running filters against IP subnets, and my first subnet search was to check for the presence of a subnet starting with a /1. And to my surprise, I was immediately smacked in the face with a couple of organizations that had authorized entire /16 subnets to send emails on their behalf. Now, just sort of recapping a bit, when we're dealing with SPF records, you can list IP addresses that are authorized to send emails, but you can also list entire IP subnets, right? Now, typically, you should avoid doing this because, you want to be certain that you actually own all the IP addresses that you're authorizing, or you're at least trusting a third-party provider who owns all those IPs. But in this particular case, with this particular Queensland City Council, they had authorized 16 separate /16 subnets, all located on AWS's EC2 IP address pool. Now that's over 1 million IPs, and it's also every single IP that AWS reserved for EC2 instances in its AP Southeast 2 region in Sydney, Australia. So effectively, anyone who spun up an EC2 instance in AWS's Sydney data centers could send SPF authenticated emails as though they were the city council. So naturally, I decided to go and test this out. So I went and spun up an EC2 instance, got a random IP, and sent an email from it posing as this Queensland City Council to a Gmail account that I controlled. And as suspected, the email passed all SPF authentication checks, with the email going directly to my inbox. Now, this didn't really sit right with me. You know, I mean, what city council needs over 1 million IP addresses to send emails? So I sat there for a good minute or two trying to think of a reason why, and really there isn't any reason, right? So I instead shifted a gear and decided to do some root cause analysis. Now, remember that SPF records can contain lookups to other SPF records. So when analyzing the SPF record for this city council, I found a lookup to another SPF record for pre.net.au. And it was this domain that was actually introducing all those AWS IPs. Now, again, I sat there for a few seconds, and it struck me as a bit odd having this sub lookup within the SPF record. I mean, it obviously isn't from a major IT vendor or software as a service provider, or else I probably would have recognized it. But on the surface, you know, it's seemingly owned by another Australian organization, which might be a smaller IT service provider, right? Anyway, I figured I needed to dig a bit deeper. So naturally, the next step was to try and figure out who owned pre.net.au. So I went and ran the domain through a quick whois search. And I was pretty stoked to realize that the actual owner of the domain wasn't hidden behind some privacy service. So I got the contact info back, and pre.net.au is owned by an organization called Precedence Group. So naturally, the next step is to run a good old-fashioned Google search. And the first results back was the Precedence Group website. And at this point, I'm thinking, awesome, right? Let's see how much further we can take this. So I load up the website, and I'm immediately greeted with a portfolio page which contained pages and pages of customer info. I'm talking a ridiculous amount of information. Just on this page alone, there were 225 customer domain names just on that page, right? So I go ahead, I scrape all the customer data out of that portfolio page. I then also decide to browse around the website, and I noticed that Precedence Group predominantly do web dev, right? So I browsed to a couple of their customer websites, and I noticed at the bottom of each page, there's a little snippet saying web design by Precedence. So I, again, go to Google, run an exact match search for that particular keyword, and boom, I find another 27 customers. And then I found another 77 customers just through various other searching techniques. So I ultimately landed on a list of 329 customer domains that Precedence Group provided IT services towards. So naturally, I've got a new list of domains to go and analyze. So I go ahead and essentially reperform the same steps I did before. I re-extract the full SPF supply chain for each domain. I check to see what IPs overlap with the IPs provided by AWS and Azure, and then I get my result. And I found that Precedence Group had injected that same overly permissive SPF lookup into 190 of its customers. And I was pretty blown away, right? I mean, I really couldn't believe it. Right? Precedence Group had customers in just about every industry that there was, right? Law firms, financial service providers, city councils, tourism providers, construction companies, freight services, and so on, right? And anyone with an EC2 instance or virtual machine in AWS's AP Southeast 2 region could send authenticated emails as though they were any of these organizations. So my next thought was, how long has this been going on? So I booted up a neat cloud service called Security Trails, and I ran a historical DNS lookup and found the vulnerable SPF record had existed for just shy of 3 years. So a pretty long time. Now, when I began this research, I honestly didn't think I would find many organizations where I'd actually be able to do an IP takeover attack for their SPF supply chain. It was a bit of a shot in the dark to see what came back. So my my immediate thinking was, all right, I've just managed to find this by scanning a few hundred domains. What if I were to scan every domain in Australia? All right. So that's exactly what I went and did. Now, scaling from hundreds to millions of domains is a significantly harder task. I knew I'd have to re-architect the entire way I'm doing things, but I ultimately decided to tackle each problem one at a time. So let's go through them. All right, so the first problem, how do you even get a list of all Australian domains to begin with, right? It sounds simple, but it actually takes a bit of research. So I ultimately ended up aggregating the data from about 3 different data sources. First off, with GitHub, I found this really handy project called Domains that's maintained by a Ukrainian security researcher. And this is where I actually got about 95% of the domains I ended up scanning, right? I don't know how they collated the list, but it was pretty comprehensive. Next, I scoured the ASX 200 and grabbed all the domain names associated to ASX 200 organizations. And finally, I used Sublister and I ran a search against .com.au, .org.au, .net.au, .edu.au, and .gov.au domains to see what could be found just through open source intelligence. I collated all these together, deduped them, and ultimately landed on a list of just shy of 2 million domains. Now, I had my domain listing, but I had another issue to get past, right? I have to query the DNS records of 1.8 million domains. And better yet, because I have to query domains or downstream lookups within SPF records, it actually turns out I have to do about 10.8 million DNS requests. Now, using my current approach, it would take about 10 seconds to scan a single domain. So if we multiply that by 1.8 million domains, that's 18 million seconds or 208 days. So my current approach to scanning just isn't going to work, right? So essentially, I put together my options, and I essentially landed on these 3, right? I could reduce the amount of time it takes to scan a single domain. I could increase the number of parallel threads on my workload, or I could increase the number of workloads during the scan, right? So I took a look at reducing the amount of time it takes to perform the scan, and I realized it's just not technically feasible, right? The problem here isn't necessarily me, it's the domain name servers or the DNS servers that I'm querying. They take time to respond back. So I can't really reduce that, right? So secondly, increasing the number of parallel threads. It would help a bit, but it's not going to make a material difference because there's a hard limit on the number of parallel processes that there can be. It's essentially attached to the number of cores within your CPU. So while it would help, it wouldn't help by enough. Now, finally, I could increase the number of workloads. And really, this is the only approach that's going to help me drastically reduce the amount of time to do a scan across so many domains. And I mean, really, the only limiting factor here is how much I'm willing to spend. So essentially, I decided I needed to re-architect a solution that would use more workloads to do the scan. And really, the solution would need to meet four key criteria. First of all, I'd need to be able to programmatically provide an input, which includes a list of domains to scan. Secondly, the workloads would need to be able to flexibly scale up and down. And that's mainly because, my scan might only take a short amount of time. I don't want to be stuck paying these workloads for the next year or two, right? And thirdly, I'd need to be able to rotate IP addresses to avoid DNS sinkholing because I'm sending millions of DNS requests. And finally, I'd need to be able to save these results to a database that can support high input-output operations to make sure I don't run into concurrency issues. So I had a bit of a think about it, and I ultimately decided the best option was to use Lambda functions with a DynamoDB database to capture the results. And the best thing by default is that AWS lets you run up to 1,000 Lambda functions concurrently. So using this approach, I should be able to exponentially speed things up. Now, to prevent me from hitting any rate limits, I decided the best approach would be to run 400 concurrent Lambda functions in 5-minute intervals, with each Lambda function scanning 15 domains, right? So using a bit of mathematics, I realized, I'd be able to scan about 72,000 domains an hour. So scanning 1.8 million domains would take about 25 hours. Now, that's a pretty significant drop from what was 208 days. So I was pretty happy with this. So I put together a script that would orchestrate the execution of these Lambda functions, provided, essentially told the script to provide each function with 15 domains to scan. And then within the Lambda functions themselves, they'd parse the input, they'd scan each domain sequentially, and then they'd extract the full SPF supply chain and save the results to a DynamoDB database. So I essentially just let that script run for the next 25 hours and waited for the result. Now, when the scan finished, I decided I needed to filter out some of the noise. So I decided to only look at SPF records where an AWS IP existed. And I found about 3% of all domains in Australia had an AWS IP address listed in their SPF record. So that's about 67,000 domains. And each domain on average had about 5 or 6 AWS IPs, and the majority were spread across about 5 AWS regions. Now, I really wanted to identify as many low-hanging fruit as possible. So before I even tried to eyeball the raw data, I figured I could troll through some AWS IPs to see which IPs I could take over that someone had listed in their SPF record. So I put together a little script that would cycle through AWS EC2 instances, turning them on and off again every minute. And with each restart, I would get a new AWS IP. And to do this, I spun up 50 EC2 instances spread across 5 AWS regions, so about 10 per region. And I figured if I'd let this run for about 20 hours, I'd be able to cycle through 60,000 AWS IPs, which would be a good enough sample set. Essentially, it's 1 in 1,000, so 0.1% of IP addresses that AWS reserved for EC2 instances across the globe. So anyway, I let the script run. And whenever an IP address I trolled through matched an IP address found in someone's SPF record, I saved that IP to a CSV file. I left the workload running, and after 20 hours, I had my low-hanging fruits. And I found that through this method, I had compromised the email supply chain of an additional 74 Australian organizations, including 2 ASX 200 orgs, a major state government corporation, University of Sydney, and also the Australian Parliament House. Now, I was a bit surprised in both a good and a bad way with these results. First of all, I was surprised I didn't actually compromise more organizations. So overall, that's a good thing because it shows that most people are doing the right thing. They're managing their email and DNS infrastructure quite well. But on the flip side, I was also surprised by some of the organizations that were compromised, right? Like some of these organizations, they're pretty big. They've got dedicated security teams. And I suppose this just sort of slipped through the cracks. So naturally, my next step was figuring out how to notify the affected organizations. And thankfully, we've got the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. I reached out to them. Within about an hour, I got a confirmation back that they were looking into it. And within a few days, I saw organizations had begun applying the fix. Now, this is where ACSC is pretty handy, right? Because me, as a lone security researcher, I don't really have much sway with these organizations. They may ignore me. They may threaten legal action or whatever it be, right? But getting a notification from ACSC, a lot of orgs begin to take it pretty seriously. Now, look, a lot of you are probably wondering, right? How can you protect yourself against these types of attacks? And the short and simple answer to that is to simply review your SPF record and understand your SPF supply chain. Look at any downstream lookups embedded within your SPF. Understand who owns those IPs and whether they're part of a shared IP pool that another customer may have access to. Now, to assist with that, I have created a free tool. It's accessible at the link on screen. And what that tool will do is essentially it will recursively query SPF records, downstream lookups. It will present you with your full SPF supply chain, tell you where those IPs are located, who owns them, and what they're associated to. Look, aside from that, doing this security research was a pretty fun exercise. I scoped things purely to Australian domains. Now, I'm almost certain on a global scale, there's likely thousands or even tens of thousands of domains which are still vulnerable to this type of SPF supply chain attack. But from a research standpoint, I've done what I wanted to do, so I'll leave it in the hands of other researchers if they want to pick up where I left off. Otherwise, that's all. Thanks, everyone.
I think the scary thing about that is the fact that ignore zero in the background. The scary thing is that it was obviously in the news recently that ACSC had implemented, APH had implemented DMARC you know, it's a great thing to say you've implemented it, but have you actually implemented it properly? Is probably a difficult issue to say.
Yeah, no, definitely. I thought it was pretty funny as well, because it was about 2 weeks after my blog post came out that that other news article came up on IT News.
Coincidence?
So I guess having the ACSC there as a buffer to the, because I know that there's a lot of people who come back with, you know, threatening security researchers if they say certain things. The example in the US of, and we all know this is BS, right? But the person who read the source code of a HTML page and got all of the details for a bunch of teachers and then got threatened with legal action. I guess it's a good thing in that case that things like the ACSC or CERT and those groups exist for people to be able to submit these issues to. Even, you know, groups like, dare I say it, HackerOne and BugCrowd to be able to submit these bugs to and be able to get someone to sit as a buffer between you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was something I heavily considered myself. I was a bit worried, but I realized if I included ACSC into the process and sort of let them lead the notification process, it adds like a layer of professionalism that you can sort of hide behind as a security researcher. So sure, they can probably still pursue you, but you know, the news is already out there. The gain for legally pursuing you as a security researcher isn't really there, because typically they would want to threaten you before the blog came out, not after. So yeah.
And a shout out to everyone, and I know there's a few people from the ACSC and ASD who are on here. We won't make jokes about Red Spice, although he who controls the spice controls the universe. But they do a good job, and I've worked with them before, so I know they get a lot of useful stuff. They also get a lot of garbage as well, so it's good that they're still doing something with the good stuff as well.
Definitely.
So thank you very much, Seb. That was an amazing talk, and I'm slightly scared by the fact that people are now probably going to go and check all their DNS records. I know I'm probably going to go check some of my DNS records. As I said yesterday, ComfyCon doesn't have SPF, DKIM, or DMARC for ComfyCon. You're still not getting any money, and if somebody pretends to be ComfyCon, it won't work anyway, because people just come talk to me anyway.
You've got this.
So, yeah, no, thanks very much for the talk, Seb. That was absolutely fantastic.
Perfect. Thanks for
Thank you.
having me along.
No worries. So I think we have to waste 3 minutes before Alan starts speaking, because I know there's a lot of people who are joining just to see Alan speak, as he is such an international star. I have been seeing a lot I have been seeing a lot of posts from some very significant people talking about Alan, so I'm very happy to obviously have him. Alan is someone who we've had 3 times now, and despite the fact that we severely disagree in a lot of things, we still keep inviting him back. But
he still hasn't made Keynote, though.
He still hasn't made Keynote, but nor has Lewis either. So neither of them have made Keynote. Their Keynotes.
Yeah, I think the Keynote is probably a good spot, and yeah, maybe is where he'll stay.
No, we love Alan.
We'll see how he stands with chicken and nuggies and tendies.
So just a reminder to everyone, we're going to have an afternoon tea break after this, but this afternoon we've got Ben Waters, we've got Katniss Melb and Hoodie Pony, we've got Beck Millwood, Ben Gittins, and Cairo and Darth. So we've got some awesome combination of different talks. I think the phrase used earlier was may contain some cyber content, because at the moment we seem to be focusing less on cyber and more on other things, which, you know, personally I have no issue with.
It is a Sunday after all.
Well, it is a Sunday. I haven't had some wine. Maybe I'll pour some wine and we can, just forget about the afternoon. Or gin. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to go to work tomorrow, but yeah, that's fine. Anyway, without further ado, I will add Alan into the chat so he can get set up. Mr. Baranov, how are you today? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm doing very well. How are you doing?
Fantastic. I hear you've got a surprise for us in terms of your slides and content, which we are obviously very interested to see. For those who don't know, and I'm pouring wine just to prepare myself for this talk. No, I'm kidding. Alan at the first ComfyCon gave a presentation using Excel, and I think we bullied him to do the same thing this time.
Correct.
So, yeah, yes, bullied is the word. So Alan, let me bring up, although I don't really know if Alan needs introduction, but let me bring up the thing anyway. Born in Africa and now stranded on a desert island, Australia, mate. Alan is the world's only AAA-rated GRC hacker. I believe you were also Hacker of the Year. I think that was on your Twitter page. Now a manager-level GRC consultant, spoken at DEF CON Blue Team Village, DEF CON Security Leaders, PCI and ASA, and his most exciting talks are the one he has presented for ComfyCon, and we're always really happy to have Alan. So we will bugger off, and we will let Alan take over.
Okay, thank you very much. One thing you didn't ask me is where do I sit with the chicken debate? So
yes, tendies or nuggies. Oh, you do have a slide? Okay.
There we go. That's what I had for lunch.
That's what you had for lunch. Well, you did say that yesterday, so and it is a South African. Is it a South African thing or a kind of the Portuguese?
It's a South African.
Yeah.
It's a Portuguesey thing, but it is a South African company. And I'll tell you a story one day when about how I managed to crash their entire network, but that's not this talk.
Sounds perfect.
So, all right, let's jump into it. So, this talk is basically about processes, and we've had a lot of talks over the last couple of days about them. And usually, I go to conferences, and I'm kind of talking about stuff that everyone else at the conference is talking about, different controls and what's happening these days. And I'm talking about the future, and it's quite a pleasant surprise to actually be part of a conference where I'm kind of talking about the same stuff that the other participants are talking about. So I just wanted to start with this quote. I'm not going to tell you who says it because I'm sure someone in the chat will be able to work it out, if not everyone in the chat. So things happen, and anything that happens, happens. Anything that in happening causes something else to happen, causes something else to happen. Anything that in happening causes itself to happen, happens again. And it doesn't necessarily do it in chronological order, though. So we'll see if someone picks that up and gets that. So yeah, as discussed, a couple of years back at the first ComfyCon, I decided to do a talk about how I used spreadsheets to solve issues. And it was quite popular. And as Ian said, I was bullied into doing this talk again in Excel, hopefully a little bit different. So here we go. Deep dive into winning InfoSec using stickiness and oiliness. It's the ComfyCon AU 2022 keynote. Okay, so I've already had a bit of a introduction, which is good enough. I am a manager level consultant in the GRC practice at CyberCX, and that's the only time I will mention my company's name. If you are trusting, you can scan this and it won't take you to anything to do with any music videos or anything. That's my LinkedIn address. It took me quite a bit of time to get this right, and it actually works. I tested it. But I'll show it a bit later. Let's jump into the thing. So one of the things that that I wanted to talk about is coming from the 40,000 foot view, the kind of like, let's look at the entire planet view. This is a term that I've kind of coined, BizSec. And yeah, as per Mean Girls, I'm trying to make it happen. Because in information security, we don't really seem to have a term that is more broad than GRC or DevSecOps or resilience. They're all terms that I've come across of how people are trying to get business thinking to basically bring security into the business and make it an essential part of the business. So this is my term. Feel free to use it, abuse it, whatever. If you want to attribute it, you can. If you don't worry. So that's BizSec. So part of what I came up with for a previous talk that I did, which I actually created for ComfyCon 21, which never quite happened, and then just presented it at the ASA conference, is I came up with what I call the more essential 8. So the essential 8 are good controls, got no problem with them, but they're very technical, and yeah, they are controls. This is more. This is business. So what I came up with were these different things that I expect that organizations should do. Number one, do everything. Risk is not your friend. That's the one that Ian would probably have a big problem with. Blink and lights, plan your dive your plan. People are people. Use a walkie-talkie to look good, and stickiness and oiliness, and then grow up and don't grow up. Number 7, stickiness and oiliness is the one that I want to concentrate in this talk, because the original talk I just went through all of them at a very high level, and was always aiming to put together more content about each one. And today is that, and I think stickiness and oiliness is the one that I felt most excited about. So that's the one that I wanted to cover today. So that a little bit of introduction as to where we're coming from. So why stickiness, why oiliness? So the idea is, and this comes from a t-shirt, a kind of joke that says, basically the whole point of like a Bunnings is a bit of a waste of time. You need only 2 things in a Bunnings, essentially oil and duct tape, and you can basically fix anything if you have oils and duct tape. So the idea being, and I'll show you this little way of working things out. So the question that you might have is something supposed to be moving? So anything at your house, is it supposed to be moving? And if the answer is yes, and the question then is it moving? And if the answer is yes, then you have no problem. So that's basically anything at your house. Now, if you have the opposite, so you have is something supposed to be moving and it's no, and it's not moving, well, then you still have no problem. It's fixed and it's supposed to be where it is. Where you have issues is when they don't line up. And if something is supposed to be moving and it's not moving, you need to put some oil. And if something is supposed to be not moving and it is moving, then you hold it in place with duct tape. And that's pretty much how you can solve anything that you need to. Just out of interest, the font that I'm using for this slide is called Comic Serif, and I used it just because it exists, and I love that idea that there is a Comic Serif. Okay, so what you might be wondering, okay, well, that's all kind and well, but basically, what does that mean? Like, how do we apply that in information security? So I'll go back to slide number 5, and you'll have a look at the t-shirt now. It says, I can fix anything with standards and processes. And the thing is that standards are usually very easy to get right. We've basically built an entire industry all around it. And it's, if you look at kind of any organization that's out there, they're selling you a standard or a control or something that will stop things from happening. You know, firewalls, antivirus, even stuff like allow listing, etc., etc., etc. And the problem that I find, and I think a lot of what the other talks have been around, which is why I was very excited to listen to them and see them, is that processes are where things get a little bit more difficult. Things are just not done very well. And where I apply this is kind of in the same sort of concept here, where you have, is something supposed to be moving? Is there a process? Is it happening? Good. If it's happening, it's fine. That's okay. It's working. If it's not working, or if there's a cause that may cause it to stop working, and ransomware is a very good example of this. You know, ransomware comes in, it stops processes from happening. How do we sort that out? That's where all of a sudden we need to get involved and to make sure that the processes are happening. What we shouldn't be doing is putting in more controls, because that's not working. That's like putting duct tape on something that should be moving. We need to work with specific controls. So let's start at the very beginning. So I like to learn from other industries. Ours is a very young industry. I'm older than our industry. In fact, I've been kind of working in our industry since before it was even defined as an industry. And there are some very old ones, like accounting has been around for many years. manufacturing has been around for many kind of thousands of years and stuff, and we can learn from these different industries. But because we kind of align ourselves with IT, and IT people seem to, just know that they're the best and don't really look elsewhere. It's taken quite a while for even just IT to actually adopt all the learnings that there can be, the design learnings and the process learnings. And stuff like lean, agile, DevOps, these were all concepts that the manufacturing organizations came up with in the 1950s and 1960s already. It's stuff that's been around for pretty much forever, and it's ways that we can learn and ways that we can use to define what kind of processes we should be using. So let's start with basically this picture here, which is a picture of something called a desire path. So a desire path is where you have, for example, grass, and people have just walked along the grass, and eventually the grass stops growing there, and you can actually see a path that's kind of come along. It's not designed. It wasn't supposed to be like that. And if you have a look at this, there is a design. The design is that you should stick to the path and you should go around the corner. But obviously nobody does that, because you can cut a little bit of time off your day just by walking through the park. So I guess the question, some people might look at this and say, that's terrible, you're killing the grass. Others might say, okay, well then why didn't they just put the path there in the first place? So there's different ways that you could approach this. But the idea being is that people are going to do whatever it takes to get whatever they need to do done. And that's especially true in business. And that is something that information security keeps bumping up against, because you are always going to have controls in place, and you are always going to need people to respect them. But at the same time, people need to be able to do their work. And by putting designs in, people may or may not accept them. And if they don't accept them, then basically you're going to be ignored totally. This is a slide that basically every information security organization used to have. I've seen it so many times, it's almost become like a cliche. The irony is that in most cases, the organizations that were showing this were like, hey, this control is so very stupid, people go straight around it. If you can't really see what's going on there's like a little pole in the middle, which is to stop you from driving down that road, but people just drive around it. And the irony behind it all is that usually the people that were showing the slide to me were coming up with a separate control. And the whole idea being that, like, in 5 years' time, someone is going to bring up this exact same slide with the previous person's control and say, hey, everyone's going around this control. People will go around it if you don't let them know exactly why they're doing something, and make it easy for them to build that into their day-to-day. It'll just be ignored. The other thing to look at is something called a Norman door. So a Norman door is basically defined as a door that is just not logical to open, which is quite crazy if you think about it, because a door literally serves one specific purpose, and that is to block off rooms, and you can get from one room to the other. And if you have to read something to be able to work out how a door works, it's not your problem, it's the door's problem. And I'm referring to doors that have like the word push written on them. Why would you even need to tell someone to push a door? Just have a handle that basically tells someone, this is how you work this door. If you have a door that's supposed to be pushed, have a flat panel on it where people can push. Don't have a handle that looks like you should be pulling the door, because it's giving the person the wrong idea. The reason why I bring this up is a lot of information security, we rely on awareness, and we rely on training to be able to tell people what they should and shouldn't be doing. And it's in most cases a bad waste of their time. if you want them to make a strong password, put controls in place that will guide them towards having a strong password. If you don't want them to write down stuff, tell them why they shouldn't be writing down their passwords. Give them a password manager. Make their life easier. And yeah, make sure that they don't export stuff out of the password manager, because that itself is a failure in the process. Another thing, I've got a quote here from Larry Wall. Easy things should be easy and hard things should be possible. So Larry Wall is the creator of Perl, and whatever your thoughts are on Perl, it really did change the world. And what I like about this is he's kind of thinking how people actually work. Now I was talking to a guy called Wolf Gerlach, who's also looking at this kind of stuff, looking at how design influences things and how we can bring that into information security. And one of the things that we were kind of thinking about is the idea of having processes, good processes and bad processes. Like a good process is someone does a piece of work and that brings value to the business. A bad process is someone breaks into the business and hijacks that process to do something bad with. And if you can work out what those different things look like, and they're not the same, and then work out how do you make the good process work better and the bad process work more difficult, be more difficult to actually achieve. So yeah, some ideas here that if you're busy working with programmers, telling them that there there's issues with their code as they're writing it, kind of like a spell check is a good way for doing things, but blocking them while after they've done coding, and like at the 11th hour just trying to get their code in, that's not a very good time to be telling to someone, hang on a sec, you've got some issues. Telling people not to click on links in email, because like literally half of what email is to send links to people so that they can click on it and carry on with their job. How do we get around that? There are ways. But you got to make it difficult for attackers to use phishing. Make sure that if someone is successful with a phishing attack, it doesn't lead to too much. So MFA could help you out with that. Make it easy for people to report into you when they have been caught by a phishing email. So yeah. Bad process leads to bad design. So from all of these kind of things, if you have bad design, have bad processes in place, you will end up with some security failures. And yes, most of it is humans being humans. So we had some talks already that discussed this. Even and the one that I was impressed with was the one discussing how the internal threat of humans, like good people doing the wrong thing just because of who they are and how they work, and people being nervous that their work won't be available at the time when they need to send it through. It's a real human fear, and it needs to be addressed. Some other things, for example, whack-a-mole. So basically information security getting involved in all the little bits and pieces. Don't do that. Just automate it. Find some way to get rid of the idea that you're part of the patching process every single month. You don't need to be. All you need to know is that it's happening. Just trust the people and get the results from that. Obviously, shadow IT. So shadow IT, where people need to do stuff, need to get stuff done, and just can't because IT is moving too slowly or won't allow stuff, but is not in line with what the business is actually needing to do. Yeah, manual reviews and approvals. When I was a security person, I was involved in approving every single time a patch needed to be done. Why? I'm happy that you're patching your stuff. Rather bring me in when you don't want to patch something. Then I will work with you and work out what we can do. But if you're doing the good things, do it and tell me that you've done it. Password rotation is one that, like, we never quite worked out why we were doing it. We just knew that we had to do it. And we did it, which leads to people having weaker passwords because they have to keep changing their passwords all the time. The other thing that I was reading an article this past week, and it said that stress is basic. When people get stressed, their information security kind of cleanliness or ability to carry out the different processes actually drops. And obviously we can't stop people from being stressed. There's a lot of things happening these days, these unprecedented days, that is causing people to be stressed. But we can definitely not make it more stressful. Like we can work and like if we're asking people to do really stressful things to get stuff done, that actually might lead them to break all the different rules and just say to hell with it. Let's just get this done. And yeah, this was a quote. I think from one of the. It was Debbie's talk that said, "Like a rock will swim around you," and that's all to do with process. If people need to get their job done and you're standing in the way, they will definitely just do it around you. Okay. So, talking about maturity, I love the idea of maturity models. I have an issue with some maturity models like the Essential 8 maturity model, and I'm not picking on that one specifically, but the reason why I don't really like most maturity models is that they look at the maturity of the controls, the maturity of your duct tape, and they don't look at the maturity of the processes. There are some that do both, and they are rare, and they're also my favorites. So PCI. PCI was thought of being a really kind of point in time assessment, and they said, well, let's look at processes, and now it's quite an amazing standard to work with. ISACA has the CMMI, electrical industry has the C2M2 in the US, and the AESCSF in Australia, and those are amazing. Unfortunately, the CMMC, that's well, it's basically something that you need to do if you're going to be doing a business with government in the US. They've actually taken out the part of the standard that addresses processes, which I was very, very disappointed about. So I'm proposing my own maturity model. I call it the Microsoft Office Suite Process Maturity Standard. I might have to take the Microsoft out because I'm not affiliated with them at all. So we'll call it the Office Suite Process Maturity Standard. So maturity level 1 is Notepad. Basically what happens is someone new to the organization, you go to the sysadmin's computer, open up Notepad and say, hey dude, reminder that the new chap starts today, make sure he gets a computer with some access, check out what Sally has and give him about the same. That's your maturity level 1. Obviously not great. So what happens is you move to maturity level 2. I haven't used a Microsoft product here, but I used Netscape because Netscape is great. And this is where you get Jira or something similar, where all of a sudden you log a ticket. Now, there's no standardized way of doing anything, but at least you can track it a little bit, which is slightly better. Again, all this information lies in some guy's head or some person's head of how to go about doing this. And that's not great. If they ever leave the organization, you'll have no idea why anyone got the access that they needed, why they even got any access at all. There'll be a ticket that says, please give Joe some access, but like basically you have no idea what access it is or why. Stepping up from that, you have maturity 3, which is the repeatable or proactive way, what I call the Microsoft Word level of maturity, where you have standards, you have processes, you have policies, all of these good things. So at least you can work out what things are supposed to look like, what your passwords should be, etc. Maturity level 4, the ultimate level of maturity, Excel, of course, because Excel is the best, as we all know. And this is where you can actually track your users. So stuff gets done And you can pull out reports and you can say, oh, hang on a sec, all these users, this guy shouldn't have, he's no longer with the organization, and you can remove his access. If someone wants to come into the organization and says, hey, can you give me a list of all the people that can do X? Boom, yeah, here it is. We've got it. We've been tracking it. And we know exactly who they are, why they are, and per the standards, we know what sort of access they should have. And we've given them that. I guess at this point, if you have a look at the pull down, you'll see that there's also maturity level 5 and 6. And the question that I'm sure Ian is busy thinking at the moment is, whatever could be better than Excel? Because Excel is brilliant. And the answer is Visio. So this is where you take all the stuff that you've learned previously, build it into actual processes that you can monitor and see what's happening. You can tie this in with all the reports that you're getting. You can tie this in with all the standards that you've got. You can tie this in with all the calls that you've got logged. And if you put all of those together, you can see where your organization is going right. And you can see, most importantly, where your organization is going wrong. And this is basically the optimized or efficiency part of what you should be doing here. And the next question you should be asking, okay, well then what is maturity level 6? So if you have maturity level 5 and that's Visio, and Visio is better than Excel and Excel is the best, what is maturity level 6? And the answer to that is quite simple. And Laura covered this in her talk the first day as well. And the answer is nothing. Could anything be better? Absolutely. So the idea here is to remove the process entirely. If a process is simple and not changing, do you need to be part of it? No, not really. Automate it. Is it adding value? Can we get rid of it? Can we get rid of the original process? Can we get rid of the broken computers that you're patching every time? All of these sort of things. How can we just remove all of this stuff? As well as, for example, can we get the business to take on some of the work? Can they do some of the work themselves? Business do HR stuff, they do financial work, they do a bit of IT work. Maybe they can even do some of the security stuff themselves. If we make it easy for them to understand and part of their role, we can actually do it. But we also, from security point of view, need to be comfortable with people taking over from what we do. All right, and for Cyber Mum, hello. Always a call to action and list of next steps. And here we go. No, I don't really have perfect solutions. I've given you the idea that you need to look at your processes. How we do that, we're still learning. If you look at the other talks that we've had, they've got very much more detail. They had more time and more detail in how you can look at each of these different things. I think from my point of view, the only thing I just really wanted you to look at is whether you're taking processes seriously or not, and just to remind yourself that you must. It's not the fun part of it. It's not the blinking lights and stuff or the shiny things. But it is definitely what's going to move the needle for you. And finally, things that I want to add into my talk and make it a little bit longer, stuff that I found inspirational over the last couple of days. Laura's talk, do scary things in a secure way. And yeah, make yourself redundant. Debbie stuff, compliance, adherence, and concordance, moving your way through all of that. That sounds very exciting. Sounds like it'll work with what I'm talking about. The idea of hugging, smacking, shoving, and nudging people to do the right thing. Absolutely. And that would just be part of looking at your processes and working out where you should make things better. Other people that I found interesting, Kelly Shortridge writes a lot about this. Wolf Golech writes a lot about this. Dr. Nicole Forsgren writes a lot about this. She was very involved in setting up and creating the whole idea of DevOps. And we definitely can learn a lot from how IT has adopted DevOps and lean and agile and use it in information security, not only for application security, but for our own stuff and also for supporting the business. And that is pretty much that. I'll take you back to my personal details slides so that you can scan the QR code if you want to. And thank you very much.
That was a fantastic talk, Alan. As always,
Usual.
able to impress us with your Excel skills. And as normal, I think we agree on the same things, but we just disagree on some of it. But that's usual.
It makes for a good laugh, yeah.
This is why when we catch up, it's always interesting.
It always is, yeah.
We have two questions, one slightly not serious and one serious.
Okay.
So on the oil versus duct tape question, my kitchen is on fire because I'm cooking chicken. Do I use oil or duct tape?
I would probably at that point just throw everything at the problem.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. So I guess you got to break it down to do you actually need controls or do you need process? I think at that point you need process, and the process is to leave the house.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. And a question from one of your fans. Alan, your presentation is full of advice about a variety of things. What advice do you wish someone had told you when you were just starting out?
Yeah, probably a lot about this. I think one of the main things is as we've gone through is try and take yourself out of the process. If you're in the process, you don't scale very well. You should try and kind of work out how you can take yourself out of the process. So automation is a nice way to do that. Getting people to help you, so your IT guys to do the patching, and you monitor it and work with them to see what the where things are going wrong. And yeah, just basically get all that done. I think the other thing is also, if I have to give advice to people that are just starting off, not everyone knows everything, and people come across as being very smart and knowledgeable and stuff. We're all making it up as we go along. So if you have good ideas, probably your manager or the people around you, or people at conferences will, be very keen to hear how it is that your solution might solve things. Speak up. Don't be scared to do that.
That is an absolutely great answer. And as always, it's a privilege to have you on the show. The con. One day we will give you a keynote. I just don't know when. I don't know how long I can keep peddling this whole not giving you and Louis a keynote. Maybe you'll get somebody else to give you a keynote first. Who knows? Maybe.
We'll see. But yeah, thank you very much for having me on. It's always a pleasure. This is my favorite conference out of all of them, for sure.
Thanks very much,
I get to do what I want.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we want to have it. Like, everyone gets to do something they're passionate about, which is awesome.
All righty. Thank you.
No worries. So I hear you're hungry, Shanna.
I'm starving. I went and made some toast. I did. I already made some toast earlier.
So the great news is, yeah, we have a break now. So noting we ran a little over time, and that was not anyone's fault. That's just because we had some awesome speakers. We're going to say that we'll come back at 3:05, whatever time zone I'm currently standing in. I think it's Australian Eastern Standard Time. That's
UTC plus 10.
Yeah, UTC plus 10. That's 13 minutes from now. So everyone has a roughly 15-minute break. Please go ahead and go get a drink, go get some food, have a bit of a relax, go walk. Don't hurt your back like I have by sitting on the sofa all day. Don't you look at me like that. Yeah, we will see you soon. Thank you very much, everyone.
You're supposed to.
Brand. That one. We're a minute early. Your mic's on, or your speakers are on. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to say I'm not normally a slut shamer, but my dog is such a fucking slut. Like, look at him.
Well, if you got it, flaunt it.
He's like, I want everyone to pay attention to me and give me belly rubs. He's not even come near me this entire weekend.
Oh, Lulu's like that. Lulu will sit on somebody else's lap.
Yeah, he spent the entire weekend. Alex has got Rose, you can't see that. Dana's got 0, and I'm like, why do I even look after you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, you. Anyway, I hope everyone had a restful break. We are now going to move on to our next speaker. So I am going to bring him on. Good afternoon, Ben. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, we are fantastic. I see a
Love that
ComfyCon t-shirt.
Yes. Product placement.
Yes. Remember, we make no money apart from for big chicken. Even though people think we do. Ben, tendies versus nuggies. Do you have an opinion on this matter?
Look, if it were me, I would be on the tendies side, but my children would definitely go the nuggies. So
I think
I would have to get both.
Are tendies just an adult version of nuggies? I think that's what we're finding out now.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Rose.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
and
Rose.
by the way, I was going to do how to make a espresso martini, but I ran out of time.
Oh, no. We'll just have to fit that in later. So Ben is the CEO of Sidearm, who are hiring, by the way, and Ben will be talking about later. Prior to Sidearm, Ben has worked as a cybersecurity professional at a number of organizations in the defense sector. He worked at Hyvent, and he has a Bachelor of Business from RMIT University. So Ben is going to be talking to us about politics infighting, but hopefully not the kind of politics which, by the way, if you haven't seen the news, if you're not watching, everyone's got to enroll to vote because we have to vote in a month, unfortunately.
Democracy Sausage Day is happening.
Democracy Sausage Day has been announced. So, Ben, we will leave you alone to talk about your awesome topic.
Cool, thank you. Yes, no, we're not talking about politics. We're talking about organizational politics. Yeah, I've been introduced. That's fine. I've been in security long enough to have grey hair, but not long enough to have wrinkles yet. So here we go. We are hiring. Thank you for mentioning that. We're looking for a site reliability engineer, TAM, etc., etc. If you know anyone, please let us know. We'd be really keen to get to know them. Okay, so why am I talking about this? A lot of security work is actually selling, believe it or not. So I've done consulting sales before, and that's typically not that bad. You'd have one stakeholder to sell to. But since being at Sidearm, you're actually dealing with product sales, and you actually have to involve a lot of people across the organization. So from IT folks to procurement folks, there'd be security assurance or GRC people getting involved. And then you actually might have the buyers of the technology being different people from the users of the technology. So I just went through one of the more bruising sales cycles I've ever had with a prospective customer, and I don't have an outcome after a year. And I came to the conclusion that some of this is actually very similar to what we do in security. So in most cases, you don't own the outcome. There might be, IT folks over there who need to uplift AD. There might be HR folks who need to change a process and so on. So a lot of cybersecurity is actually selling or convincing these people to do the right thing. And the reason it's so hard and problematic is because of this principal agent problem on the screen. So the principal might be over here and they might own a process or an asset or resource and have responsibility for it. They may or may not be knowledgeable about something or security or IT or whatever, and they might delegate an activity to an agent who works on their behalf. Now, the agent should make decisions in the best interests of the principal, but there's always a degree of self-interest there, which is why you have the potential for conflict of interest. And the elements of the diagram might be familiar. Like you see this in other areas such as law or financial services where there's a high chance of conflict of interest. So financial services is a great example. In Australia, you had the banks buy a bunch of wealth management firms who provide financial advice, and funnily enough, they recommended products that the banks who owned them, took lots of fees for. Or if you go back a ways, you get Enron, the Enron board of directors selling off shares before the market knew about, the fraudulent accounting information that really made the company go under. And this is why the financial services industry is so highly regulated. But the principal agent problem really also exists within an organization as well. You just don't really see it because it's a less formal structures. So the more formal ones being, say, a shareholder installing a board to look after their interests, who then manages the CEO. But you might also see a leadership team delegating stuff to security, who then might delegate stuff to IT, or HR to IT, or legal to IT. So the challenge is, how do you make it so that where a person has self-interest, that they still act in the best interests of whomever they're acting on behalf of? This matters because when you have the principal agent problem, you get what's called moral hazard. And the usual outcome of this is where one of the actors, the agent, takes on risk because they don't have to bear the consequences or the full costs of that risk. Does that sound familiar? But that can only really occur when there's information asymmetry between the principal and the agent. So if the principal, the owners of the risk, don't know what risks they're taking on, they can't make appropriate decisions, and that the agents might be taking on their behalf. In addition, if you think about any kind of macroeconomic system or model, you have externalities, and externalities are those things that are not measured or accounted for in that economic system. So when you look at, for example, the mining or energy industry, carbon is released into the atmosphere, and it's not accounted for unless you have a price of carbon to bring it back into that economic model. The organization pushes that cost of that carbon onto society. And the problem in cybersecurity is that we're not very good at measuring the costs of risk. So it's very hard to communicate risk and bridge that information asymmetry. So it's very hard to, say, build that cost into organizational budgets as well. So our first job as a security professional is really to understand and communicate these risks and externalities to all the stakeholders in the organization. And our second job is to make sure that none of these costs or externalities are dumped on the security team insofar as possible. Another outcome of the principal agent problem is agency costs. So whenever you have agency occurring, there will always be costs associated with that. There might be, say, money or time or the quality of the outcomes. Again, talking about a board of directors working on behalf of shareholders, they're getting paid fees to make sure that the CEO does the right thing, and that's a cost for the shareholders to bear. It's really just a cost of doing business. But within an organization, those costs still apply. So you might have, paying for security folks to make sure that shareholder assets are safe. You might have projects and project teams, making sure that IT projects are delivered to business requirements. You might have, say, procurement teams, making sure that there's no corruption in procurement processes. There's always some sort of agency cost to organizational processes. So projects are probably the most common way that security controls slip, or you get changes in your organization's control baseline. So you might have a project manager working on behalf of the IT organization to deliver some service or system. And it's in the interest of the project manager to get the project done on time and on budget, but not necessarily to deliver security. These are some examples, by the way, I'm going through. So the security organization needs to make sure that the risks and costs are well understood across the organization. So making sure that the owner is defined, that they understand that they own the risk and they have to contribute to the budget to remediate any control deficiencies. I've seen quite a few cases where the ownership of controls just slips magically into the lap of the security team. In one particular case, I've seen the project manager was delivering sort of an outsourced IT network monitoring platform via a third-party service. And it was all hooked up to the vendor's network and shipping a lot of telemetry to a network overseas and giving the vendor remote access to the tooling in the organization's network. but they engaged with the cybersecurity team right at the project closeout. So there was no opportunity to review it, kind of job done and walk away kind of thing. So there had to be a lot of post-project work to evaluate the risk the organization was taking on. Another failure mode that exists, and this one's a bit more personal to me. So I've been, again, going through procurement for sidearm at a particular organization. And most projects have some sort of feature bake-off between, best of breed product versus an everything burger. And, the agency effects are there. So the security team wants a solution that they, solves their problems. There might be a project team that looked for a solution to solve multiple use cases. There's an enterprise architect that was looking to find solutions that fit their design patterns. And then management, of course, was involved for, financial reasons, basically looking at vendor consolidation. So the end result of this process was that you were looking at a 4 or 5 month delay on this project getting delivered. There were multiple committees involved with all the time that they took up, months of writing business cases and other supporting material, and hundreds of person hours with no outcome. So you have to be careful when you're doing project work that you don't really chew up too much of your, create too many agency costs when you're trying to achieve something. This one was pretty brutal too. This is one example where there was an insider threat from inside the security team. So this one was, in this case, there was a program to uplift security across the organization. And they pulled staff in from other areas of the organization to help with security uplift. So some team members didn't have a security background or experience in security, which is fine. We spent time coaching them and providing advice, sort of like a train the trainer gig. But there was one particular person who just seemed to actively undermine efforts of the security team. It did feel like Stockholm syndrome. They came from the IT organization and would let the IT teams really do what they wanted. And the organization had most of the network using an SOE for all their systems, which, while it needed some work, was relatively secure. But there was a segregated enclave in the network to house all the legacy systems that didn't conform to the SOE. And they had a genuine business reason to do this. That's fine. They were important, but not important enough to rebuild. And this individual was providing advice that poked holes in that network segregation. So when you're talking about agency, organizations are not well equipped to deal with bad faith actors in there, or at least it takes a lot of time to weed them out. In this particular case, the agency cost was that the rest of the security team had to monitor the advice he was giving and making sure that the organization was still doing the right thing. CISO, the CISO gig is a tough role. So they effectively operate, I would argue, as the agent of the CISO. So there, can be often information asymmetry between the pair. There might be, so there needs to be a high degree of trust and engagement with the executive team. And a lot of the success of the security program depends on how well the CISO manages upwards and delegates downwards. And the more time that a CISO has to spend managing upwards, the less time they have to set direction downwards. The best I've seen is where the CISO enjoyed the trust and support of the executive team, and the security team below the CISO functioned extremely effectively because they had work delegated to them appropriately, could make decisions, etc. Another organization had literally no security policy, and they couldn't publish security policy because the organization's constitution required board level approval to get it through. It was literally too hard to get through this process. So that meant that the security team had no authority to enforce security in the organization. The impact of that was that the CISO was absent a lot because they had to spend time managing upwards and arguing for things to affect change. And below the CISO, it was rudderless because they didn't have the time to sort of set direction below them. So when you're in an organization, what you're trying to do is achieve alignment of interests. And it's easier to do if you're in a position of authority, like the CISO or above. But if you can't do it, you can at least be aware of where your interests are not aligned and find places to get aligned. And like Alan said, talking about the desire path, if you can make it easier to do the right thing and add friction when they're not doing the right thing, it makes things a lot easier for you as well. Some other tools are thinking about, formal and informal authority between the different stakeholders. And the organizational structure will have a lot to do with this, and where security is positioned with the organization. But formal and informal authority is something you need to consider when you're managing stakeholder dynamics, and whether, which type of power to use when you're addressing problems in the organization. So one of the formal sort of authorities is policy, and this can be super boring, but it's one of the most important pieces of formal authority you can have. It's really important to have your policies documented, published, where they're accessible, and endorsed by someone up as far up the organization as you can. It also needs to be communicated and supported by the executive organization, because the simple fact is it's really hard to get stuff done without policy. And if you don't have policy to affect any change, you need to rely on culture. So while policy is important, like culture is probably, I would argue, more important. And the way I describe culture is how the organization behaves when there are no formal structures to guide them. Where policy is formal authority, having that informal authority and building culture will get through any policy problems. The organization where the CISO had no security policy was basically looking at 5 to 10 years of building culture to overcome the lack of security policy. But a good culture will impact, how much influence operations you need to do within the company, and increase your chances of success as a security team. Another thing you should really do if you're in the security team is get to know your organization's procurement processes. So in some organizations, they can be quite lax, particularly in smaller ones, but in government or regulated industries, it can be more challenging because of those principal agent problems I mentioned. So if you want to get stuff done, if you want to put a new technology in or whatever else, get to know who can approve what their delegations of authority are, what artifacts or justifications you need to get through those approval gates, and also get your vendor to help you through this process. So I'm not saying that you need to circumvent it, but certainly it'll maximize your opportunities to improve your security posture. Right. Lastly is just get to know everyone in your organization and the team you're working with. Go have coffee with them if you can. I know you're all probably working remotely now. Make sure you have those water cooler conversations, not just with security team, but legal, HR, IT, executives, because when you get to know them, you get the gossip of what's happening around the business, and you won't get blindsided by any initiatives that impact security. It'll also help you understand those intra-organizational relationships and, who has the principal and agent roles in various parts of the organization. So once you're able to understand those interests that are going on and who's leveraging what to achieve their own goals, you're probably better off navigating the different political structures and get better security outcomes as well. Any questions?
I think that was an awesome talk to start talking about some of the... I think one of the things we always try and do in ComfyCon is to talk about the things that are not directly technology related. And a lot of the things you've talked about there are things that I'm sure everyone has seen. I know the project manager who then does security right at the end and say, oh, surely you should be able to do that in 15 minutes and not actually involve us. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? That's not a thing we can do. That is... you would have had to involve us during the design time, and then it would have taken 15 minutes. But because you've engaged us now, it's like, crap. I know of exactly a project that I did that, and I had to do it over Christmas and develop the SOD, the SOA, and all those IRAP documentation over Christmas because the capability needed it. So I think it's really important. Ignore them. I think it highlights a lot of...
It's surprisingly more common.
Yeah,
I think it's more common than you think. Project teams, you need probably the dirtiest ones. You need to keep your eye on them all the time, and that's why talking to stakeholders is really important. Just always get to know them, get to know what's going on, figure out where the change is coming, because that's what'll get you.
security being proactive, right? Going out and asking these questions and saying, look, what are you working on? How can we help you? Rather than assuming that things are going to come to you. I mean, in a perfect world, if you have the right processes, they will, but also you can't assume that, because some people, no matter where they are, they will always say security will slow me down, therefore I'm not going to engage them and have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I think that's a function of their prior experiences. So, you know, if they've had experiences where it has slowed them down before, they're less likely to engage. But I think, you know, again, about, you know, making the security processes, where, you know, how you engage with the project teams as frictionless as possible, I think is the best way to do it. And just make process exceptions hard for them, so they naturally sort of come to you and do the right thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, thanks very much, Ben. It was great to have you. And again, if you're looking for a position, Sidearm are hiring. They are looking for people right now, so please go have a look at them. They're an amazing team of people.
Cool.
Highly recommend.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, everyone.
They're barking because the delivery just arrived, because someone decided they wanted food. So
That's probably good timing.
It is good timing. What for? Oh, for food?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah,
I've still
absolutely.
got. Someone reminded me in the oh no, he's a bit wet.
Why is the bear wet? That is not a question I want to know the answer to.
This is Droppy.
It's very cute. That's Droppy.
ComfyCon? Yeah, from
Oh,
ComfyCon.
okay.
He's been drinking my espresso martini with me.
I hear Droppy has a call for papers open at the moment.
Droppy does have a call for papers open at the moment, and Droppy will be accepting those call for papers in August, and the conference is in September, and it is a super fun in-person conference. Conferences with the acronym CC are generally fucking awesome.
I think there's 3 of them. I can't remember the third one, but I vaguely recall there's a third one in Australia.
Can't be that important then if we don't know.
No, obviously not. Yeah. The other thing to remind people is that B-Sides Melbourne have also just announced their dates as well, which just so happen to be the weekend after ComfyCon. Therefore, keep an eye out for the call for papers and the tickets going out for that one. That's going to be amazing. I may go to both. I don't know.
I think you should. I think we need to do some kind of talk together. Maybe.
Oh, you're going to make me do a talk together, are we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be that'll be worthwhile. You can bring your scooter. There's heaps of scooters up in Brisbane, though.
I don't think I'm allowed to take the scooter on the plane.
We'll just hire them.
Okay, we'll just hire scooters.
I'll be submitting for both. Definitely, both conferences are going to be insanely good.
ComfyCon, that's right. ComfyCon is also CC, but that's New Zealand. But they're also awesome as well, and they're happening soon as well. I think. Yeah, they announced their dates. Con? Sorry.
There's a Christchurch con as well.
Christchurch, yeah, that's what I mean. So the next talk is going to be by Hoodie Pony and Katniss Melb. We, for various reasons, Katniss Melb cannot present. Dan Hoodie is sitting next to me, but Katniss can't present, so they've recorded their talk. So we send love to both of them. I mean, I'm going to give Dan a hug in a second. But there's going to be a video with their presentation. So we hope you enjoy that.
Jump in for 2 seconds.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to. Just because I want to stress to people watching and people who maybe haven't put in a paper for ComfyCon in the past and they're a little bit afraid, if you want to record your talk beforehand, we're more than happy for you to record your talk and get some feedback, or so you don't need to be doing it on the fly. That is so cool. If you don't want to have your video on, you don't need to have your video on. Like, whatever is going to make you comfortable to share what you would like to share. So that was just a little bit I wanted to add in.
That is fair. And look, now that we've worked out technology that actually kind of works a bit better with videos, Zoom was not working well with videos. It was not working at all. But now
we didn't have audio for a while.
And not audio, So now
thanks Hoodie for StreamYard. Thanks, Hoodie.
So without further ado, we will hand over to those two.
Hi, I'm Katniss Melb.
And I'm Hoodie Pony, here to share some parables for self-care. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of unceded land upon which we present from today, and pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and upcoming. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders here today.
From war stories shared with us, learn from these experiences, and hopefully you would do better than these cautionary tales shared here today.
Why are we doing this? As we've been working from offices for the past couple of hundreds of years, there are cultural expectations and safety differences to working from home, often overlooked. Remote work and working from home is the new normal. As COVID practically ended the physical constraints of the traditional 30-mile radius to the office. With new opportunities brought by new remote, digital-centric environments, different and new hazards surfaces. There is a lot of resources out there to help organizations survive. But what about us, the worker? The changing landscape of work resulting in common pitfalls with workplace culture, mental health, and cybersecurity burnout. We feel compelled to bring this into conversation. Legally, the company's obligations are to its shareholders, so we, individuals, need to make our own efforts to keep ourselves safe, survive, and thrive. Thus, we are sharing a few parables and lessons learned to help kickstart this conversation with you. But before that, a quick disclaimer. These stories do not represent any specific individuals, and any similarities may be purely coincidental. Stories are sometimes told in the first person for narrative purposes, and do not necessarily represent personal experience. These may also be similar experiences which we have heard from others and amalgamated them into the stories we tell today. Well, I'm a dog, so yeah. With that in mind,
Let's start with pre-employment. So for our first case study, the ease of recruiting online and setting up of virtual offices makes it difficult to ascertain whether a recruiter posting jobs for a new local company in an online portal is the real deal. This particular case is about a person who was recruited via a local Australian online job portal and was told that they'll be helping set up a new company here. As the first local hire, they were expected to work 100% from home and was promised the flexibility to help grow the company. Part of the growth challenges was the need to use the new employee's personal bank account as the receiving account for a commission-based transaction and do a fund transfer. It turned out that it was a fake company that was recruiting people and using them as money mules. What can we learn from this? First, watch out for job offers that are too good to be true. Second, do your due diligence. Check background and the company where you go. And then when applying for jobs, not only should you keep track of the job description and company details, keep a record of the job ad. Should things turn out to be dodgy, you can report the scam job ad and recruiter to the local Australian job portal. And lastly, report this to the police and to the bank. Now, for the second case study, during the interview process, a job description for the role was only provided during the later stages of the interview process. To the applicant's shock, they were expected to perform the equivalent workload of several roles, both on the defensive and offensive security sides. It was then made clear to them that they were to perform their defensive security duties during business hours and expected to deliver additional offensive security duties such as pen testing after hours. Even if you are working from home and you don't need to commute to and from the office, this set of expectations is unfair and unreasonable. What can we learn from this? First, understand what are the typical expectations from an employer. Negotiate to have your scope of work to be defined properly. Be willing to walk away if the potential employer wouldn't budge. Second, if you still decide to go for a job that requires 5 people to do it, clarify immediately about the work hours. We have national employment standards in Australia that govern our hours of work.
Next, let's talk about some leading indicators you can use pre-employment. Sometime in the past, during the recruitment process, there was an internal HR person which, after locking in time for an interview, cancelled the interview, asking for a reschedule. Eventually, after a few reschedules, we nailed down a time for an initial interview. After that, the conversation progressed with the hiring manager, which mentioned that, well, I was a good candidate, a good fit for the organization, and told that, hey, we'll like you to get started. HR will be in touch shortly. However, the HR person felt that they didn't have enough information, and over the next few days gave a few unscheduled calls, about an hour long, with random role-adjacent trivia questions. Then, after some back and forth, went silent. Any emails asking for a progress update went ignored and unanswered over more than a month. Well, I guess I got ghosted. Many months later, at an event, I ran into some people that worked at that organization, which shared more than a few horror stories about a toxic work environment there, and that they were bleeding talent without being able to hire anyone. I guess I dodged that bullet. What can we learn from this? An interview is a two-way conversation. When do you think an organization would best treat you? Of course, when they're trying to sell you on joining them. Use this process to understand the organization's culture, especially if they would respect you and your time. Find out if the organization is indeed a good fit for you and for how you want to work and the culture that you want to be part of. Especially when remote working, ask for examples of rituals and accommodations they've put in place to support a healthy and balanced remote work environment. At this stage, if you're not observing and experiencing culture or behavior you like from the company, decide if it's worth while proceeding. Trust your gut and move on if you can. This may indeed sound like a very privileged thing to say, but the demand for technology professionals, and especially cybersecurity professionals, afford us this privilege, and your recruiter knows this.
Case study 4. As an adult, there are obligations that must be met, like bills to pay. In an employment situation, the employer has obligations to pay their employees the correct wages within the pay period. When you are not physically in the office, if they forget that you exist and forget to pay your salary, this is a violation of national employment standards. If this organization is in the field of InfoSec and they neglect to fulfill their obligation to their employees in terms of paying their salary on time, how can you expect them to fulfill their obligations to upholding their end to you as a client and protect your secrets? What can we learn from this case study? First, remember that this kind of behavior are red flags. Always check your bank account. Remember to also check your super fund and check the ATO website for the deadlines on when the super contributions from your employer are due. If you're dealing with an international company and they say that international money transfers take time to clear, document this. Having delayed salary issues affect not just your financial health, but also your mental health.
Our next case study. Let's talk about avoiding the pitfalls of invisible work. Within the last week, how many times have you done work that is not your main responsibility or deliverable? Now, of that, how much of that work done is not counted against your performance, but have found that this have impacted the amount of time you have to work on your main deliverable? Early in the transition to remote work, a significant portion of the day was taken up by filling out paperwork, video conferences, responding to emails, and Slack messages from your manager and colleagues. Then taking time out to jump into video conferences to help your colleagues with questions that they may have that may not be directly relevant to your main deliverable. Because it's, well, way easier to spend time in a short call than writing hundreds of emails back and forth to figure out what's going on. Or that your colleague saw an opening in your calendar and scheduled a meeting because, well, you were available. Next thing you realize, most of your day is gone. Done a bunch of work, but none of this is specific to the project or task that you were supposed to do or have been assigned. But because all of this work isn't tracked, your manager sees the availability and assigns you more, despite already being overloaded. Sounds familiar? Well, you've got a case of invisible or hidden work. All too often, despite already overloaded, more gets piled on and simply told to better manage your time because all this glue work you've done is simply just not visible. This is especially difficult when you're not in the same physical space, where all this work done can be observed serendipitously. Extra and specific effort needs to be put into making this work visible, or it will be an express route to exhaustion and burnout. What can we do to prevent this? There is no simple answer, unfortunately. As an employee, try to make the work you do visible to your manager and team. Work with your colleagues to be more overt, with thanking each other for the help and participation in glue work. Any successful effort requires a partnership with both the employee and management to make accommodations for a remote-friendly workplace. Partnering with the team, management needs to put affordances in processes and rituals to ensure glue work is considered, valued, and appreciated. If you don't have such processes in place, trust and organizational culture will quickly suffer, thus affecting productivity. Corporate culture and the welfare of your employees are crucial to the organization's success, especially in today's environment where cybersecurity talent is extremely constrained and under a lot of stress. When we were physically in the same space, various nonverbal communications help communicate the business was functioning well. But with remote, it is a fundamentally different environment with different challenges. From a management perspective, put yourself into your employee's shoes and your team's shoes and ask, how are you supporting your team? Set the example for respecting work-life balance and your team's health. Some red flags are: don't go asking questions in Slack during the weekend and expect the team members to respond ASAP. Don't give your team actions on a Friday afternoon, knowingly that it will take more than the few hours that is remaining, and ask for a progress update Monday morning. It creates an undue pressure for that person to work over the weekend. When virtual, sometimes over-communicating, especially asynchronously, is advantageous, especially internally. This helps ensure that the team has all the information they need to do what they need to do. Also, set reasonable expectations for synchronous and asynchronous communication response times and other cultural expectations, such as, well, scheduling meetings. Lastly, provide mental health support options with guidance that it's okay to not be okay, and follow up this guidance with action, giving the team adequate rest when they need it. The GitLab All Remote guide is a good reference on what to do. Talent portability is at an all-time high. Burnout and a toxic workplace culture is a surefire way to encourage your employees to move on. Without people to do the work, running a business becomes quite a bit more challenging.
As job seekers and employees, we need to take care of ourselves and support each other. First, don't be afraid to ask around the community and ask community members for feedback and advice. Good organizations will have positive advocates. Don't be afraid to share what you know, to grow the community's knowledge of what's expected and appropriate. Second, information sharing is very important. Answer salary surveys, fill up company reviews. Third, clarify and get specifics if the job description is too broad or unclear. Ask what the day-to-day delivery expectations are. Being responsible for multiple jobs is a quick way to exhaust yourself. Fourth, read and understand the contract. If you're going to work for a company based overseas, find out if you're going to be covered by their laws or our laws. And lastly, consider joining a union. We are stronger together. Join the collective. Find the right union for yourself. In the wake of this pandemic, when we are all feeling exhausted, may the things we have shared help you not just survive, but thrive. In order to care for others, we truly need to make sure that we care for ourselves too. Remember this: if companies fail, company owners move on. But we only have one life. Well, I'm a cat, so I have at least 8 more lives.
Thank you. We'll take any questions in the chat.
So as you can see, we have animals among us. And I think if you also notice and you are playing along with bingo, you may have also just ticked off a bingo card item. Just subtly hinting, hint, hint. Shanna, we've got a bit of time before the next speaker. Espresso martinis, tell us more.
Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Do you want me to go? I can go quickly run away and grab my ingredients. 1 second.
Yeah, let's go with that. We're gonna do this live and ready.
Do you want me to make one live?
No.
I have to bring my phone. It's gonna be like a bit of a
that'd be
hassle.
just bring the ingredients.
I'll bring the ingredients and talk everyone through it. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. I'll keep everyone interested until we start. I don't know with what. Should I dance? No. Sing? No. I'm looking at people for advice, but they're all on computers around me. Help. Blink twice if you need help. I think somebody said to me yesterday. Well, it's because they noticed there were people in my house, and they're like, "Why are there people in your house?" And I'm like,
"No, we're just making sure that the AI doesn't go rogue."
Yeah, they're making sure I don't go rogue.
There's no hope about me not going rogue.
I know, but that's what we're always here for. Goggin says I should just keep drinking. I'm out of wine, but I'm drinking. I found Coles had this Arizona iced tea that all the Americans keep talking about.
Did you add vodka?
I haven't added vodka.
You've never had it before?
No, I'd never had it before. Arizona
iced
tea. I've got another bottle through there.
Arizona iced tea is
incredible.
I could suggest this.
Oh, what's
that? Nice.
Oh, cold brew.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Cold brew coffee liqueur.
Yeah.
Shot of this. A shot of non-Russian vodka.
Yes,
from New Zealand.
don't drink Russian vodka.
42 below.
Yeah.
Shot of vodka. And I did not bring my coffee machine, but a shot of espresso.
Yep.
Stick it in a shaker. Shake with ice. Pour
Shake
into
it
a
like a
martini glass
Polaroid
and
picture
drink.
for those
Shake
who
it like
are
a Polaroid picture.
as old as we are.
Yeah, but apparently there was that whole thing where Polaroid came back to him and went, you're not actually meant to shake it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it's actually a thing. You're not actually meant to shake a Polaroid.
I mean, that kind of ruins my entire
Lesson
view
learned,
of
right? Yeah, I know.
What was the band? Hey Ya. It was Andre
Yeah, I know
Ice
the song,
Cold
and
3,000. Oh no. Now I've got that stuck in.
Outcast.
Yeah.
It's Outcast of the band.
Yes.
But now I've got, for some reason, I've got the guy who did Mambo No. 5 stuck in my head as well.
No,
I don't know
please do
why.
not. No,
that was
please,
like
please
5
no,
years
please no.
beforehand.
Please no. I beg you.
Even my dad has messaged me saying don't sing. Like, that's how much he does not want me to sing right now. I'm almost tempted to be like the rebellious teenager and just sing because my dad has told me not to. Like, he should know better by now. First InfoSec talk with fursuit head on. Look, if somebody wants to send a InfoSec talk with a fursuit head on, I'm sure we'll allow it. That'd be pretty good. Anyway, I think we've BS'd enough. Or, I don't know, have we? I'm just going with the flow today. You're on mute. I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to keep going. Anyway.
Sorry, no, I have a little bit of a crisis that I need to deal with. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, you deal with your crisis. I will just keep talking for a bit, or I will introduce our next speaker. But I really want you to introduce the next speaker, so I'll just wait. Because the next speaker, unfortunately, has to work with Shanna. So, yes, that's very unfortunate for them. Again, a reminder, for all of our speakers, if you have questions, please put them in the Q&A chat in Discord. Also, a reminder that you can buy ComfyCon merch, which now has a variant of the t-shirt, which has the big farming logo we included earlier, because, again, we're trying to support big farming and big chicken. If you went there earlier, you probably don't get the joke, but you probably will be. As you can tell, I'm rambling because I'm helping support, because I really want Shanna to introduce the next speaker, because they know a lot better than I do. Why are people singing Let It Go? Is that because they want me to sing Let It Go? I mean, I'm not singing Let It Go. I don't have small children. I'll sing, what's the latest one? Encanto. That was the latest one. I've got We Don't Talk About Bruno stuck in my head, but yeah. People are tagging me in things. Why are people tagging me in things? Yes, Bex also says, yay, back. All right, I'll introduce Beck, and Shannon will come back at some point. Beck, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So while Shanna isn't here, give us the goss. What's she like to work with? Is she absolutely as horrible as she appears?
Totally, yeah.
Yep.
No, she is amazing. She's really good.
And Bex as well?
Bex is great. Okay. They're both up there.
Okay. And I believe this is your first talk as well.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Well, that's great.
A little bit nervous, but I am here and I'm ready to go. So we're good.
Don't be nervous. Everyone is very lovely. And your talk is also very interesting to everyone because it's the fourth one of our talks where somebody is talking about how they moved into InfoSec as well. So I will add you to the stream. And the interesting one about Beck is, and I will get to my speakers list, that she's new to the IT world and spent most of her career in the mining industry in HR and payroll. So really keen to hear your story, Beck, and I will let you take it away.
Awesome, thank you. So yes, I'm Beck, and as the title suggests, I'm going to briefly share my learnings and observations on how my career to date has led me to my current role in the cyber world, and how I feel that the skills I've developed are relevant and desirable in the industry. So to get things started, we need to take a step back in time. So I'm going to try and briefly summarize my relatively short career while at the same time pointing out some skills and thoughts or themes that in hindsight have shaped me as a person and helped lead me to where I am today. My dog was just coming in, of course. So when I was a kid, I wanted to be a vet. I loved animals and I still do, but I quickly learned that I do not like blood or needles and I'm emotional. I couldn't bear the thought of the sad and serious nature of this job. So then I went on to wanting to be a teacher. But as the time grew closer to deciding where to do work experience, I met someone who was in HR. And she said something along the lines of, HR is like being a teacher, except instead of kids, it's adults. Hot tip, don't Google image search on your work computer, baby adult, to try and find something funny to add to your presentation. So I went on to do work experience at her workplace and then on to uni to study HR as part of the business degree. So generally, we're taught to decide early on what we want to be when we grow up and then stick to this. We pick subjects at school to help us get into a good uni and our chosen degree, and then we get a job in that field and eventually we retire in that role. We are also taught that hard work pays off. If you work hard, you'll get ahead. But realistically and generally, it's not what you know, but who you know, and networking. All right, so now I'm getting towards the end of my degree and I'm thinking that I might like to get some real work experience because the jobs that I've had at KFC and Bunnings so far haven't been real enough. Someone I met at uni, networking, offered for me to come and help out with some filing and archiving at her workplace. This happened to be in the accounts department and I got a pass conceded for accounting at uni. And this was nowhere near HR. So again, through networking, I met someone who introduced me to someone else and so on until I ended up in a data entry / benefits administration role, which was falling loosely under the HR umbrella. So I've made it, right? I'm technically in HR and now I will be forever. No, my journey through the world of HR is not what I thought it would be, and I was hung up on this for a while. I thought I'd be a generalist HR, move into a specialist role, and then a strategic HR business partner. I ended up doing a lot of things that I really disliked and swore I'd never do again, looking at payroll, and wondered why I wasn't doing a job that I loved. Of course, that's normal, and of course there were times I loved what I was doing, but I didn't feel like I had found my purpose. I was a HR officer, and I've since learned that the role title does not always equal what you actually do. I was leading and supporting various projects, doing a ton of reporting, becoming a systems SME, training new starters, optimizing and documenting processes, and then one day I had what I call my epiphany. It was actually this exact type of work, the slightly more technical side of things, projects and process improvement that I loved. And it was the broad nature of HR and that more traditional career path that was holding me back. So I started positioning myself towards a HR systems or IT related career path. I completed a coding course to give me a taster for how things work on the other side, and I tried to unpack what it meant to be interested in technology and where this could take me. And then finally, one day, through networking again, an opportunity presented itself and I took the leap into my current role of engagement manager at Caraflect, where I've been applying many of the skills I've developed in my HR career, while at the same time developing many more new skills in this broad technology / IT / cyber world. So I've set some context around my background and I've started to allude to some of the transferable skills I have. But what I want to talk about now is some comparisons and connections between my previous experience and how it relates in the cyber world. I've taken a lot of inspiration from a recent talk that our CTO Frank delivered, and I've pulled out some HR and payroll related experiences to help to compare this with. So I'll go through some of these now. And I know there's a lot of words on the screen, but I'll just try and talk to some of these points. So not being a 9-to-5 role, I've come from a background of dealing with payroll deadlines, ticket SLAs, sometimes having to work late nights, starting early, and then aligning to operational staff shift rosters from a HR investigation perspective, which I'm sure is very relatable for some in the IT and cyber world. You might be on shift work yourself, having to work public holidays, weekends, late nights, and then of course the classic Friday afternoon incident that comes in. A changing and evolving landscape. So in a HR and payroll perspective, there's obviously lots of legislation, changes to legislation, internal policies, processes being improved, and then restructures. I can't count how many restructures I've been through in my time. Similarly, in cyber, there will be ever-changing tools and techniques and threat actor methods. So having a keenness to learn and being flexible and open to change is important. Generalist versus specialist role. So I've had a fair amount of different roles in my experience and gained a broader operational and business context through this, which has helped give me an understanding of impacts of decisions that are being made to employees and other parts of the business. So being able to then bring that voice to the table where it might not have previously been included. So similarly, in the cyber space, needing to know, I guess, more than just how to do incident response, maybe needing a bit of an understanding of how IT systems work and other related things. Customer emotions and stakeholder management. So these two kind of roll in together a little bit, but particularly from a payroll perspective, dealing with people that are quite stressed and upset, maybe angry and confused, if they may not have been paid correctly or not paid on time. There's a sense of urgency that comes with this, and people will be obviously quite upset if they have bills to pay and they don't have money in the bank. So having empathy and professionalism and a genuine care to help people through these problems. Similarly, for an incident, this is probably the most stressful time for an organisation. They might be facing loss of production, they might be unable to pay their employees and suppliers. Their reputation is going to be on the line in some cases, and they may have just a general fear of the unknown. They might not be technical and not really know what's going on. So then rolling that into stakeholder management and managing expectations. This kind of obviously goes across both sides here. We're solving problems, payroll problem, an incident. We're probably not going to have all the answers up front. Information may be hard to get, and it may take time to figure things out. So being aware, I guess, of your potential delay in communications. If you're sitting there working away on something and not getting back to somebody, that's probably going to feel a lot longer to them than it does to us. But being upfront and honest with people is a good way to go about it. They may not like what we have to say, but at least we're kind of managing their expectations of when things will be done and fed back through to them. And then finally, having a great team and a support network around you. It's fantastic having people that you can troubleshoot ideas with, share your knowledge and learn from, knowing when to have a laugh and also when to knuckle down and get the work done. So just to wrap up then, I need to make one final connection. So when I was preparing my talk, I was obviously reflecting on my career path and conversations that I've had with peers and friends over the years. And I realized that my so-called unconventional career path probably isn't really all that unconventional. And it's already been mentioned that some other people have shared similar experiences. But I did a quick Google image search, a safe one, to try and find something that represented this difference between whatever this unconventional career path is and the traditional career ladder, because I knew I had seen something before. So I typed in squiggly career path, and it very quickly became obvious that I'm not the first person to make this connection. So I've included a couple of links, and we don't have time to go through the video, but these ladies, Helen Tupper and Sarah Ellis, have written a book and done a TED Talk on exactly this, the squiggly career. And that is the end of my talk. Thank you.
Well, I know I always talk about biases, and, I'm pretty biased, but your talk was amazing. And love that you can talk about what those crossover skills are. Is pretty good. But yes, I am also very biased because Beck is amazing. And was, just a ray of light coming into Powerflare and organizing things, which was really good. So yeah, Ian, take over because I'm just going to be like,
you're just going to keep gushing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm curious. When you I can't remember what term it was that you searched that you shouldn't have searched on the company networks. What was the response from your internal company team?
Nothing so far, except for Bex asking me because I told her about it, and she asked if I was on my work computer, and I said yes.
Oh, it'll be fine. Although it does bode well if they can't even pick that up. But anyway, moving swiftly on.
Well, they probably did. You should. It's hilarious sometimes the thing they come up and they'll like DM you on Slack. Were you just doing this? But at least it was squiggly, not furry.
Yes. There's a lot of people who are saying they've also had very, squiggly career paths. Someone pointed out that in New Zealand, there's a lot of librarians to cybersecurity, which I think is an interesting way as well. So I think the really cool thing about this weekend, and you're the last of the 4 talks, but it's also just, you can get into cyber from anywhere. Like if you want to get into cyber from whatever career it is, there's something for you to do, and there's always a pathway there as well. So we've had people who were technical, non-technical. I hate using those words, but again, I haven't gotten anything better at this point in time. They've gone from being teachers, working in banks, HR, every aspect of these things, and yet they all came into cybersecurity. Having said that, they didn't go into the same area of cybersecurity. They've all done different things, and that there's a whole variety of different things. One of my favorite slides that I have at work is a list of all the different kind of careers in cyber, trying to explain to people that cyber is not just one thing. It's a whole bunch of different things that everyone can get involved in. So you've made your path in it. Shanna's made her path in it. Everyone's made their path in it, and they've picked something that they really want to do.
Yeah, we need to think about cyber as an industry like you would think about the financial industry, right? Like within the financial industry, you have lawyers, finance people, bankers, cybersecurity people, project managers, procurement. Like it's not like, cyber is one narrow field. Cyber is an entire industry in itself, and it has all of those pieces that go into an industry too. And we need all types of people, not just the ones that are actually doing the cyber protection or whatever. So it's good for people to know that. Thank you, Beck. And I know I kind of put you on the spot to do this talk originally, but I think it's really important for sharing and people seeing those different pathways in so that they realize there's a lot of different things that you can be doing and how you can get here. So thank you.
No, thank you. Thanks for encouraging me to do this talk. Thank you.
Was this? Yeah, it's another voluntold situation, right? Shanna tells someone. Yeah.
I thought it was a joke at first, and then I was like, "Oh no!"
No! It wasn't a joke. I got a message straight away saying Beck is talking. I'm like, okay. No, thanks very much, Beck.
Thank you. Bye.
No worries. Has your Tandy emergency been sorted? Because that's obviously what it was about, right? It was a Tandy.
Definitely. Tandy emergencies did not get cleaned up. It's somewhat sorted. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
You are back. You need another drink now?
I do need another drink now. But I can do that once we've introduced our next speaker.
I can do that. I will bring them on board. Hello, Ben. How are you today?
Great. How are you doing?
We are doing fantastic. It is 4:00 on a Sunday. We are not sloshed out of our brains, and we are getting through the con. Yet. I did notice you've got a drink with you. What kind of what have you got today?
I've got a Weiss beer.
A Weiss beer. Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Very nice. Where do you fall? I don't know if you've been keeping up with the ComfyCon Twitter and the Discord. Where do you fall on the chicken tendies versus chicken nuggets debates?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go nuggies.
Oh, Shanna. Shanna's getting angry.
Sorry to disappoint.
It's fine.
I did find a recipe online on making chicken nuggets, and they've made them with chicken breast. So it really is kind of squashing my small chicken tendies and not nuggets debate. When
your entire
oddly shaped tendy, right?
Yeah, cut it small and call it a nugget.
How is your life going? It's just like imploded in front of you, hasn't it?
My life.
Well,
I know,
just
right?
thinking like broken by attendees versus nuggies.
I know. My life is now defined by attendees versus nuggies, but I'm just going to run with I'm just going to cut small attendees and then just call them nuggets, and you can all win.
Sounds perfect.
Fine.
Oh, Doggo. Hello, young.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
say hi to the pup.
We will say hello to the pup. Hello. Oh, is that a Labrador?
No, she's a border collie cross kelpie.
Oh, it's very cute.
Aren't you?
We approve very much of doggos on this.
Mm.
Mine are away because they make too much noise. Oh, Shannon.
Oh yeah, she's. I'll pre-warn. She may interrupt.
Oh, look, that's fine. Oh, hello. Which one's that, Shanna? That's
Yoda.
Yoda. Yes, I can tell by the ears.
He's right in the There we go.
Oh, hello, Yoda.
Oh look! Oh look at the puppy.
That's so sweet.
Look at the puppy. Look, Yoda.
I keep joking at my work that Zero is my information security architect. Because he just sits in all my meetings and like barks whenever he thinks something's wrong.
I think I've made a pretty similar joke with this one. Like when I was going to the office a lot more, she was the office dog. She came along as well. So
yeah. No, it's fantastic. Look, your bio is pretty short. Ben is the DevSecOps lead for SecureStack as well as a security. No, am I reading the right one? I am reading
probably.
the right one.
No, I don't like talking about myself, so that's probably why.
As well as a security researcher with a focus on automation. So I will bring your slides up, Ben. There we go.
Thank you.
And you are ready to go.
Cool. So today I'm talking a bit about how we can use open source to create really effective security workflows. I will pre-warn, it sort of started out as a workshop, but it sort of changed tact a little bit just because of some interesting things I've identified. But I guess we'll kick off from that. As we said before, I'm the DevSecOps lead at SecureStack. I have a pretty mixed background. I've done a lot of different technical roles in sort of different parts of tech, from your standard sort of sysadmin where I started to like a DevOps / SRE role, and now more so security. Along with automation, I'm really deeply interested in how we can sort of intersect software development and security, not so much from the perspective of being a bug bounty hunter. Sorry to disappoint, I'm not that exciting. It's more so about how we can prevent the discovery of those bugs, etc. And I'm working on a new project that I'll be introducing today. So just to start off, just a quick overview of what we're going to chat about today, just the landscape where we sit, a few bullshit stats, a bit of an idea about what I do and why it matters and what we can do to make it matter more, the problems we face, and a solution as well. So sort of very straightforward. But we'll just go with stat, which is, every security vendor is going to hit you with 31.7% of CVEs are above an 8 on the CVSS. They read the CVSS reports. That's great. It means effectively nothing. What it really means is that 68.3% of vulnerabilities are going to fill your scanner with rubbish. So that is sort of where a lot of DevSecOps stuff comes in these days, is we're just talking about what we can find, et cetera, et cetera. I don't really find that a very effective approach to it. But the landscape is there, right? There is a lot of vulnerabilities and there are a lot of exposures in apps. We know this, and there are a lot of vulnerabilities and problems in apps. Once again, we know this. They aren't going to go away until we change how we develop software. That's just a fundamental fact as well. We spent far too much time talking about them. I've already spent a bunch of time just then talking about them that we didn't really need to go through. We know that you can prevent these things. It's sort of common knowledge at this point that a lot of these things can be stopped if we do the right thing at the beginning. That isn't necessarily easy. We know that too, but it can be a lot less difficult than we make it these days. Specifically, that's where DevSecOps comes in, which is that prevention does ideally start at conception, but realistically, it gets added after. And there is a better way. So that's where I hit myself up, which is that before someone else says it, DevSecOps is a methodology. It's my job title. I actually don't think it's a job title. I just got really lucky that that became my job title. It is just a way of doing things as opposed to an actual job title. And I think that matters. The methodology does have merit. We do get the best of all worlds. Security people that understand how other business units work, and are embedded and sort of surrounded by those business units, I think that creates the most effective return on investment, specifically in the application security and sort of at the coal face of securing applications you've built yourself more specifically. We also get embedded security throughout the SDLC and an embedded security culture because everyone's talking about it and there's sort of shared responsibility. And yes, that comes down to tooling. I think we do spend a lot of time talking about tooling, and I will preface there is a bit of a tooling talk today in that we are going to bring up tools and sort of what an ideal tool might look like, but I will preface that it is not the only thing that matters, and I think we do spend a lot of time talking about it. And I think that, in a sense, is why DevOps lends itself as both an objectively bad and good security approach, in that the techniques that DevOps introduces to DevSecOps is both good and bad and creates a lot of good and bad things. So that's where we come to the idea of why you should DevSecOps. To sort of reclaim it, I wouldn't sell you something without actually selling it and giving you an idea of what's good about it. So DevSecOps delivers a lot of good things when implemented correctly. You get better software quality through continuous review from all portions and parts of it. It's excellent. Better software security, obviously that's the aim. Reduce security friction and therefore increase security velocity. So we're seeing a lot more return on investment for what you're putting in, and it happens a lot faster at DevOps velocity. You get less noise because humans are still valued. You still get human insight, but you're kind of involving intelligent automations, which is a really powerful way of approaching it. Automation goes burr. It does a good job when it's implemented correctly, but we can't devalue the human element. And also, developers go burr, in that developers are going to do things that developers do, and we love them for that, but they also do bad things. So we need to learn why and how we can change that. Of course, another statistic, 100% of the time, this isn't easy. This is probably the only non-bullshit statistic I pulled out tonight. We know that it's hard to secure things. It's a necessary evil. Much like security, DevSecOps is hard. There are issues with the right people being in the right space. We don't always have the right staff and people that have the right knowledge doing the right things. Automating security is objectively difficult and is a bespoke situation. So we tend to have to do things from scratch every time. Like, I have a set of reusable components, but they're not always applicable and they aren't easily integrated, et cetera, et cetera. And although the toolkit builds up, it requires a lot of specialist knowledge over time. We also get a lot of noise too, because of this siloing. We end up having to push data around in weird ways, whether that's a seam or whether we're creating tickets. It's not great. And I know I'm sort of poking at myself here, being one that works for a vendor, but I don't like vendors either. We've got a lot of these tools that are being pushed out, that are repurposed old tools and don't necessarily add value. And it all becomes a chat about this next great tech. I am over that generally, and I think there needs to be a more open approach to that. So the ideal would be an open source framework. This framework would be largely made up of open source tools that provide for the creation of security workflows. That might be all sorts of different components that reinforce different parts of the SDLC. There's a list of some of them there. That's not by any means exhaustive or complete, but it's just an idea of the kinds of things. This is what I would expected when I went out there. We would have a modular framework where we could turn things off and on. There might be a UI. I'm not that fussed about it, but maybe there's like a YAML file that I can configure and say, do this with this, take the output from this, blah, 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 set a bunch of rules up, along with reusable components, and it should have an API. Finally, there should be some form of integration. We should be able to talk. I should be able to create tickets in Jira. I should be able to create tickets there. I should be able to open a case, whatever I need to do with that information. But I realized something. It doesn't exist. There is no framework really like this that is truly open, that is truly accessible universally. I know there are tools and there are bits and bobs and there are different things that kind of do this for specific platforms, but that's not really the answer. We need something more sort of broad spread and capable of, enrobing things. I've seen a lot of Kubernetes, for example, centric tools, which it's such a small portion of what happens on a day-to-day basis that it doesn't really help us all. So I really did want to build something for this talk. But I realize it's really hard. It's a lot of investment of time, and I do this a lot in my day-to-day job, and I have done it in my day-to-day job, but it was bespoke, and I'm paid to do that. And it really disappointed me that there was no ready builds or easily available something I could take off the shelf and maybe modify a bit without a lot of heavy lifting. So I think it's time to change that. This sort of XKCD image sort of summed it up a lot for me. The idea that everyone has this big high-level dream, but the reality is completely different. And I think that's where we sort of change. So what do? We build it. So I just started this new project. I call it Ramparts. Rampart is a protective barrier. It's something that wraps around something to hold things behind it. The idea is to create an open source centric vendor neutral framework for a DevSecOps toolchain. The components will be modular. They'll be integrated into various components of the SDLC and do many different things. They will all be open source. At the very least, they'll be commercially supported open source. So aim for purely open source, but primarily I realize we're going to find ourselves using commercially supported open source. So being mindful of the license. It also aims to build an integration framework around these components such that you can feed each other's inputs and sort of transform and take output from each other, which allows us to create sort of constructive and build on approaches. It will also provide collaboration integration. So things like Jira, as I mentioned before, really common place to put tickets, especially for software developers, because this is what we're trying to pull into the security lifecycle is software developers. And we want it to suit multiple workloads and design paradigms. So it shouldn't matter if you're building something on a server and it's something that you copy there yourself versus someone who has a serverless app versus someone that has a Docker container driven app, whatever. It doesn't really matter. That shouldn't be, shouldn't affect the availability of tooling. So it's early days. I'm hoping to push an early version of the concept with a couple of modules and sort of like a templating and configuration system over the next couple of months. And I'm sort of reaching out to us for help to build. Look, I'll be honest, this is new, so it's just started for me. I am still architecting what the solution might look like. As I mentioned, I want to reuse open source components to build it as quickly as possible and sort of, it's a lot of pre-built glue is really most of the development work is what we're aiming for, plus a configuration system. That may change. We may need to fill a gap. There'll be a Discord, Matrix, Slack, whatever community I end up doing, whatever. But the real reason for this is to say, if you want to help, I'm looking for anyone. If you can offer hosting, you can offer developers, DevSecOps people, anyone. Please reach out to me. Also, I really like being questioned, and if people feel like I'm wrong or they feel like there's something that we can contribute to instead, I'd love that. So those are some contact details for me there. I will work out a way to keep people or anyone watching or interested up to date anyways through this. But yeah, I thought I'd just sort of have that. And unfortunately, it wasn't the talk I wanted because what I wanted didn't exist. And that's it. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like a really good idea, Ben. So people can get involved by talking to you on Twitter. You're obviously in the ComfyCon Discord as well. I think you'll find a lot of people to call out your bullshit. No, I'm kidding. They're just very...
That's okay.
I think everyone appreciates that, right? The bluntness, the ability to talk about things and to be able to be honest. I think... Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked now, but there's a difference between being blunt and being... mean, I think, like laying things out in a very clear manner versus like bringing personal opinions into it, kind of thing. It's quite interesting
100%.
that everyone in cyber kind of conflates the two a little, but like if you're being clear in expectations, then that's not really being mean, that's just being clear. So it's good to see people actually wanting that as well, which is really awesome.
Yeah, I think we miss out a lot on questioning. In a realm that's all about questioning the norm, we should be really happy to be questioned about our own norms as well, I think, and our own expectations. I think that's really valuable. So yeah, more than anything, I'm really happy to have people call me out on my bullshit, especially with this, because it's something I'm quite passionate about. So it's always great.
That's awesome. There is one question in the Q&A, but if there are more questions, please add them. Has Dagger, I don't know what the project is, has that been on your radar? It seems to be the talk of the town and might suit.
I think it came up in sort of my research into this, and I think in some ways Dagger could be something. I think it's something I need to spend a bit more time on. But what I found is, and I don't know if this is specific to Dagger, but as I mentioned, a lot of them are sort of geared around specific approaches to architecture and specific ways of doing things. Like I found half a dozen tools that focused on providing this to heavily containerized workflows, which is great, but honestly don't come across that many organizations that are purely running in a containerized workflow. A lot of the time you're coming across people who are just running stuff on servers, and there's nothing wrong with that. That scales really well, and we should be sort of democratizing security for everyone no matter what. So yeah, I will take a bit more of a look at Dagger though. Thank you.
I think that's a really good term, actually, democratizing or equality of cyber. Like it's been a couple of different people have talked about like making cyber able to be used by different groups, like small business or normal people or whatever it is. Like it's very difficult sometimes to, like you get that situation where you get 30 million pages of documentation and you need 5 Azure EC2 hosts plus Lambda plus this or whatever. I've seen so many, or you need the one that I hate right now. Sorry, again, I'm going off on a tangent. You need a Kubernetes cluster to install the application.
Don't start me. Sysdig is a great example of that, how all their documentation's geared around Kubernetes clusters. And I'm like, I love the idea of runtime security. I love it, but why is it only K8s? And like, it's just, it's such a minute. Anyways, to avoid specificity, but yeah, I 100% agree. I think I like the word equity and democratization. Those are the two sort of terms I use roughly interchangeably to say that it should be the broad base, not really specific and what's most profitable. That I think is the other annoyance to me, is that it shouldn't just be, it should be about almost treating it like an immune system where the greater that everyone is, the greater of the constitution of greater parts is the goal, where everyone's more secure, therefore everyone is more secure. And most importantly, the end user is more secure, which matters far more than just the company. So
yeah, always putting the end user first. That's been a theme through a whole bunch of things. Look, thanks very much, Ben, and it definitely seems like an awesome project that will be going along. So if anyone wants to get involved, please contact Ben and keep an eye on it.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
No worries. Thanks, mate. Before I introduce our next speaker, because we are again 10 minutes ahead, we're just going to have, what are we going to do? We'll have a bit of a therapy session, I think. How is everyone? Please put your comments in the ComfyCon chat. How have you thought the con has gone so far? What have some have been your interesting talks so far? What is something that you want to take away? Please feel free to put all that in the chat and we might go through a few of them. I think for me, it's provided a lot of good material that I can provide to people who are getting into cyber careers. They are people who have said they can't do cyber, or they don't have the experience for cyber. Those 4 talks that I've mentioned are going to be really awesome. The writing and the marketing and the communication ones, absolutely essential, I think, in today's day and age. The fact that we are able to do such great things in cyber and now we can be able to communicate those things is pretty awesome. And I think it's becoming more important. So for me, those are the things that I'm going to love providing to other people apart from this. As people have asked a number of times, are we recording this? Yes, we are. They will be recorded. They will be cut up into smaller shows, although we did promise that last time and that kind of didn't happen. Sorry, whoops. But that is the intent. So really keen to provide all those things out. A. Richtman, very good con so far. Only complaint is I spent this weekend, changed my PC. Sounds like you need a Chromecast, my friend, or some ability to stream it on your TV. That is what we're doing. By the way, I should take a photo, and I'll take a photo now just for everyone's sake. This is the ComfyCon setup.
Actually, I can.
Which is a 70-inch TV running Discord and some other things. Oh, Shanna's back. Hello, Shanna.
Right.
We're just talking.
Yeah, cool.
Randomly.
I just threw my phone at things and it shut down StreamYard. So yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's helpful.
Yeah, that's super helpful.
I was asking everyone what their favorite thing about the conference so far is, and getting people to talk about in the con. So, what have been your favorite thing so far, or what are you looking forward to left?
I think it's just the community and the chats and the talks and everyone getting together. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, I think that's really good, and I think the fact that we made this community has been really awesome in terms of getting people together and involving them. Yeah. What else? I think there's been someone really enjoyed Espresso Martini conference. Sorry, they meant Espresso Martini and then they got rid of it and said conference.
Yeah, that too. I'm like, I can't say, oh, I enjoyed the drinking. I did just finish. Yeah, I know. I just did just finish my last video. But you can tell as the video goes on for my attendees thing, I'm like less and less, energetic and up for it. And this was literally like, yeah, they're cooked in the bowl.
Also, I think you stopped wearing a wig halfway through as well.
I did yesterday. Today, I've still got one on.
Is that a wig?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was your real hair.
Yeah, no, it's close enough though. So
it's a very yes, it is.
Yeah.
See, this is me trying to waste time, but like
no, we're good. So yeah, we had it that went a little bit shorter than I was expecting, which is why I was away.
No, that's
and then
okay.
I sort of ran back.
It's ComfyCon.
This is ComfyCon. Yes, we don't plan everything at all to the nth degree.
If anyone else wants more cocktail tips, I do a really good what is it called? Oh my gosh, a whiskey sour. That's what. And now my timer's going off, and I'm not in the kitchen, and it's going to piss off my partner because he's going to have to get off the couch and turn the timer off. I can hear it going in the background.
All right. Well.
Yeah, whiskey sour.
Whiskey sour.
Yeah, I do a really good whiskey sour using a really nice bourbon called Kingston bourbon, lemon juice, sugar syrup, and egg white. It is super good. So if anyone's into cocktails, definitely add some cocktail stuff on Discord. I like making cocktails.
We do have a hashtag. I think it's food.
Drinks.
Drink stash alcohol, and there's drink stash hot. I don't think we have a drink stash cold, but generally a cold drink is an alcoholic drink. So, tell you what, how about I bring in our next speaker, who is completely not ready for this at all, but I'm going to see if she is ready and can hear me. Yeah, she's ready. Who can tell us about their favorite drink? How about that?
Awesome.
Because why not? Cairo, what is your favorite cocktail?
Ooh. You nearly caught me taking selfies to tweet to say I was at ComfyCon. So
you can take selfies right now. That's perfectly fine.
No. You don't want to see that. Favorite drink? I don't know. I kind of like anything fruity, really. And gin is always a good thing. So
gin and Moscato. So Moscato in a soda stream and then adding gin. I've heard that's really nice.
Moscato in a soda stream?
Moscato in a soda stream to give it fizz and then adding gin.
Doesn't Moscato already have a fizz?
Not necessarily. You can get sparkling Moscato though.
Okay. All right.
And where do you stand on the chicken versus the nuggies versus tendies argument, Cairo?
So I think both are delightful. The difference is chicken nuggets are a snack and chicken tendies are a meal.
Nice perspective.
That is an interesting.
Also, you're asking a bisexual non-monogamous person to choose one. That's just dumb.
Choice is not your thing, is it? Yeah, why not both?
No, I'll have both because they add different things to my life.
That is entirely fair and an interesting perspective to the debate. It's very deep, actually, although I shouldn't say that because that's what she said.
That's what she said, yeah.
Is it though?
Before we start getting awkward.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, for those who don't know Cairo, Cairo is a cybersecurity GRC specialist, an amateur knitter who spends a day leading the GRC program at Octopus Deploy. Is it Octopus Deploy? Shouldn't it be Octopi Deploy? Like multiple No? Okay. Sorry.
So
okay.
octopi is not actually considered the plural of octopuses. Is actually the plural these days.
Okay, I'm getting
it drives me crazy
as an alternative.
Ooh.
I tend to take the sheep approach and just say one octopus, two octopus. I think it's fine.
Yeah, fair. I like
that.
octopi, but yeah, the octopuses, octopodes, someone said, yeah.
She's passionate about providing pragmatic cybersecurity advice, supporting marginalized people, and Stardew Valley, which I think we used to have a channel about, but I can't remember. Actually, no, Animal Crossing we had one for.
There was an Animal Crossing channel that got sent to the graveyard because I saw it and I was like, yes, Animal Crossing. And then I was like, oh.
Well, if Lydia, if you're watching, you now have somebody to play Animal Crossing with because Lydia is still playing. But Cairo is going to talk to us today about user bin Pearl. Why learning to knit made me a better cyber professional, which I'm really excited about because I've been seeing all of Cairo's knitting and going, wow, I could not do that. So Cairo, feel free to take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. So yes, as Ian said, hello, I am Cairo. I know he just introduced me, but I do have my own little introduction. So hello, I'm Cairo. As mentioned, I work in governance, risk and compliance at Octopus Deploy. My career journey is a little bit twisty and turny. So I actually started off studying a Bachelor of Social Science, focusing on politics and international relations with a side of history. While I was studying, and then after I graduated, I worked in hospitality for a couple of years. Eventually, I got a little bit sick of being yelled at and having to work weekends. So I moved into a tech support role where I still got yelled at, but I didn't have to work weekends. After that, I didn't really know anything about this cybersecurity thing, but I ended up applying for an internal role at the organization I worked for so that I would no longer get yelled at. So working in that entry-level role, there was definitely a lot less yelling, but when there was yelling, it tended to be slightly higher stakes than someone's modem not working. From there, I moved into consulting, which was a really great opportunity to learn about a lot of different organizations and a lot of different industries and how people were doing things differently across those. From there, I ended up working as a cyber risk advisor for one of the world's largest mining companies. Yes, I did sell out, but I do live in Perth, so it's a little hard to get away from mining here. After a couple of years there, I moved to my current role at Octopus Deploy as the senior GRC specialist. I spend my days doing risk assessments, vendor assessments, working towards ISO 27001 certification, and a bit of training and awareness stuff. And a bit of a sales pitch, not for the product, because I don't know enough about DevOps to really do that, but for my particular team. We are growing, and I am currently hiring. So if you like the sound of ISO 27001 and risk assessments and training and awareness, please reach out to me. I'm looking to interview, so I would love to hear from you. So I guess a little bit more relevant to this particular talk is my knitting journey. So I wasn't actually someone that grew up knitting. It's not something that, any of my relatives taught me to do as a kid. It's something I actually learned to do last October, so about 6 months ago. I decided that in 2021, I was going to do this weird thing where I would learn to do a bunch of different things. So I did a bunch of different classes. I learned to make cheese. I learned to make very bad pottery. I did a cooking class on using native Australian ingredients. And by the time we got to October, I signed up for a knitting class. And I did 4 of these classes over 4 weeks to cover off a lot of the basics. And then from there, I kind of use YouTube to teach myself the stuff we hadn't covered or to remind myself of the things we had that I had subsequently forgotten. And in the last 6 months, I've done a couple of different projects. I knitted a scarf in a pattern called Mistake Rib. I knitted a baby blanket for a friend of mine who actually had a baby just last month. And that's the picture that's on the slide there. I did some cute little Christmas coasters that had a Christmas tree pattern on them. And I'm currently working on a scarf made from possum yarn, which I actually learned after I bought the yarn that they don't actually just shear the possums. It's more of a kill the possums, take the pelt kind of situation. But it's from New Zealand, and they're a pest, and they do it within strict government regulations to control the population. So it is ethical still. Don't come for me on that one. So you're probably sitting there asking yourself, well, that's all cool, but why are we talking about knitting? This is a cybersecurity conference. We should be talking about important things like chicken nuggets versus chicken tendies. And my response to that would be, well, first of all, why not knitting? I mean, obviously, I quite enjoy it and I like talking about it. And I don't know, they put me on the agenda, so now you have to listen to me talk about it. But outside of that, I've actually found there's been a lot of good things that I've learned from knitting that are actually relevant to my profession. So to start with, knitting is actually quite a technical, process-driven and complex skill. There's a lot going on about how everything kind of fits together to make one knitted item. And I'm going to walk through some of those and you can maybe see how that might relate to some of the work that we do in IT, whether it's coding or working with complex interconnected systems. Secondly, learning itself is actually a skill. So I don't think that ever learning anything is ever really a waste of time. And finally, I think that knitting actually has absolutely nothing to do with cybersecurity, and that's a good thing. And I'm going to explain a bit more about that point a bit later. So for starters, how is knitting actually technical? Just a bunch of yarn, right? Well, I don't think that's quite accurate. So I'm going to assume most of you have seen knitted items before, and you've probably seen there's a wide variety of, patterns and everything that you'll see in different knitted items. What you might not know is that probably 80% of those patterns are the result of just 2 different stitches. So the 2 main stitches that you learn when you're learning to knit is a knit stitch and a purl stitch. So for those of you who didn't get the pun in my talk title, hopefully that's just clicked into place. But a knit stitch is basically you've got your loop of yarn, you take your needle from front to back, and you bring your tail yarn from back to front and you loop it around. And a purl stitch is basically the reverse of that. So you take your needle from back to front and you bring your yarn from front to back. That's basically the main 2 things you need to learn when you're learning to knit. And what I find really interesting is that you can combine just these 2 stitches in a whole bunch of different ways to create different patterns. And the way that works is that each actual stitch is dependent on the stitches that come before it in a row to create that pattern. But they also work in columns in a vertical way as well. So it's how those particular stitches are combined horizontally and vertically to create different patterns. And that to me sounds a lot like linked lists. It seems a lot like code. And I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail because I probably don't know enough about coding to really make the metaphor stick. But I'm going to walk you through a couple of different stitch patterns to show you what I mean. So to start with the really basic one, garter stitch and stocking stitch are your 2 most basic stitch patterns. So on the right-hand side in the light blue, this is a garter stitch pattern. And to make a garter stitch, you're basically just doing rows of either knits or purl stitches. It's all just the same stitch over and over and over again. And that's how you get these little horizontal lines. Whereas stocking stitch, as you can see, that's the dark blue on the screen, it goes in the opposite way. So you've basically got these vertical lines. And the way that you create that is by alternating rows of knit stitches and then purl stitches. So just by changing that and alternating those 2 stitch types, you've basically rotated the pattern completely 90 degrees and you're going vertical rather than horizontal. I think that's pretty cool. And there is basically a ton of different stitch patterns. There's actually a website called Stitch a Day, which you can go to, which will show you a different stitch pattern that you can learn. And there's enough for more than a year. And these are all just combinations of knits and purls in different rows. So some of these patterns repeat over 2 rows. Some of them repeat over 4. Some of them go to 6, 8, or 12. It starts getting quite complex. But here's 4, or a quadrant. It's not quite a quadrant, but we'll lead into it. Just to show you a bit of variety about what you can actually get with these 2 stitch types. So the first one is the green one. That is a seed stitch. You can see you've kind of got those cute little X's going on. Next to it in the gray is a broken rib. I quite like a broken rib because usually you make a rib pattern in knitting by doing an even number of stitches, so multiples of 2 or 4. Whereas broken rib, you actually do an odd number of stitches and everything's offset by 1. What's really smart about this is that it actually originated from someone making a mistake and casting on an odd number of stitches instead of an even number of stitches. So instead of going back and fixing the error, they rolled with it and they managed to create this pattern that still looks a lot like a traditional rib, but it's all offset by 1, which I think is pretty cool. It's a bit of a knitting hack. After that, on the bottom row, we have a basket weave. So this is the grey one on the bottom. And this alternates little rectangles of garter stitch and stockingette stitch to create that kind of illusion of a woven basket. And then finally, on the right-hand side in the pink, we have a diagonal scallop. So this has these kind of cool little loops that go diagonally down the fabric. And as I said, all of these are just combinations of those same 2 individual stitches repeated over different rows. And that's kind of awesome and amazing. But it also means there's a lot to keep track of because you have, different rows and you need to be doing a particular number of stitches in each row. And if you're anything like me, you have very bad short-term memory and you will immediately forget what you've just done, like within a millisecond of doing it. So you have to keep track of what stitch you're doing in your row and also counting your number of rows so that you are, alternating correctly, or you're doing, the third different row in the pattern that you need to be doing. So here I have an example of what happens if you get mixed up or you stop paying attention and you stuff something up. So this is from the baby blanket that I showed you earlier. And as you can see, this is right at the beginning when I started. And right down the bottom, you can see it's switched from the kind of the little nubbly pattern that should be in the nice columns to more of a plaited pattern there. And what actually happened is that I accidentally repeated one of my rows. So this particular pattern, there's 2 rows that I'm repeating over and over again. I lost track, wasn't super good at actually reading my stitches to tell apart the knits and the purls to work out what row I was supposed to be doing. And I repeated the same row twice instead of switching to the other row. And what that's done is it's actually reversed the pattern. So those columns that you see at the bottom is actually what the back of this blanket looks like. And those like little nubbly bits on the front is what the front is supposed to look like. So by repeating that particular row, I've switched it and I've started getting the nubbly bits on the back and I've started getting these particular columns on the front. Now, there is actually a way to undo this. It's called unknitting or tinking, which is knitting backwards. And what you do is you basically just undo each of those stitches. And you basically reverse it so that you can undo and you can go all the way back to where you've made that error, unknit those stitches, redo them, and then carry on. Now, this can be quite time consuming, particularly if you're like me and you're new to it and it takes longer than it actually takes to knit. And also because I was still quite new at this point, it took me a little while to work out what I'd actually done wrong. So I actually knitted a couple of rows before I realized that I'd stuffed up and switched it around. I was looking at it like, wait, this isn't what that's supposed to look like. And then I was like, fuck, I've switched them around. Now I could have unknitted. It probably would have taken me about 3 hours to unknit just that little section. At this point, I decided that since it was quite early in the project, I could pass that off as a decorative border and just move on. And that's what I ended up doing. I decided to accept the risk that it didn't look perfect and just move on with my life. Now, just above that section, you can also see there's a bit of a patch there where the little columns have actually become uneven. And the problem that I've had here is, as I mentioned, I have terrible short-term memory and I had completely forgotten what stitch I had just done. So instead of doing a knit, purl, knit, purl, knit, purl like I was supposed to, I missed one of the purls and I did 3 knits in a row. And this is why I've ended up with those uneven patches. And again, I could have unknit this to go back and fix it up, but I didn't realize until it was a fair bit later. So I just figured, well, it's probably not going to be noticed. So we'll just pretend it never happened and move on. So this is what you can see happens when you're doing a pattern and you get mixed up or you're not that great at math or you're not that great at remembering. But this is the methods that you're using to create repeating patterns. You can also in knitting actually create images, which is a little bit more involved. And I'm going to walk you through what that actually looks like. So let's say you wanted to knit an actual picture like this little octopus. And I will admit I did steal this from the internet. I haven't actually knitted it myself. I do plan to, which is why it's in my bookmarks. But because it's quite complex, I decided to use this as the example. So let's say you wanted to knit this particular square. Usually you would knit a bunch of them and make them into a blanket, or you can use them as washcloths. You would need a pattern to tell you how to do that. And it's not just, 2 or 3 rows that you need to remember and repeat. It's actually each row is different from the last. So this is what a knitting pattern, when it's written out, actually looks like. You can see it sets out each of your stitches. Where it says K, that is a knit stitch. Where it says P, that is a purl stitch. And the numbers after each of the letters are how many of that particular stitch you do. So written out, you can see we start with rows 1 to 7 are the same, and that's that little border. And from there, each row tends to be different. For this particular one, a lot of the odd-numbered rows are exactly the same. And then the even rows will actually change. And that's how you're getting that difference between the stockinette stitch that is the background and the garter stitch that is the octopus itself. So putting all of this together, I tend to chuck these into OneNote and tick off each row as I go, because otherwise I get very confused. But this is what you're looking at when you look at a knitting pattern. There is another way that you can represent these knitting patterns, and that is this, which is a pattern chart. I really hate these, I'll be honest, because they just don't make sense to me. But what you might notice is they actually look a lot like a punch card. And that's not by accident. So a lot of these kinds of patterns are actually used by knitting machines to actually knit a pattern. And the punch card will tell the machine what to knit versus what to purl, which is pretty cool. What makes these difficult to read as a human is that each row, the dots actually mean something different. So with this kind of pattern, you start on the bottom left. And for the first row and all of the subsequent odd-numbered rows, the blank squares mean a purl and the dots in the squares mean a knit. Whereas it's actually the inverse for the even-numbered rows. So the dot would mean a purl and the blank space would mean a knit. So my brain does not like that. I can't keep track of it. But it is definitely used by people, and it is often used by machines as well. So you can see how there is this relationship between a lot of the ways that our technology works and is connected to each other versus the ways that we're actually reading these knitting patterns. And I could go on a rant about how we tend to traditionally underestimate the technical value of traditionally feminine pursuits, but I'm not going to do that. There are people much more qualified than me to do on that rant, but something to maybe keep in mind. So moving on from that, I'm going to talk about the next point, which is, learning is always good. Learning new skills is a skill in and of itself. So learning to knit, it really gave me this new insight into learning a new skill. It kind of keeps your brain sharp. And particularly if you're anything like me, and I hope you're not, because this is not my best characteristic, but I tend to be one of those people that feels like if you're good at something, it just kind of comes naturally. And if you don't immediately excel, that means you will never be good at it and you should just never do it again. And then just destroy all evidence that you tried. Not the most healthy approach to learning, particularly when so many of the skills that we learn in life are things that you actually just need to build on and practice and repeat over and over until you get the hang of it. A lot of it is muscle memory or just like really getting it into your head that that's how things work. And that's how knitting works. You can't actually be immediately good at it. You have to repeat it and build up that muscle memory. Because like 80% of it is muscle memory, the other 20% is maths. And I don't want to do the maths. So I need to be really good at that muscle memory. So it's really given me this new way to keep my brain sharp, something to practice at, to keep me in the habit of learning how to learn. And I'm going to go to my last point. And for those of you who don't know me, I can be a little bit opinionated. For those of you who do know me, I'm sure this is expected. But I'm going to get a little bit preachy, but stay with me. I think I have a good point. So knitting is good for me as a cybersecurity professional because ultimately it has nothing to do with cybersecurity. And by that, I mean I can get off my computer, I can walk away from a screen, and I can do something that has nothing to do with my computer. And that's a really good thing in an industry which tends to exploit people's passion and push people to live and breathe what they do for a job. And I don't like, that's not always a bad thing. I mean, obviously all of us are here at a cybersecurity conference on the weekend, and that's good. But if all you're ever doing is stuff that's related to your job, you will burn out. So you need to have those alternate hobbies that take you away from that world and give you something else to focus on, because otherwise you're going to burn out. And that's not great for you personally, but it's also not great for the industry, because we end up losing really capable people who know what they're doing, who just can't actually do it anymore because they went too hard too fast. And finally, my second point is that I read something about how knitting is actually a really great antidote to existential dread. And I think this is particularly relevant for those of us who work in cybersecurity, because we deal with a lot of shit that's going wrong. And there's a lot of it. You know, there is always a new vulnerability. There is always a new, update to a standard. There's always a new product you need to risk assess. There is always, changes to code that need to be reviewed. There is always stuff that's going wrong. And if you're anything like me, you have a huge mountain of work that you intend to get through, but it often feels like stuff is being added to that mountain faster than you can get through it. So it can be really easy to fall into this hole where you feel like you're never actually making a difference. It gets Sisyphean. And I find knitting to be a really great antidote to that, because it's really hard to feel like you're not accomplishing something or making a difference in the world when you can actually hold something tangible, something physical that you made. Like the picture on this slide is a scarf that I knitted. It was my first big project. And I made that. Like, it was just a pile of yarn before, and I took that yarn and I made it into something, and I gave it to someone as a gift. And that gift will keep them warm in the winter and bring them joy, and it brings me joy. So it's really hard to kind of feel bad about yourself for not accomplishing things when you can physically hold something in your hands and say, I made this. So I would urge everyone out there, if you don't have a hobby that is tangible, that is physical, I would really recommend you go find one. And it can be anything, and you don't have to be good at it. But if you have the opportunity, to garden, to woodwork, to paint, to bake, like, do something like that, because then when you feel like you can't actually accomplish anything, you can just make something and look at it and go, I fucking made that. I made a difference in the world. So that's kind of the end of my preachy section. I will thank you all for listening to my talk. I know it's not strictly cybersecurity related, but I really enjoyed the opportunity to kind of ramble on about what I've learned in knitting over the last 6 months. And I hope either some of you will reach out to me because you're looking for a job, or some of you will pick up hobbies that you didn't before and find some joy in those things outside of computer screens.
Love the preach. I've been teaching this as well recently. I have so many hobbies, and I think it's what keeps me in cybersecurity, to be honest, because without it, I would become a vegetable stuck at my desk. It's super
potato,
easy,
if you will.
Yeah, I'd be a comfy couch potato at my desk all the time. Even chatting with Ian and Lydia yesterday, might have been this morning, about this fact, the hyper focus, and how we all really love getting deep into our work, and if you don't have something to drag you out, then it can be really debilitating to never actually switch off. It's super, super hard. And I love knitting as well. I have not knitted in a very long time. I do have a bag of yarn and like needles. I learned to knit at a very young age. It was something that my mum taught me. I think it would be good to get back into, but I just have too many hobbies. And this is another good point of, I know people are talking about some of their hobbies in the chat. Does anyone else do any knitting? Would love to. Is there a knitting channel, actually?
We need a knitting channel, or it can just be general crafting channel.
Yeah,
so someone has just said we need a ComfyCon knitting crochet group, so I'm happy to create one in hobbies straight after this, so you guys can go in there. And of course,
it'd be inspirational, right? When you see somebody else doing it and you sharing your designs and your patterns, even like coding, right? Like when someone shares with me code and you're like, wow, yeah, that looks really cool. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can make something else as well. So definitely, it's I think your talk is more InfoSec related than me showing people how to make chicken tenders, which were fucking awesome, by the way. I just ate some and they were so good. So good. But my chicken tenders
are good for the soul.
Yeah, they're not going to keep me warm in winter though. So touche to knitting.
I mean, they could
put
keep
some chili
you
on them. They'll keep you warm.
Yeah.
I did. Sriracha.
And like everyone's got different hobbies. I have to bring it up because I bring it up every time. Beck's digging her hole comes up every single time as a hobby that she does away from the computer. Picking locks. Somebody.
I don't know where to post pics of my hole. Is what she's quoted.
She did post pics of her hole.
She did post pics of her hole.
She did.
She actually did say that you've got the quote of the conference when you said, I love a broken rib.
Yes, apparently that is the quote of the conference, which I think is very true.
I picked up on that one as well. I was like,
Oh, someone has just created the crafting channel. That Hoodie is listening and he's just created the crafting channel for you. So everyone who wants to do crafting, go into the crafting channel. And if anyone has any questions for Caro, I'm sure she is more than happy to answer those questions as well. And of course, if you're looking for a job and are they remote jobs as well, Caro, or are they specifically in Perth?
So the job is fully remote. All Octopus roles are fully remote, and it's open to Australia and New Zealand.
Perfect.
So Australia is a bit easier time zone wise because I am on the West Coast. But for the right candidate, I'm happy for New Zealand to be in the mix.
So go have a look and go apply, and you get to work and probably do knitting at work, I'm sure.
Yeah, we can have social catch-ups. It's fine. I actually learned to knit on work time. My boss was flexible enough to allow me 2 hours every Friday for 4 weeks away from my computer to learn to knit. So I guess that probably gives you a bit of an insight into how flexible we are in terms of work-life balance and what you want to do. So those kinds of things are always possible.
Yeah, it's super important. Super important.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much, Caro. That was a great talk.
Thank you.
It was very relevant to everyone in the cyber community as well.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I think our next speaker is ready to go, and then we have a break after this. But before that, I will bring on Darth. How are you today, Darth?
Hey, good evening. How you going?
Yeah, good, thanks. Are you been enjoying the conference so far?
Yeah, I have. This is actually my first ComfyCon, so it's been great to attend. It's fun.
That's fantastic. I have to ask everyone, I don't know if you've been following the debate, but the chicken tendies versus the chicken nuggies, do you have an opinion on that?
So I think the biggest consideration, the elephant in the room, if you like, that hasn't been brought up yet is quality. Not all nugs are created equally, not all tendies are created equally. And the best nug in the world is clearly better than the worst tendy and vice versa. So.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with this. I think the reason I prefer tendies is generally because the quality of tendies is like actual chicken over some of the crappy nuggets that you can get that you're like, I'm not even sure, is this made of soy product? That's a good point. That's a good point because a good nugget is pretty good. Yeah, I like it.
Yep, and a bad tendy is pretty bad.
Yeah. True.
That is a great way of putting it. So Darth is based in Brisbane, Australia, and is the regional F5 security practice lead, where he's responsible for the F5 security portfolio. He's provided unique insights on cybersecurity, compliance, governance, solution architecture, a whole bunch of different things from customer, partner, security service provider, and vendor perspectives, and holds a bachelor's degree in science, majoring in computer science. You've probably seen him in a whole bunch of different cybersecurity communities as well. I know I've seen him in a few different places. And today, he's going to be talking about supply chain threats in your website. So, Darth, feel free to take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. And thanks so much for accepting my con talk. This is the first time I'll be doing this talk. So happy to get everyone's feedback and let me know what you think. It's an emerging area of interest for me. Full disclosure, though, I must say that in the making of this contalk, not a single nug or attendee was harmed. Didn't get an opportunity to enjoy any cool snacks. A little bit about me. So I live with 3 cats. They're not pictured here, unfortunately. I didn't get a chance to take a snap of them. I also live with 3 dogs and 3 kids, so 3 of everything, which tend to mean that we're in a pretty constant state of madness. I enjoy playing inline hockey. It's a pretty mad sport, just a level below ice hockey, which I enjoy watching, particularly when my son is playing. So that's him down in the bottom left there. And then finally, I am pretty confident that my cream kelpie is actually a kelpie, but he may well be a dingo. I'm not 100% sure. And he may or may not cameo during this talk. We'll see how we go. So my talk today summarizes a bunch of research and investigations, including security incident response activities from various units inside of F5, as well as some external sources that I have leveraged. As I said, it's a topic that I find interesting, and it's an area that is increasingly of concern as adversaries continue to target our ever-expanding attack surfaces. I'm going to quickly go through an overview of the problem space, and then I will go through some of the techniques that we can potentially use to reduce the impact of some of these problems. So today I'm mostly talking about these aspects up here. When we talk about MageCart, it's not a single threat group. It refers to several groups of threat actors. They typically focus on e-skimming and form jacking activities targeted against the Magento CMS. I'll also be talking about supply chain in 2 sort of broad categories, first party delivered and then third party referenced. I'm not really going to talk about cryptojacking. I much prefer to focus on things like the loss of PII and the loss of credit card information and other sensitive data, as opposed to cyber criminals stealing CPU cycles to mine some coins. It's still a problem though, and still worth acknowledging that it's a problem in this attack class space. So we've seen the impacts of these breaches, and there's been some pretty significant ones. I'm going to pick on British Airways a couple of times in this talk, but they're certainly not unique in this space. The reason I'm going to mention them, though, is because they are one of the largest in this space in terms of the amount of records that were lost. So they had the PII of almost 430,000 customers and staff was lost in this breach, and about 244,000 credit cards. Now, those credit card details actually included the CCVs as well, so they were completely useful right out the gate. So it's a significant breach. Risk IQ is one of the third parties I used in terms of pulling this talk together. They did a good blog post. I've linked to it at the bottom there. It's a good write-up of the British Airways attack and how the attackers got in and what they exfiltrated. They also noted that at the time they were monitoring MageCart activity, and they had a scanner that was scanning the webs for MageCart skimmer code detections, and those detections were going off at least hourly. So that was how rampant the activity was at the time. And so why are these attacks so successful? Well, a big part of it is that web apps today look nothing like the web apps of 10 years ago, or even probably 5 years ago. They are much more complex than previous. As per similar to the great quote from the Spidey movie, with great functionality comes great complexity. So broadly speaking, there are 2 main areas to look at. We have the first party code that we actually deliver ourselves, and then we have third party code that is referenced from our main web app. So with first party delivered code, this still actually comprises lots of third party things in the supply chain that can be abused. So third party libraries that are then used to make up your web app, and then those libraries can have their own third party dependencies as well. So mapping out your own dependencies and then the dependencies of those dependencies can be quite a spider web and a challenge to get your hands around. And then on the other side of it, there are just certain things that we don't want to do in our own web apps ourselves, that we don't want to build and maintain ourselves, but we want the functionality, right? So we want it to be then delivered from external sources. So we have things like trackers, analytics, advertising, those sorts of things. So they're all third-party delivered as a function of a user interacting with your primary website. So these are just some of the many things that are commonly third-party delivered. And when I talk later in the how to solve some of these problems section, one of the things to note is that if you have good controls in place for the first-party stuff, then third-party delivered can be a juicy, softer target for attackers to go after. But attackers do go after first-party delivered as well, and they do this in a variety of different ways. Some examples up here. So for one, they can go directly at your infrastructure. They can break into your website or the web framework that's used to deliver that web app, and they can go in and directly modify the code. They can use such access and other kinds of reconnaissance techniques to understand the dependencies and then go after the supply chain of libraries. We see malicious code injected into first-party scripts by rogue insiders, and we're seeing that more and more examples of this happening across the entire cybersecurity space, but for these types of attack classes as well, whereby insiders are being coerced, typically financially and bribed, to use their insider access to either grant external access or make config changes, or even write or make changes to code that then ends up being able to be exploited remotely down the track. We also see examples of attackers buying out projects and plugins. And we also see them, if that doesn't work, using social engineering techniques to say, hey, you've got this old project, you don't have the time to maintain it anymore. How about we take it over? We'll be good guys and we'll maintain it for you. And then they actually just use that as a vehicle for deploying malicious payloads. More and more recently, we are seeing politically motivated stuff occurring, or maybe it's becoming more to prevalence is probably the better way to say. So there was a really good recent example with the Peace Not War NPM package. That when it was created by itself, it received very little attention, very few downloads, but then it was actually added as a dependency to the Node IPC package. And that's actually quite a popular package. It's a popular, it's a dependency to a lot of other popular packages as well. So I've included one here, vue.js. And so when it got added as a dependency there, it rapidly increased the distribution of that package, and it ended up being downloaded millions of times a week. Pat and Adam talked about it on one of the Biz episodes recently. I've got the link down the bottom there. But I thought this quote was pretty nice from Adam. The fact that your supply chain is now made up of 10,000 different nerds, any one of whom may get a bee in their bonnet at any time and make all of your infrastructure do something different. So that's quite a scary thought. But it is true, right? So indeed, who do we trust, and do we know who we're trusting? So every time we take on a single third-party library into our environment, where we actually end up trusting a lot of people in the entire supply chain. So who are the contributors? Who are doing the code commits? Who are the maintainers of these projects? Are they trustworthy? And even if they're trustworthy now, are they trustworthy forever? And as I said before, the original maintainers might not even always be there, right? They might end up being different actors in the future. So using third parties has a ton of value, right? And there's a very good reason we do it, so that we're not reinventing the wheel again and again and again. But we then also need to ensure that when we are using these third-party libraries, that we're constantly updating our threat models based on the third parties that are in use. What are their age of the projects? What are the current owners? Are they being maintained? And that in itself is a non-trivial exercise, but then you exacerbate it by the overwhelming scale of the amount of third-party stuff that we've got included, and then the dependencies of dependencies. And so even if we have a good understanding of our own third-party dependencies, it isn't always possible to get that understanding of sub-dependencies. And this is a big one that people, from my experience anyway, tend not to think about, is what are the dependencies of the proprietary components that are in our stacks? And then each one of these represents a blind spot to us as defenders, and also an attack surface to our adversaries. I've got a simple example here of a simple but effective example of a mage cart attack. So this is obfuscated code on the right, and that was what was actually injected into the HTTP supply chain of newegg.com. We see the actual unobfuscated code down the bottom, and you can see there that the way these style of attacks work is that they just sit there silently and they take data out as the user's inputting it. So they are constantly looking for actual user events like mouse clicks and key presses, and they hoover up all that sensitive data and just shoot it off to a drop zone. Oh, sorry, one thing to add on that is in this particular example, they crafted a URL that looked kind of legit, looked pretty close to neweggs.com. They used neweggstats.com, and that domain was covered by a perfectly legitimate TLS certificate. All right, so they were trying to be stealthy with what they were doing. And so what problems do these classes of attack create? Well, the first one, and this is a massive challenge from my point of view, is the visibility challenge. So there are lots of tools out there that look at lots of various different parts of the supply chain and delivery of the web app. But ultimately, it's the client side that is the source of truth. I mean, because that's where the different components are being pulled down to. So what actually ends up on that endpoint, and then how it's executing, and what other things are on that endpoint and interacting with that web app as it's executing. That is the single source of truth, and that's where we need to have visibility and insights and controls. But these are uncontrolled endpoints, right? These are great unwashed. They're sitting out on the internet. It's not like they come under our enterprise controls, and we can't pop an agent down on them. And so if you don't have client-side visibility, then this makes it harder to detect and therefore takes longer to respond to the incident. So British Airways is, again, a good example of how the impacts of these attacks can be huge. So in terms of the PII that's lost initially, of course, but then there's the downstream fraud activities that occur after breaches like these. And they can be quite a long tail as well of activity. There are additionally hefty fines that come from regulators. The British Airways fine was initially reported at 183 million euro, so quite a sum, right? But I did see later, less amplified by the press reporting because the number was nowhere near as big, that after British Airways did an appeal, that they dropped it to 20 million euro. So significant amount of money for us, but for British Airlines, it was probably a bit of a slap on the wrist. People do also talk about reputational damage here as well, but in my experience, that tends to be a transient impact at worst, and more often than not, it's a bit of a nothing burger, really. I think a lot of people are mostly numb to breach after breach after breach, and probably just assume that their PII is in the hands of criminals if they have any awareness at all. So finally, I just wanted to call out that this is now appearing higher and higher on enterprise lists of priorities. It's on the AppSec hype cycle. It's called out there as web app client-side protection. I've also seen it called client-side web application firewall. I don't prefer that latter term. I get why they use it, but I'm not a fan of it. So this is saying that we're going to see increasing on enterprises' priority lists as more and more of these types of attacks occur, and as enterprises realize that their attack surface is extremely large and largely not being looked at appropriately. So that was a quick overview of what the problems are. So now I'll go into some strategies for reducing the problem. I originally had solve the problem in here, and then I changed it to reduce because I don't have any silver bullets. I don't know of anyone that does. So, you know, can't hand on heart say that the things that I'm about to talk about would solve this entirely. But hopefully, at least implementing some of these controls will change the attacker economics such that they might be motivated to move on to a softer target, or, you know, ideally, maybe they can rethink their life decisions and do something more productive, like become a security researcher or something like that. So shields up. I hope everyone groaned, just like I did when Caesar put that announcement out, the Russians are coming, put your shields up, because that's how it works, right? We've all got these magical shields that are sitting there waiting to protect us at any given moment once that threat arises. You know, if that was the case, then we'd just have the shields up all the time, right? And we'd save ourselves a headache. So totally unrealistic, but at the same time, I do think there's value in having certain controls in place. So I'm not going to cover some of the more developer-centric stuff in terms of secure code practices, secure code your methodologies, frameworks, those sorts of things. This is more focused on security controls that SecOps can bring to bear. So the first step, in my opinion, is to control the stuff that you can control. So you look at the first-party delivered code, so the code that you as an enterprise are writing yourself, the third-party libraries that you're putting in. You can then run static application security testing or SaaS tools across this, do code analysis, and look for vulnerabilities that can be remediated prior to release as part of the shift left. In terms of that spider web of dependencies that I mentioned before, you can also use software composition analysis to help map that out, find out out-of-date libraries, libraries with known vulnerabilities and that sort of thing. And again, remedy that before you promote the code into production. You also want to make sure that your web app and the associated framework underneath has protections in place as well. I did see in the chat some shade being thrown on dynamic application security testing in one of the chats. And I get where that comment comes from, but at the same time, I think it does have some value as well, because no matter how far we shift left, and indeed if we fall off into the ocean, there's still no guarantee that something won't end up in prod without any vulnerabilities. So it's important to assess the web app as it's actually executing in real time, looking for previously undetected vulnerabilities or new vulnerabilities as they drop. So this testing will only show the vulnerabilities though, right? So we need then a control to actually provide the protections. So you can use dynamic application security testing results, give it into the developers and get them to fix up their code. Or if you're using a modern DAS tool and you're using a modern web application firewall or WAF, then you can actually get the DAS results automatically out of that scanner, put it into the WAF and use that to inform tightening of the WAF policy to provide those protections. You can then iterate, of course, and do revalidation scans to make sure that you're fixed up on the things that the DAS has picked up. So it's another layer of defense. Another thing to focus on specific for these classes of attack is, of course, injection. So if we can prevent injection attacks, then that is another good thing that we should be doing. And again, this is on stuff that we control ourselves. We can't put a WAF in front of the third parties that we're referencing, right? But we can do the best we can to protect our own resources. And finally, the other controls that we can use in the web apps themselves, things like cross-origin resource sharing is another good idea or another good control to implement. So CORS allows you to instruct the client which third parties are approved. So if an attacker actually does get in and manage to manipulate your code and reference their malicious third party, if that's not in the CORS policy, then the client will actually ignore it. So they won't pick up that malicious third party and bring down the code, so it won't be on the endpoint, and so therefore the attack will fail. The problem with that is that you won't get a detection that it's going on, right? So again, this visibility on the endpoint piece is somewhat of a challenge. So we can put all those controls in place, right? And it sounds like that's a pretty good step, job done, right? But if we look at these large enterprises, particularly something like a British Airways, they would have a lot of these controls in place already, if not everything that I just mentioned there, plus a bunch of other things. Now we can all argue about the varying degrees of quality of deployment and operations of these types of controls, and particularly things like web application firewall. It can be complex, right? But even with all that in place, we still see these attacks being successful. And so why is that? So some additional strategies from my point of view, I think that client side is key. We need to look at what's actually happening on that endpoint. As I said before, there's lots of tools that we can use to look at the web app as code, how it's composed, how it's delivered. But ultimately, the client side is a single source of truth as to what is actually ending up on that endpoint and what is executing. So these are untrusted and uncontrolled, right? So it's not like we have enterprise tooling at our hands that we can put on enterprise-owned assets, but we can extend our security controls outside of our environments using things like JavaScript and SDKs for mobile apps, right, to inject your security controls as part of the delivery of your app down to that client. So customers tend to already be doing a lot of this sort of stuff, particularly larger enterprises, in terms of client-side input validation. So what I'm suggesting is not necessarily something particularly new, but expand the scope of what you're doing with those client-side security controls and actually use it to understand what's executing on that endpoint, at least in the context of the browser, and look back at the website as well, so that you get that externalized view of the entire web application. When you're on the endpoint as a security control, it's super essential that you want to ensure that you're not showing your hand to the adversaries, right? So you want to hide what you're doing. You want to be obfuscated and/or ideally encrypted as well, so that they can't see what you're doing. They can't see the signals that you're looking for. They can't see what you're collecting. And so you need to ensure that you're keeping your signal collection secret, and you want to make sure that the signals that you are collecting are strong. So in that, I mean that they should be high fidelity, should be unknown, or at least not commonly known and difficult to infer. So once you have this security control operating on the endpoint, and you've got this signal collection, and you bring it back to a central location, hopefully, you can do analysis on it, right? And there's a bunch of things that you can look at to tip off for signs that there might be something nefarious going on. I've got some obvious ones up here around using things like reputational feeds to look for malicious known third parties. You can look for new sources that are suddenly being referenced, or changes to existing components. And then you can use attributes like the length, the age of the domain that is third party being referenced, right? Because that can be a tip off as well. Because with that, attackers will spin up new infrastructure to support new campaigns, or they might even use some reused components from a previous campaign. But either way, it's not going to be a website that has been around for 10 years and has a really solid reputation, right? So you have these telltale signs to figure out that something's not legit. And then once you have all that analysis done, and you get a good level of confidence that you have something malicious that shouldn't be executing on that endpoint, you need to have the ability to dynamically send to that client instructions to actually block the execution of that malicious component. So if anyone wants to do some testing with this, these are some actual malicious third parties. This code snippet, it can be put straight into code. You can use a proxy to inject it, or you can, if you're just running off your laptop, you can use the experimental feature in Chrome for local overrides. All right, so you can inject this in to your web app dynamically as it's loading. Now this will add it as a source, right? So if you've got anything that's looking at visibility alerting or any kind of mitigation controls, it should flag it, but it's not actually going to invoke anything malicious, right? So it's a benign testing tool. And then this is some example analysis of one of those malicious third parties that I just showed. You can see there that the domain is relatively short-lived. It doesn't receive a lot of legit traffic. It's not generally categorized by other vendor engines. So it's not a website that people are going to and that has been classified or categorized as a particular type of website, like sporting or gambling or news or whatever. All right, so these are all indicators that it's malicious. And as I said, if you can get your risk rating to a complete level of confidence, or a level that you want to have as confidence, then you can do that instruction to take the blocking action. So that's my talk. Hopefully it provided a useful overview of the problems and some strategies to hopefully make the attacker's life a bit more difficult. Couldn't go particularly deep in a 20-minute con talk because it is quite a broad area and there's lots of different components to it. So if you want more information, or you want to have a chat or whatever, hit me up on Discord or darth@f5.com.
That was a really good talk for providing some really easy, actionable things to do in an organization. One thing that I'm curious about that's slightly becoming more relevant, or it's becoming bigger these days, is the use of a software bill of materials. Do you have any sort of thoughts on how that might help in this space as well?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I said, that it's difficult enough to understand your own third parties' dependencies and then the sub dependencies of that. But then when you've got components from different vendors in there that end up being essentially a black box, and you've got no idea what their software bill of materials is, you don't even know where to start, right? It can be a challenge. So yeah, I'm actually a big advocate for that. I think vendors should be, and there should be an open standard for providing a software bill of materials.
And I think the great example of that that's happened recently, not necessarily in the web app space, although, it could have been used in the web app space, was Log4j and the Spring Cloud piece. Log4j being embedded as a jar file 5 levels deep in other jar files, and organizations are running around going, do we use Log4j? And the answer is probably safe to say yes. The question is where. Because I don't think you're nodding furiously, Shanna. I think there's been a lot of trying to work out where Log4j is, and that's a problem that's probably not going to go away anytime soon either.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, you know, some of the advice came out that said patch your systems. It's like, that's fantastic, but we don't even know, you know, what appliances or applications it might also be in, and then we have to wait for vendors to patch their systems and things like that. But I think that did bring up that the bill of software as an idea, and that, you know, even if organizations or vendors who are producing these applications came out and started to do that for the good of society would be fantastic. But I think it's something that will come down the line as we see more of these supply chain attacks happening. You know, SolarWinds obviously was a big one that we saw everywhere, and they're not going to stop. So it's, I think, something that will get a little bit more airtime going forward. But yeah, applications and application security and, you know, attackers using applications is huge. It's definitely a hole in a lot of security, in a lot of organizations for their security attack surface, for sure. So yeah, thanks for the talk, and some actionable feedback too is much appreciated when we can all learn a little bit from our talks. So thank you.
Not a problem at all. If you don't mind, I'll just add one more little thing in there. So I had a customer conversation just recently, and we drew up a high level of their architecture and where one of their key applications sat. And I asked them what controls they had in place and all the rest of it. And they had a next-gen firewall there, but it wasn't really doing anything in terms of application level inspection. And they had a WAF, but it wasn't turned on. And I said to them, okay, what's this thing listening on? Hopefully not 80, but definitely 443, right? And yeah, okay, all right. You realize that where we've got this drawn in the architecture and how deep it is inside your system, you might as well have it sitting off the border router, because from a web application point of view, you're providing zero security for it. And this is a room of security professionals, right? And I said, who wants to put this app up there? And it was a pretty silent sort of moment. But that's what we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, everyone focuses on the network still a little bit, I think.
Well,
we've got to go a little bit more application. Oh yeah, definitely. But you know, it was 10 years ago.
Yeah. Attackers have moved on. Yeah. I talk a lot about layer 7 security with web app, but there's an interesting concept of layer 8 security, which is what we do around user entity interaction with applications as well. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
No, fantastic. Thank you very much, staff. That was a great talk. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask them, and definitely take away the lessons and the actionable stuff as well.
Thanks so much, everyone. Appreciate the time.
No worries. I think it's time for a break, Shanna.
I think it's time for a break as well.
I think it's time for a refill and some food. And I have to feed the dogs because they've been whining for the last half an hour. Because if they don't get fed, they get grumpy. This whole daylight savings thing, by the way, sucks. Because I can change daylight savings, but my dogs still think it's now 6 p.m. and I've not fed them.
Yeah.
And also I wake up in the morning and my body thinks, oh, it's 7 p.m. No, it's whatever time. So yeah, I hate daylight savings. But anyway, everyone go away, have a drink. We will be coming back at 6 p.m. That is 28 minutes from now. That is 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And UTC plus 10. Thank you, Dan. And we will see you then after you've all had a break. So see you soon.
See you then.
You can also this again.
Yep, that's
like that. All right, we are in the last third of the conference, Shanna. And I think it's fair to say that does not mean we're in a bad third. We still have a lot of amazing speakers.
We do.
I'm just starting now so that we can make sure we start at exactly 6 for Lizette, who will be speaking next. But I've also become a pillow, apparently, because I'm also comfy. And again, this falls within the theory of ComfyCon. So why not become a comfy pillow? I've also been kicked out of my kitchen because someone has decided to go cook chicken in there. So there's not really much I can do right now other than just sit here, I guess.
Sucks to be you.
Why? Thanks. That's really helpful.
That was rhetorical, by the way.
Oh, that's what she said. I don't think that's relevant though. Anyway, so while our next speaker just gets organized and they tell us that they're good to go, a reminder, we've got a couple more talks after this. So we've got Sarah talking about learning the difference between a security strategy and a plan, which is going to be in the context of Harry Potter.
Just super fun.
Yes. Shanna is also going to be showing us how to cook tendies her way. Alex, who is currently in my kitchen, is going to be talking about Deus Ex Promise Me Cool Augments, and all we have is dystopia, which I am really interested in hearing. And then our lock note, or what was the other term George used? Last Talk Charlie or something. He's not here at the moment to be able to talk about it. Will be from Alexi, who's going to be talking about big bounties. So I'm just going to check. Lizette, are you all good to go? If you just message us in the private chat or you just wave or something, we can know that. Yep, you're all good to go? Perfect. So I will add you to the stream.
Thank you.
No worries. How are you doing today?
Very good. And today has been actually quite hot in Canberra.
Ah, yes. Well,
24 degrees. So hot.
It's pretty insane. I mean, I'm in Canberra too, and I had to put the aircon on because we were boiling in my living room.
Yeah.
Not raining here.
No.
Yeah.
Sydney, and for once it's not raining.
Yes.
Finally. Just for today or tomorrow. But yeah, it will come again.
Perfect. Do you want your camera on or off, Lizette?
I don't mind, pretty much on, but I still I see myself frozen. Can you actually see me moving at the moment?
We can't see you at the moment. I don't think it's currently showing up on the StreamYard, so you might need to refresh or change the video settings.
All right. How about now? Just give me a sec.
Something happened.
Oh.
And this is your first talk, right, today, Lizette?
This is my very first talk today. And definitely you cannot see me. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I thought I was to go. And you can even see my presentation, right?
I can see the presentation. So here's the presentation.
Also, but you cannot see me.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on there. I'm really sorry.
Okay. Edit my avatar. Maybe I should edit my avatar, but I'm planning to put my face there, but it's not happening somehow. Probably we should just keep going, I guess. Oh,
yep,
sorry.
That would be great. No, it's not your fault. I'm sure it's our technology that's going wrong, and this is the things that we have, that we're on this new platform as well. But look, I really want to say thank you very much for talking for the first time here. We really hope that we're going to be a really good audience for you, and I will just introduce you, and then you can start your talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Lizette?
Yes?
So you're a proper, I'm going to say in quotes, a proper engineer in that you're INCOSE certified, which I don't think many of us are. So there's, your bio says, there's a lot of engineering, ISO 12207, CBOC, all these things that I find really scary when it comes to proper engineering, but I'm really keen to hear your talk on human factor engineering in the SDLC. So I will hand it over to you if that's okay.
Sure. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry you cannot see me. I'm having technical issues with my camera, but the good thing is you can see my presentation. I am going to be talking about human factor engineering in the system development lifecycle. And thank you, ComfyCon, for hiring me this time. I want to start my presentation by asking you a question to you all. What's the purpose of designing systems? At the end of the day, it's about developing systems fit for purpose or meeting users' needs and requirements. But what happens if you don't have access to user requirements? And this is because you're working in research and development industries or organizations, or simply you don't have access to users. And what I'm going to show you next is a system that we are very familiar with on a daily basis. This is about doors. Can you tell me, can you pull or push? These doors have handles, and there is a sign of what the action is required from you. But I encountered this many times with myself. Instead of pulling, you actually pushing, and then you feel like, oh, what I'm doing. Yes, I'm embarrassed, but never mind. I'll try to figure out myself, and eventually I pull instead of pushing the door. But what about these doors? These doors don't have a signage, don't have handles. Would you open this door faster? I think you would, for sure. And this is what I wanted to talk to you about human factor engineering, is understand the user to develop a system of technology that is fit for purpose. Because good design takes care of planning and understanding of how people behave. So enough about doors. The next slide is about talking what happens if something doesn't go well in the system development lifecycle. I will put together more realistic examples in my next slides, but I want to have like what the impacts might be when something goes wrong when you're designing systems. The first one, for example, is poor user experience when you're interacting all the time with different UI environments or platforms. In this case, increased cost, market lost. Something goes wrong with the design. You wanted to access an internet service and you simply can't access it. Or the last one, human life at risk. In my industry, human life is at risk if the system development lifecycle doesn't go well. It's like in the telecommunication sector or in the cybersecurity space, in the aviation industry, for example. Now we're going to be talking about industry-based examples. And the first one, we have user experience design. When the developer believes is making a simple, intuitive UI platform and how the users are consuming or are using it. Here we go. So what I wanted to highlight here is the existence of human error is always prevalent, but it's not about eliminating it, but reducing it. The next example is about expensive market loss. And what I'm going to be talking about is the online banking. This is about banking industry and cryptographic communications. So we now access online banking through our laptops, mobile devices, or iPads. This is called encrypted communications, as we all know it. And that's the way now moving forward in this world. And this is enabled by PKI framework, in which we have a certificate and a key pair. So the next slide is about the process of how we doing the certificate update process at the organization. Oh, this is in the bank. We have our end user mobile devices where we have the certificate and public key loaded onto them. We are doing a web browser connection that enables the TLS to do online banking, to access to the web server in the bank. In the web server, we have the private key and the certificate. For certificates, we have a certificate authority that issues the certificates and authenticates the keys. In the bank, or in the enterprise, in this case, the way to manage certificates of keys, there is a monitoring system which does that. But this monitoring system doesn't work or functions on its own. It needs user input. And what I'm going to show you next is what happens if something goes wrong in the monitoring system. And the example is the certificate that the certificate authority issues has an expiry date. And this example is the certificate has expired and it has a change reaction. Obviously, the certificate authority wasn't notified to issue a new certificate, wasn't told to do so. It's not their job to do the monitoring part of it. But the certificate is expired and therefore it stops working. And therefore, in the web server, it's expired and in the end on your devices, and you can connect and do online banking. And here we go. We are familiar maybe with this message that yes, you could proceed probably at your own risk. You will be able to connect to the online banking, but that doesn't assure you that this connection will be secure. And I'm going to be talking about this example in my next slide. But the responsibility is on the end user, and it shouldn't be, because you can be compromised or your data can be exposed. This next example is about human life at risk. It's a short video that is going to give you a bit of more context of the importance of implementing or having into consideration the human factor engineering, where an error in the system design can be catastrophic. I hope you enjoyed this video.
The two biggest airplane manufacturers in the world are Airbus and Boeing, and they have a fierce rivalry. If one of them can offer a better plane, the other could lose a lot of money. That's exactly what was about to happen in 2010. Airbus announced that they would update their most popular model, the A320, a single-aisle airplane that services many domestic flights. You've probably been on one. For this new plane, Airbus had a big update. It would have a new kind of engine. It was much larger than the previous engine, but it would make the plane 15% more fuel efficient. And just as importantly, this upgrade wouldn't change the plane that much. A pilot could walk into the new model with little additional training and be on their way. It was called the A320neo, and it would save airlines a lot of money. This was a problem for Boeing. To compete with Airbus, Boeing's obvious move was to upgrade the engine on their single-aisle plane, the 737. But there was one issue. Here's a sketch of the 737 next to the Airbus A320. Notice how the 737 is lower to the ground than the A320. This meant Airbus could slide a new engine under the wing of their A320, but there wasn't enough room under the wing of the Boeing 737. But a few months later, Boeing's product development head had big news. He said, "We figured out a way to get a big enough engine under the wing." Their solution was to move up the engine on the wing so that it would be slightly higher, and it would fit on their 737s. Here's a promotional video of that updated 737 in the air. You can actually see that the top of the engine is above the wing. Boeing called this model the 737 MAX. And just like Airbus with the A320, Boeing said that their new plane was so similar to its predecessor that pilots would only need minimal additional training. The 737 MAX became the hottest selling plane on the market, and it helped Boeing keep up with Airbus. Except moving the engine up on the 737 had a side effect. When the 737 MAX was in full thrust, like during takeoff, the nose tended to point too far upward, which could lead to a stall. This was a problem, because these planes were supposed to behave exactly like the old ones. So Boeing came up with a workaround. Instead of re-engineering the planes, they installed software that automatically pushed the nose downward if the pilot flew the plane at too high of an angle. They called it the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS. But because Boeing was selling the 737 MAX as pretty much the same plane as the 737, they didn't highlight the new MCAS system. Many pilots only got a 2-hour iPad course before entering the cockpit for the first time. And the training material didn't mention the MCAS software. In 2018, several American pilots complained to the federal government that the 737 MAX was suddenly nosing down. On October 29, 2018, Lion Air Flight 610 took off from Jakarta. In the flight report, which shows the plane's altitude over time, you can see that the plane was in full thrust during takeoff. But at a certain point, the nose of the plane kept lurching downward. The pilots couldn't figure out why this was happening. The captain asked the first officer to check the quick reference handbook. They couldn't find the solution. The pilots continued to fight with the MCAS. The plane struggled to gain altitude. Reports show it was likely because the computer was getting incorrect sensor data, pushing the plane toward the earth below. 12 minutes after takeoff, the plane crashed into the Java Sea.
And this is just a short video. Hopefully wasn't too boring for you, but what I just going to mention that there was another accident, another airplane crash, and in total 346 people perished. And this could happen when human factor engineering isn't considered in the system design. There was another airplane crash in China. Not sure if you have heard about it, but it happened on the 21st of March in a domestic flight in China, and it happens to be a Boeing 737. The black boxes have been found, but we don't know yet the investigation's outcomes. But I'll be very interested to know what happened, if it was human error or system error in this case. I leave to you for your own conclusions. But I'm going to talk about
the two biggest airplane manufacturers in the world are
Next one. This is my backstory. I wanted to talk to you about a bit about myself and why I got interested about human factor engineering. I am from Peru, and I work in the IT industry or telecommunications industry pretty much in Peru, Colombia, Panama, Chile, and in other little cities in South America. And in 2010, I graduated and have my MBA done. Sorry, that's the only photo I have. Kind of got rid of my body, my bestie there, but that's the only photo I have. I was so ready to take the work, and I got very interested about business, in the business area of things, which helped me to integrate human factor in everything that I do when it comes to technology. And in the same year, I came to Australia. I started working in the academia first, and then I'm in IT back again. But what happened is between Peru and Australia, I made such a big change or transition between culture, languages, and industries at the same time, all together. But I'm still here in Australia, which I love this country, by the way, especially Canberra, and not lying. But what happens is there's a common thing. Keep going to my photo back. Sorry. Between Peru and Australia, and working in these industries, you're working with people. There's a common thing. There's just people, and they use your products, they use your systems, and you work with developers, engineers, project managers, senior executive staff, etc. And they're just people, and we as humans, we are full of imagination. We have cognition, we have an emotion when we interacting with technology. And with human factor engineering, I'm not asking you to become a psychologist. It's just to have into consideration this human factor. In 2018, I finished a master's degree in systems engineer. That has been part of my introduction. I also am certified in ComfyCon associate systems engineer, where I got so passionate about systems engineering because it's a whole concept methodology where you start talking or applying from cradle to grave when you're developing systems. And the next one I'm going to show you next is about what is factor engineering, finally. And this focuses on how systems work in actual practice with real and fallible human beings at the controls, and attempts to design systems that optimize safety and minimize the risk of error in complex environments. Human factor engineering focuses on 4 areas. One is the cognitive, sensory, physical, and team dynamic. The first one, we call cognitive, relates to knowledge, memory, thinking, reasoning, behavior, and judgment. And going back to my example with the Boeing 737, these pilots knew how to fly. They have a number of hours of flight that is a requirement to become a pilot. They were familiar with the instruments in the aircraft. Basically, they knew how to fly. My other example, the certificate update. The administrator of the web server knows how to use the monitoring system and is familiar with it because it requires its input, and the monitoring system will do what is pretty much told what to do. The physical one relates to identifying physical action and also identifying any impairments like hearing, visual, physical, etc. And I wanted to go back to the first example when you opening doors. And instead of being required to even knowing what the action is required from you, you actually try to push. And this happens many times, and it has happened to me. It's clearly that you know what to do, but it comes naturally. You just push instead of pulling. With the 737 MAX example is the pilots flying the aircraft, noticing that they're losing altitude. They continue pulling the wheel, and the more they were pulling up to try to keep altitude, the more the aircraft was nosing down, and hence the tragedy. When it comes to sensory, this relates to words or phrases that connect to the 5 senses and describe how something looks, smells, tastes, feels, or sounds. Back to my example again, in the air, the pilots were able to see evidently on the instruments, they're losing altitude, and there was a warning there, and they were trying to find a solution. But this software called MCAS, in the video, if you might remember, wasn't highlighted. They didn't actually know that this new software existed. So there was no description of what they needed to do. Eventually, they realized that it was a simple turn off of disable function for MCAS to stop bringing the airplane down. Team dynamics, this is the last one, relates to how people work together and share purpose, values, trust, openness, accountability, ownership, communication, etc. When you are in this situation, you're working as a team, you lean on each other, you have definitely a skill to work as a team. And when I started doing my research of this case study for Boeing 737, these 2 airplane crashes that happened in the past. The last one was 2018. They were able to find that the pilots trying to solve the issue, and they were discussing, and in the end they found the solution just to disable the MCAS, but it was too late because they only had 10 seconds to turn MCAS off, but unfortunately was late. With the certificate update, it requires an input, user input from the administrator, but the monitoring system didn't let the administrator know when the certificates were about to expire. So perhaps we have an enhanced feature or a reminder to be added into this system. Sometimes these technical solutions can be put in place. Otherwise, there must be a procedural control, like a manager, to work together with administrator to oversee this process and avoid the issue that they happen with the certificates update process. The next one is just a message that I want to share with you as a systems engineer, is when engineers or designers, or in this case developers, of many of you here probably, need to focus their attention on the cases where things go wrong, not just when things work as planned. And there's always a debate between human or system error. I'm going to show you some of the benefits of human factor engineering. If you are willing to take on these suggestions, this is only my suggestions, and how to implement human factor engineering. The first one, we're talking about empathize. It's a hard thing to do, but try to put yourself into the user's shoes. Who are they? What do they need? What do they want? What roles and processes they deal with on a daily basis? Just try to put into consideration those cognitive, sensory, team dynamics areas at this first step. And if part of the concept, learning about your audience. The second one is the analysis. Probably you will have user requirements here. Create a point of view that is based on user needs. So spend time in identifying what is the problem, what we're trying to solve here, instead of coming up quickly to solutions. The third one is ideate, is design, develop, or brainstorm and come up with as many creative solutions as possible. Probably a constraint attached to this one with budget, time, resources, but I'm pretty sure it can be done. Prototype. This is the production of physical factor of building a representation of one or more of your ideas to show others, or show a preliminary version of the solution that you're putting together, and give it to your end user and see how they interact, how they're using it. And this is a valuable feedback that you can have, which is part of the testing bit, and it's the utilization. So you're sharing your prototype and you will get ideas, you will get this feedback that will be really valuable to implement in your system design or improve some areas in your system. And of course, this is an iterative process. So in the end, you just, having a system that is fit for purpose, meets user requirements, and is easy to interact with, and will give you the actual actions, helpfully, what the user needs to do, and it will be a happy, pretty much, user in the end, because we don't redesign humans, we redesign the system within which humans work. And good design starts with an understanding of people and technology. Good design requires good communication, especially from machine to person, indicating what actions are possible, what is happening, and what is about to happen. And this is me. That's it. Thank you very much.
That was an amazing talk.
Oh, thanks. Sorry about that. glitches.
No. Don't say sorry at all. It's entirely probably our fault. But honestly, that was a really good talk. One of the interesting things is, and I know Shannon's got some thoughts on this as well. So my dad actually works as a system safety engineer, and the amount of conversations we've had about cybersecurity and considering cybersecurity on its own versus safety and the relationship between cybersecurity and safety, there are so many linkages about considering them in the same way that we should really just treat cybersecurity as a safety problem more than a security problem on its own.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was absolutely great.
I'm trying to sort out my camera and I still can't do it. I'm sorry.
No worries. I recently watched, there's a documentary, I think it's on Netflix or Prime or something. My partner likes watching lots of documentaries on the 737 MAX crashes. Yeah, super fascinating. Been sort of talking about this in the Discord.
And I watch it, and there are other issues underlying about changing culture, changing priorities. They got a more equitable sort of focus in the end, just not caring more about or much about safety anymore, or good quality manufacturing products, for example. So yes, I watched that documentary as well. I got fascinated and a bit frustrated too.
And they just blamed the pilots, and people came out. And because the pilot, the first one was from Indonesia, who actually trained in the US, but they're actually Boeing and some airline experts in the US came out and said if this was in the US, that would never have happened. That was prior to when they found out what had gone on. It's a bit crazy where they just sort of threw that at the, let's call the pilot the user. It was user error at the time, which is a little bit, what kind of happens a lot.
Which
was...
Mm-hmm.
No. The other thing I wanted to point out was you echoed, it was Alan, I think, that said, if you can't open the door, then it's your fault, if I can't open the door and you've designed a door, then it's your fault, not mine. You talked about that too a little bit. If the design is not created for people to make, for it to be easy for people to use, then it's on the designer, not really on the user. So some really, really good points that you've brought up, and a really great way to put those into context in a really simple, and everybody knows that push-pull, the Midvale School of the Gifted. Yeah. And lastly, big props to you for doing presentations in a second language.
Oh, thank you.
I can't even imagine, and I know we've had a few in ComfyCon that are or likely having English as a second language, and then first time presenting as well. Big props to people. I can't even imagine presenting in another language. So yeah, congratulations. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much, Lizette. And there's a couple of questions in the Discord if you want to check that out. I also will note, just for anyone who's interested, we do have a couple of ex-pilots in the Discord. I'm not going to name names just in case they don't want to talk about it, but they do have some interesting thoughts on the matter as well. So definitely keen for people to just ask questions in that area. But thank you again, Lizette.
Someone commenting that Soundwave, Shen just wanting to be let loose to talk about planes. Fuck yeah, I love planes.
And apparently we have to make aeroplane noises when we're eating nuggies now.
I love being on the plane when you're landing and the flaps come up. Like, I still get excited. I don't know.
Also, by the way, she said something really important, which is Canberra is the best city. Sorry, did everyone hear that? I think that was a really important thing to say.
It's the capital city.
And everyone goes quiet. Everyone goes quiet. Okay, I better not take a job as like a comedian. But we will move on to our next speaker, who I think everyone will love hearing because they've tied in their talk into Harry Potter, which I know the person sleeping on me next to me was playing Lego Harry Potter about 30 seconds ago. So let me bring in Sarah.
Hello.
Sarah, how are you today?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
Now, Sarah also is a first-time speaker, so I've just seen her like taking deep breaths, but I'll tell you now, everyone's been really nice. So they will have no problems, and they will be very complimentary about your talk, I'm sure. Again, Zero is making noise in order to support you as well. Of course, the question I have to ask everyone, it's going to get boring at some point. Nuggies versus tendies, Sarah?
Oh man, I have to admit, I stayed up last night thinking about this. It has been weighing on my mind since you've been asking everyone. And to be honest, for me, it's probably Korean fried chicken before nugs or tendies. But it would be tendies during the day, but nuggets after a little bit to drink.
Nuggies is really good because McDonald's is open 24/7 next to me.
Exactly. Yep.
So I can go get nuggies at any time. I can't get tendies at any time. I will say there's a bowl. I don't know if you can see on camera. There is a bowl of Korean fried chicken just here that the wonderful Alex has just made for us. So we'll be digging into that as well. But before I do that, of course, we'll introduce Sarah, who can give her talk. So Sarah is a cybersecurity strategy and influence leader with a background that sits at the intersections of data protection, cyber strategy, and security culture. While Sarah's passion lies in cybersecurity strategy and education, she's also a self-professed pop culture and coffee nerd, which I think is why the talk today is the title it is. So, Sarah, I will hand over to you.
Amazing. Thanks, guys. And it's been amazing listening into the talks for the last 2 days. I've definitely been pretty comfy on my couch. So hello, everyone. Welcome to today's Defense Against the Dark Arts tutorial, in which we'll be diving into a hippogriff's view on the value of having a clear cybersecurity strategy and complementary plans. So before we jump into this, ones at the ready, a little bit about me, and I think this has already been introduced, but yes, I'm a cyber strategy and influence program lead at Seek. I sit in that data protection, cyber strategy, security culture space. Over the years, I've done some interesting things. I've led a data protection office, had the pleasure to build security awareness, insider threat, and incident response programs from scratch, and just generally spent my career in that cyber security, cyber risk space. At this point, my passion is lying in the cybersecurity strategy and education space, but you know that seems to change every 5 years. So maybe I'll be in ComfyCon 2026 and have totally changed that direction. But yes, I am a pop culture, bit of a pop culture nerd, and I do have a healthy obsession with coffee. This comes to no surprise because of my talk theme and the jug of coffee in front of me today. So to get started, over the course of my career, I've noticed the common misconception in the industry that a strategy is a plan is a strategy, and better yet, let's slap strategic plan on a listing of work outputs and bam, solid achievement, ticking boxes, pats on the back, job well done. Honestly, I'm sure we've all heard, we need to create a strategic plan, which is usually linked to that work outputs, more than we have heard we need to create a strategy. And hand on heart, I can definitely say I've 100% done this in my career, especially earlier on, where I'd confuse, the next quarter plan, the next quarter of projects we're working on as our business strategy, our security strategy, when I should have really been asking questions around, how do these plans and projects that we've spun up support our overarching business objectives or our security strategy if we had one. But confidence is probably another talk topic in and of itself. So my message today is that a clear cybersecurity strategy and underlying plans is critical to the success of any security program. But as mentioned, we commonly mix these up. And I think it's valuable to unpack this and ensure that we're harnessing both to their full potential. So through the lens of Harry Potter, as hopefully a bit of a memory aid, and I'm probably showing my age here, considering they just did that Amazon reunion special. I'm going to spend the next few minutes just drilling down into what is a strategy, what is a plan, when they're needed, and some quick fire steps to creation. So a strategy is storytelling. It is your journey, your choices. In the words of Albus Dumbledore, it is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. And I would have tried to put on an accent, but I'm absolutely brutal at that. So strategy is the making of an integrated set of choices. It's going to collectively position your firm, business area, team in its industry or company so as to create sustainable advantage. So what you're aiming for is to deliver superior return, get better value. It's your narrative of high-level choices and themes to go towards your final showdown. You and your team are the authors of this story. But as an author, you still want people to read your book. So it's important, therefore, that for you to understand the business landscape in which your book will be released, weigh up potential risks against its potential successes, and consider ways in which you can be competitive so you can ensure key messages resonate with your audience. A strategy maps to this. It identifies what you need to do to meet one or more core business objectives. It outlines how you will overcome challenges, confront your vulnerabilities, and leverage your assets to navigate through the journey to arrive at your final destination. So, in Harry Potter, there is a group called the Order of the Phoenix. Their overarching aim could really be boiled down to something along the lines of, all life is valid, or, hashtag down with blood purity. This Order of the Phoenix was established to directly combat the Death Eaters, the bad guys who placed value in blood purity. Their internal orders had a clear strategy that aligned their troops to a central mission, become hashtag #1 in the market, i.e. defeat the bad guy, Voldemort. These orders were not a prescriptive step-by-step details, and I'll note Dumbledore held details quite close to his chest, but they provided the governing principles to progress the Order of the Phoenix towards their end goal, and allowed that little bit of creativity in their planning, which we'll get to in a moment, to be able to continuously innovate to get to that end goal. A security strategy should be similar. It should align to your business objectives and provide the themes for your journey. It will rally the team to your central mission and also give them the power to manage their time and projects based on how it relates to the strategy. I am pretty sure we all cybersecurity and IT teams are very busy. We have drive-bys all the time of projects coming in, and we also have things that we see in the external environment that we might want to work on. So having a clear security strategy allows us to put a business case together and say, hey, this is critical to deliver on our security strategy and therefore deliver on the business objectives. Or just to say to those drive-bys, hey, look, really happy to help, but come back in June because we've got these critical projects that we need to do to get the business to where they want to be in 5 years' time. So I would say that having a clear strategy is always needed, but that's my personal opinion. Having that clear cybersecurity strategy that's documented and communicated and mapped to business objectives. And yes, I know I've said map to business objectives about 5 times now, but I truly think of security as an enabler of business. We can't be the no police. So generally a strategy is needed though. When you have an unclear destination, there's a changing landscape, you're pivoting directions, maybe you are unifying, across Asia and you need to unify your tech infrastructure, and there's just so much going on that you need this clear security direction to be able to get to your business's end goal. So now moving on to plans. A plan is an arrangement, a pattern, a program, or a scheme for a definitive purpose. It really takes me back to high school, that kind of who, what, when, how to achieve that specific goal or objective. Generally they're short term, but I'd just say, shorter than a strategy. A plan is more limited in scope than a strategy, and the process for developing the plan should be more focused and quicker so you can get into action as soon as possible. So it's that action stage. If we put the strategy and plan together in a timeline, typically the strategy is going to come first, where you're defining your overarching vision and objectives, and then you'll have underlying plans. So commonly plans are developed to accomplish your strategy. So now think of this. It might be a dream come true for some of you, but you're in the Order of the Phoenix and you've been tasked to hunt Horcruxes with the Golden Trio. For those of you who haven't read Harry Potter, a Horcrux is an object that harbors a shard of Voldemort's soul split through the casting of the Forbidden Killing Curse, which allows him to unnaturally lengthen his life. So these things are straight up bad news and are not going to help you get to your, #1 in the market initiative if he can't die. So based on your intel, there is a Horcrux within Gringotts Bank. So now to achieve your overarching strategy, i.e. defeat the Dark Lord, #1 in the market, you need to destroy the hashtag number of Horcruxes. And as each Horcrux is hidden in a different object, you have different plans and plays for destroying each one, with the ultimate goal of delivering upon your overarching strategy. So you've defined your expectations, find and destroy, get Horcruxes, outlined your milestones, the number of them destroyed, and you've had different plays and plans to destroy your Horcrux. So a plan is generally needed when you have that lack of clarity and alignment. You need to allocate and assign your resources, especially when they're limited. You need to manage your people, clarify roles, and just get everything into alignment to deliver some swift action. So you can have a plan without a strategy, but a strategy without a plan is a story unfulfilled. I'm sure we all have a plan of what our team is doing for the next quarter, a listing of projects, but if it does not map to an overarching security strategy or simply your business strategy, it's not going to tell the story that we want, and we're not going to be able to deliver on firm objectives. How do we know that all these fantastic initiatives that we're doing will achieve the strategic goals? And sometimes, we do know that in cybersecurity, we know that these are critical projects, but it's telling that narrative to the business to show that what we are doing is going to have a really good value and keep the lights on. Now, I could spend hours drilling into how to create a successful strategy or a plan, but I am only on 10 minutes, so I am going to do a quick fire away as if a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon is flaming at my heels. So for a strategy, thinking should be very long term. Building your strategy should include thinking of your vision, mission, and values, ensuring alignment with your business objectives, developing your vision, assessing organizational risk and stakeholder expectations, enabling a comprehensive current state assessment, and then prioritizing your kind of core initiatives and building out that security roadmap. When it comes to a plan, you focus on a goal and you break that down into smaller goals or objectives. Then you work out the who, what, when, how to achieve that specific goal or objectives. You need to define your goal and where it maps to the strategy, divide the goal into your key milestones, identify the resources needed, prioritize and assign all related tasks, and then review, reflect, refine, do some retros as you go. So to wrap up, guys, let's swipe right on changing the narrative to let's create a security strategy with underlying plans to support. I think it's quite important to have a security strategy. It enables our communication to the business. And my hope is that with these clarifications today, you'll be able to deliver upon your objectives at work, make sure we're really communicating our value to the business and making sure that we are mapping our projects to business objectives. And, perhaps you will overthrow a dark wizard overlord or two.
That was absolutely friggin' amazing.
That was so good, Sarah. Spot on. Loved it.
Hopefully it was interesting. Yeah.
Yep.
Amazing.
And I think everyone is going to go away remembering it because of the Harry Potter thing, which I think is really, really good as well. There's
amazing.
a lot of people
good memory aid.
A lot of people who, other than arguing with me about Canberra being the best town, are saying they love Harry Potter and they love the talk as well. I've had messages as well, by the way, from people saying they loved it too. So, really great talk. And I think if anyone has a question, I haven't seen any questions. Actually, I might have. Hang on. No, it's all about chicken for some reason. I think we've overdone the chicken thing, Shanna.
Well, I hope not, because we're just about to have another video on chicken.
I know, but I think the really good thing about when you have a talk that has no questions, I think the thing to take away from it is there are no questions because you're able to explain it so clearly. And that's awesome. What I think is a really good hallmark of a good talk as well. So and Dan is putting his thumbs up as well. So thank you very much for coming. And I hope everyone is able to go away and use the proper language when they are talking about strategies versus plans and not just mix them up and actually have clear articulation on what they mean.
Brilliant. Thanks for having me, guys.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're right. I hope nobody's overdone with chicken because apparently I put a slot in saying Shanna cooks chicken.
Yeah. And also, you don't talk at your own conference. It's a bit gaudy. Meanwhile, so you're going to have to stick around. No, you're on mute. You put yourself on mute. I didn't even do that.
I've been told off. I've had my wrist slapped. I understand.
So I did a video earlier. It's about 13 minutes. If you're not interested in frying chicken and me talking shit while frying chicken, this is a video that I took from yesterday through to today, making my fried chicken and doing a little bit of a walkthrough of how that looks. So can you stick around? We'll stick around and we can do some commentary if needed. And we put the video up?
Sure, I will do that. Yes, let us do that.
Because otherwise,
Otherwise, it's just you talking. So is this us making fun of you making chicken, or do you want constructive criticism?
We'll see. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
I haven't actually rewatched the video to check it's all right.
Okay. But, so we will, for those of you, we will see how this goes. Hopefully, this will work.
So welcome. I am not going to do this live, or not this first bit anyway, because there is quite a bit of work that goes into making
and the tattoo too.
And no, just because if they're small, they're not nuggets. So I'm starting with, I've got into
My breasts.
chicken breasts here, and
That's
I'm
what
just gonna
she
cut them
said.
into pieces. Kind of, try and get them somewhat even. It's not a really big deal. You can just cook the ones that are a different size together. But if you can cut them all around about the same size, it makes it a bit easier later on.
Sounds a bit aggressive, the knife cutting, doesn't it?
Cutting up my.
You're letting out your anger.
Yeah.
I will have to disappear with
And
5 minutes. So I can let the next speaker get ready, by the way.
Support crew with me.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm waiting for any drop chicken. That's super important to make sure that you have your cleanup crew around you at all times.
Could be a nice little interlude for people if they want to go grab a drink.
I have
Perfect time to get a drink, which is what I think Alex is doing right now too.
I'm not a great cutter. So next, wash your hands because raw chicken.
Oh, comment from
I'm gonna add
Soundwave. I don't
some
mind
hot sauce
uneven breasts.
to the buttermilk. So I'm going to open my hot sauce. These are just.
I mean, you, mate.
Oh,
a bowl.
You've gone red.
As much hot sauce as you want.
It's just the lighting.
About a teaspoon or more if you like spicy. This one's got truffle in it, just because I'm a bit fancy. And about a cup of buttermilk. So the buttermilk has some acid in it which helps to break down and keep the chicken moist and tender. So I'm just going to
throw moist in there.
Mix up
Some people don't like the word moist.
I know.
with the buttermilk.
Moist.
And smell the truffle.
Zero wanted to see chicken. He's alright, he can stay.
Once you mixed it, throw your chicken in. Well, not throw it in, but put your chicken in. And make sure they're all coated. Voila. Once you've done that, you want to keep them in the buttermilk for at least 30 minutes or longer if you can. I'm not going to put them in the fridge because putting it in the fridge will make the chicken cool, and I want to keep the chicken a little bit more at room temperature and continue this on our next break. Thank you for joining. All right, back for part 2 of chicken tendies. Deep fried chicken. First ingredient for now, because it's after 5, not that that ever really stops me, so I'm going to have a glass of wine. And then, this next part is where it gets a little bit messy. So, I have my bowls out ready to go. Hopefully, I think I've got all that I need, a plate for the chicken to go on. I'm going to use 2 different types of flour for this. I normally only use one, like an all-purpose flour. Today I'm going to use 2. So put about 2 cups of flour in. So I'm going to put like 1.5 cups of plain flour. And then I'm using a semolina flour, which should, in theory, make the chicken a little bit more crispy. So it's super fine. So let's see if this works. This is my first time, and wow, the camera's going crazy. Zooming. Alright, so I just mix my flour in together. Then we just add spices. You can add whatever you like. The KFC, 12, 11 herbs and spices, however many there are. I'm sort of adding random. Make sure there's some salt in there. Got some paprika. And I'm going to put in some more chili as well. And if I look away from the camera, it goes crazy. Alright, so this is Kashmiri chili. Pretty spicy. Put a good dollop in.
Right, mix up your flour mixture. And make sure you've got enough spices in there for the amount of flour. You want to make sure that you've got a good flavour that's going through all of the chicken. And you can always add more salt later too. I'm going to do 2 rounds of frying, so I can sometimes put an extra round of salt in between both of those. Alright, so my flour's ready. Crap everywhere. Some of the flour all down my front. Couple of eggs. I wrote on Adam Liel's The Cook Up last night that you just smash it on a flat surface and then you don't get the shell in the egg. Let's see. Works, but get an egg everywhere. Alright. So
Oh my god, who is this munchkin?
Wash my hands. See, it comes with me.
I put it on. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to keep that.
It's like,
So you're gonna lightly beat the eggs.
what is it? It's like, Wizard of Oz. Again.
I could speed the whole thing up, and then I was like, oh, maybe I could just do it all in
So once that's
1.25.
beaten, the next step is to take your chicken and we're going to strain out the buttermilk. So I'll
Look
be
how
back
fast I was
momentarily.
whipping those eggs, Hazen.
Oh, we're back. As you can hear my dogs around still. So, I have drained out
And because the speed has returned to normal.
from the buttermilk mixture. So, we're going to do flour mixture, egg, back in the flour mixture, then onto a plate. I know it's really hard to see, but I will try and do this so that you can sort of see.
It gets super messy.
Chicken tendies. This is where it gets really messy. So, you want to flour coat your tendies. And put them in the egg. So I do a few at a time, just make it a bit faster.
It's really hard to make like battering stuff,
Yeah,
interesting.
All over them.
I think I will run with that. That's what she said.
The podcast or the
Yeah.
chef, the cooking show.
That's what she said.
I'm going to put these back in the flour mixture again now. That gives them a good batter. Another.
Keen to see your thoughts, Alex, once this is done.
Alright, I'm going to keep doing these and I'll come back to you when they're done. Alright, so I'm up to my last couple of tendies that I'm just putting through the flour here. And then, just for good measure, just because I tend to chuck them all back into the flour again, just to give them a really good coating, starting from some of the older ones.
Come tune into ComfyCon and watch Shannon batter her breasts.
Good coating of flour and those seasonings on there, and that will keep them very crispy. And by now they've dried out a little bit, so it makes it a little bit easier. No real science to this. And chuck all those back in. And I'm making a massive mess, and I'm not going to show you my bench. Clearly somebody is walking down the road and they're not allowed to. Alright, so I have a heap of flour left. Make sure you check it out. We're dealing with raw chicken here. You don't want to keep it. But I do have my plate of tendies ready to be fried. So I will get the next step underway. Okay, so we're now at the end of day one of ComfyCon. It's 9:15. I'm a little bit tired and I still have to cook my chicken. But I'm going to do 2 fries because it makes them crispier and makes them better. So I'm going to do the first fry tonight, and then I'm going to put them in the fridge overnight, and I'll do the second fry tomorrow. I'm going to move this. It's going to let me. I bought an electric deep fryer this week. Just got a cheapish one, Sunbeam deep fryer, because it's super easy. So first fry is done on a lower temperature, so you want it to kind of cook the chicken through for a little bit longer, so maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and then the second fry will be a hot temperature for a shorter amount of time, just to give it that golden brown. So I'm going to do about 4 minutes for each of these because they're quite small. And then I'm going to put them on a plate and I'm going to put them in the fridge overnight, uncovered, to dry them out. And then tomorrow I will finish this. Now I'm just waiting for the deep fryer to heat up. A little bit of a tray. Take another video on some frying.
Alright, so I'm not sure how well that these chicken tendies are going to go, considering they've been left so long after I battered them, but YOLO, right? TLDR, they worked out really well. Yes, Alex, I do find they dry out after a day, and that actually makes it better for the crispiness, which I know you can't hear me, but
my timer.
I'll type it as well.
That's all right. I can hear you now. It sounds really good. I only
Right,
do mine
so we're
for
gonna
about 15 minutes. Between
Deep fry these for a couple of minutes, and then I'll come back when they're done. See, I'm only frying them. You know, somebody else can also smell what's going on in here. But first fry's looking pretty delicious, so all I'm doing is cooking them, taking them out. And putting in some more. These are looking pretty good. And just because I needed some dinner, I'm going to double cook some for myself now. But I'm going to put this plate in the fridge and I'm going to finish this tomorrow. And I will be seeing you all at ComfyCon tomorrow on the home stretch.
Alright, the last bit of this talk is going to be finishing frying, which I'm going to do now. It's a little bit early, but I'm done. I've got some chips. I have some tendies done. I'm going to turn off my fryer and show you the results.
You can see I am wearing pants. Certified.
Ta-da! Tendies and chips. Ready for me to eat.
Done.
Incredible. That looks really good. They were like the perfect color.
They turned out really well. How does that go with compared to how you make your Korean chicken, Alex? I'm super interested.
I do my double fry about 5 to 15 minutes apart. I was a bit hurried today, so it was a bit of a shorter time interval. But other than that, it's like the same kind of thing. I just brine them for a day beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah. If you put them in the fridge overnight, after the first fry, it dries them out a little, which helps with the crispiness of the batter.
That's clever.
That was a tip that I learned.
I was like, in my mind, I'm like, it's going to dry them out, but no in a good way. So
yeah,
I will try that next time.
Yeah, just makes it a little bit crispy, and then you get the. I think the semolina helped as well. This is the first time I used semolina, as well as all-purpose flour. So, yeah, I do a lot of cooking. So if anyone wants to hit me up about cooking, I cook a bunch of stuff. But Alex, you did some cooking where you are, but you're not going to be talking to us about cooking tonight, are you? No.
No. I'm going to be talking to you and everybody else on the stream about augmentation. So I'm sure there are a lot of cyberpunk fans in here. So why don't we have robots? This is kind of the topic of my talk.
I agree. You know, I played Cyberpunk. I loved it. I really wanted to get my own implants, and I'm left wondering the same thing. So I'm just now looking for your bio here. Let me get that. So, Alex, you are a biomechanical engineer. Oh, I've lost it again. Here we go. A biomechanical engineer currently working on the cybersecurity of a medical device. They have a background across many aspects of the healthcare system and the devices and implants that enable us to live happy and healthy lives. They are a keen interest in how health security intersects with economic, social, and systemic factors when working to deliver the best possible outcomes for patients. So today, Alex is talking to us about how do we attach augments and what body systems they will replace and enhance. And I'm not going to go through the rest of the synopsis because I'm pretty sure you're going to cover it in your talk. And you've got control. So take it away.
Cool. Spooky.
You can drop me off.
I don't know how to drop you off. I just realized. There we go. Dan's done it for me. So, hi everyone. Let me just bring my slides up. As Shana said, I will be talking today about augmentation. I know there's a lot of cyberpunk fans in the room, so we can kind of get kicked off from there. Just a quick heads up, content warning for this talk. I do have some medical and surgical images. They will be grayed out when the slide comes up on the screen, and the topic or the content underneath will be displayed, and then the gray out will fade and you'll see the image. It's not too graphic, but just I figured I would give you all a heads up and some self-control over the kind of content that you have on your screen. So a little bit about me. I originally studied biomedical engineering because I thought robot legs were fucking sick. And that's literally how I got into it. And I have a background in transcutaneous orthopedics and prosthetics. The medical industry loves jargon just as much as the cybersecurity industry. So basically that means implants that are inside of you and outside of you at the same time. In this particular case, looking at bolting prosthetics to a person's skeleton. I currently work as a test engineer for medical devices, with security becoming an increasingly big focus in this area. I had blue hair and pronouns when I started writing this talk. I have pink hair now. My pronouns are they and them. I'm also pretty big on queer representation in STEM. Not much else of note. At some point, I might get some certifications, try and drop a 0 day for clout, but we'll get there when we get there. Of course, the disclaimer, views of my own do not represent my organization, any of my affiliations, not that anyone would be stupid enough to have the same views as me. Anyway, so let's go through our cyberpunk checklist. We have increasing social stratification. We have the mechanization and militarization of police forces, use of surveillance technology by the state, and corporate monopolization, control, monetization of goods and services that we rely on. But there seems to be one big thing missing when we look at ourselves on the cyberpunk timeline. Whoop, lost my mouse. Sorry about that. Let's bring us back up. That's the wrong window. Apologies. There we go. So the one thing missing is the cool robot limbs. But when we talk about augmentation, we have to know what we're talking about when we talk about augmentation. So it's a bit of a fun buzzword, but what it is the ability to replace, assist, alter, or enhance physical or mental capabilities. It's a bit of a mouthful. There are different pathways to augmentation. First one would be chemical. Think your performance-enhancing drugs, steroids, blood doping. Nootropics is another fun buzzword. Modafinil. University students taking ADHD medications to help them focus. And medical pathways to augmentation, so implants, pacemakers and joint replacements, prosthetics, so robot hands, robot legs, and wearable devices such as insulin pumps. Nano augmentation is a while off yet, so apologies all you Warren Spector fans. You're not going to be looking like JC Denton anytime soon. Like many fields, what the public thinks of that field isn't necessarily reflective of the status. Augmentation is a bit of a funny buzzword. People think of cyberpunk stuff. They don't necessarily understand what the state of the topic is at the time. And it can feel a bit snake oily. So think about Elon Musk's Neuralink. He claimed it would be due by 2020 in heads. That's obviously not the case. And we've seen some pretty questionable ethical decision-making around the way that they've been doing testing as the news came out earlier this year. And then for those of you who are really into that kind of dystopic cyberpunk media, you think of Blade Runner as some of the foundational media of the genre set in the far-flung future of 2019. But looking at this and going, okay, well, we're not there yet. The reality is we've actually been trying to do this for a while. Humans have been trying to live longer, fight harder, be smarter since we've been human. And a peek back in history gives us a look at some of this stuff. So think about the development of protective suits. You just look at armor and stuff. I really love dive suits because they look ridiculous. And the first atmospheric pressure suit was actually built in 1710, again designed to let humans be able to exist in an environment that is incredibly hostile to them. On the chemical side, we saw widespread amphetamine use during World War II, providing performance enhancements in combat across all theaters and by all sides of the war. First use of steroids in the 1954 Olympics. Of interest to myself as someone who has spent the last few years turning their endocrine system into their biochemistry experiment, or the biological equivalent of a home lab, if you will. The first published use of hormone replacement therapy in a transgender individual in 1954. People think of Lily Elba. She underwent surgeries, but she actually never actually had hormone replacement therapy. So now you know what augmentation is. Why can't you have them? Why don't they exist in the consumer market, as it were? So the reality is that the human body is really, really, really complex. There's a lot of challenges involved in integrating anything into the body, notably an attachment and integration into the nervous system. If you think about viewing the human body as a system, it's a really, really complex one. And even plugging into a small part of that system and trying to communicate with it, we're not really very good at. It's also kind of worth noting that as of yet, there are no prosthetics on the market that can outperform a normal human limb. People have had discussions around things like Oscar Pistorius and para athletes competing with regular athletes, but despite a lot of media buzz, they still cannot perform better than an able-bodied athlete. So in kind of thinking about these complexes or these complex systems, enter the body systems interconnect model. It's a really, really, really genius model. I came up with it last night when I was trying to figure out a good way to explain a complex system to a group of cybersecurity professionals. My model is better than the OSI model because it only has 3 layers. So the first one is attachment. So how do we mechanically connect and augment a prosthesis to the body? It's really difficult. We've been trying to attach stuff to the human body for a long time. I'm sure all of you have worn shoes, and I'm sure all of you have gotten blisters from shoes. Just to kind of highlight how difficult it is to put something even semi-permanent on the body. Second is signaling. So, okay, ignoring attachment, how do I interface and communicate with the body systems? How do I send signals into the body? How do I receive signals with the body? And then kind of the last one is control. Once you've got those signals, what are you doing with them? What kind of applications and software are you putting in place to tell your augment or have it communicate with other systems and then into the body? So think of this as your layer 6 and 7 on your OSI. And this is actually probably the part of my super special model that is the most well researched. So let's start looking at attachment. So the way we would normally attach a prosthesis is with a negative pressure socket. A valve allows air out as the limb is inserted and it suctions onto the residual limb. That's kind of difficult. You're trying to transmit load into what's left of the bone through all the soft tissue that surrounds it. If you talk to a prosthetist, they would describe it as like trying to balance a stick in a bucket of jelly. Advances have made it possible to bolt it directly to the skeleton. The implant is inserted into the cavity in the bone, which grows into the surface of the implant over time. Basically, we looked at dental implants and said, how can I make that bigger and put it in a leg? So on the left here, I've got an X-ray of both a osseointegrated implant, which is the bone anchored, and a socket. And you can see that the actual bone aligns much better with the prosthesis in the implant, and it also gives an idea of just how much soft tissue is around the bone and how difficult it is to kind of control. The implant itself passes through the distal end of the stump, which is just the end furthest away from the center of mass, and it passes through the skin externally and attaches to the prosthesis itself. So let's have a look at where it is at. So the first human implantation actually occurred in 1990. We've been doing this for 32 years. Hasn't really been kind of in the public consciousness for that long. But funnily enough, here in Australia, we've been doing a lot of really good research around it. There's a really good surgeon down in Sydney doing some interesting stuff with it. Amputees that get this procedure report pretty significant increased quality of life. They're more active and engaged in their communities. They feel like they can participate in sports more. They're more confident on the limb. This is really good because we see improved walking symmetry in especially unilateral amputees. So basically they walk more naturally. They have a more natural gait. Gait is the term that we use for the study of walking. Improved walking symmetry is really important because imbalanced loads in amputees cause arthritis and osteoporosis. So we see a reduced risk of arthritis in these individuals. It's easy to take on and off. Putting on a socket is actually quite annoying. Again, imagine like a 12 eye-hole boot and you have to unlace the whole thing, put your foot into it and then lace it back up, versus slip-ons is kind of how I would equate it. We don't really think about it that much, but for an amputee having to do that for their entire leg, it gets old. Think about having to do that in the middle of the night when you want to go to the toilet. I think one of the most interesting kind of side effects that's come out of this is bone conduction. So because the bone grows into the implant over time and it essentially becomes a part of you, they can feel the prosthesis through osseoperception, mechanoperception. There's a bunch of different terms for it. Funnily enough, if you attach like a little vibrating speaker to the end of the external part of the implant and play a song, they can hear it in their ears through bone conduction, which is kind of just like a wild side effect. So this seems really great, right? What's the catch? All right, so it's not simple. It's a really complex surgical procedure. It's really difficult. Rehabilitation is time-consuming and painful. Congratulations, you've now got a titanium rod inserted directly into your bone. And now you feel like someone has just inserted a titanium rod directly into your bone. It's really expensive. On an individual case-by-case basis, you're looking at well over 6 figures in cost. Had patients remortgage their homes to pay for these. Part of that is the surgical cost. The actual prosthetic itself is very, very expensive. And if you're getting an implant, you want the top of the line prosthetic leg. Part of that is for safety. Because if you overload the implant, you can damage, break, snap the bone to the point where you may need to have your leg re-amputated. And once your amputation is high enough, you can't get another implant. Another big risk is infection. Congratulations, you now have an open wound for the rest of your life. It's called a stoma. Diabetics that use insulin pumps, people that have undergone chemotherapy and had a port installed have similar. It's a similar kind of process. Because there is such a high risk of infection, antibiotic use is quite common. Antibiotics also have a lot of really nasty side effects when you take them for a long time. Hepatotoxicity, which is basically liver toxicity. You take antibiotics for too long and your liver will shut down. This is a trade-off. And for a lot of people, it's actually a trade-off that they're willing to make. I had one patient that I had a discussion with, and his response was, I would rather have the ability to walk than a functioning liver. But it's still a trade-off that people have to consider. You know, you're not getting a cool robot leg and you can sprint like Adam Jensen. You have to consider this. So that's kind of an overview of attachment. Let's start looking at signaling and integration. When we think about interfacing with the nervous system, electrophysiology is the study of your body's electrical signals. You've probably heard the terms EEG, ECG, EMG. It's just electro something gram. In this case, encephalo is brain, C for cardio is heart, M for myo is the muscle. These are just specific sub areas to get the electrical signals out of those parts of the body. You may have seen those little round surface electrodes that are relatively common. Unfortunately, they're not very good for interfacing with the nervous system beyond very surface level readings, because when you're trying to get to a nerve and there's a lot of skin and flesh, that's a lot of interference in between what's picking up the signal and where the signal is coming from for such tiny, tiny voltages. So to get more accurate measurements, you need to go in invasively, which means putting something into or directly wrapped around the nerve. And then the other thing is more electrodes is better data. It's very rare that a nerve bundle is going to be doing exactly one thing. So the more electrodes you put around, the more signals you can collect, the better you can process it, the better you have an idea of what's going on. So here you can kind of see some of the surface mount electrodes and a needle electrode, which in this specific use case would go into a muscle. So you could look at muscle activation. Kind of, I guess, a bit of a case study, a look at some of the implants that are going on with this. Two of the primary ones are neurostimulation and electroceuticals. Neurostimulation falls kind of under the purview of brain-computer interfaces, depending on the one that you're getting. These can be invasive or partially invasive, which is a bit of a misnomer if you're not a medical person. Both of them are going inside of you and both of them require surgery. Invasive is just going into your brain itself. Partially invasive sits between the brain and your skull. So really they're both invasive, just one slightly more than the other. On the neurostimulation side, we've seen treatments in Parkinson's and epilepsy through deep brain stimulation, put a needle into the motor cortex and see what it does. There's really interesting footage because you have to be awake when it's implanted to have a look at how your Parkinson's shakes change with the stimulation in the brain. So there's good footage of someone playing the banjo while a neurosurgeon is wrist deep in their skull. If that's the kind of thing that you're into, it's really, really cool. Another kind of interesting application of neurostimulation is cochlear implants. It's a two-part implant, external and internal. External has a microphone and audio processor. Internal has a microprocessor that takes that audio, converts it into a signal that the nerve can use, and then part of it is implanted into the auditory nerve, and then the brain can process those signals into what we would hear as speech. Electroceuticals are another area of interest. It's like drugs, but electro. So basically think about, instead of taking a pill in the morning, you have an implant that tells your body to do what it needs to do. So I guess a way that I would explain this is if you're a diabetic, you need to take insulin, or in some cases you may need to take insulin, which means usually needles and injections and having to remember and check your blood sugar. Now imagine you had an implant that just zapped your pancreas and forced it to make insulin again. It's kind of how electroceuticals work. We're starting to see their use in stimulation of the vagus nerve. Now, the vagus nerve, for those who don't have a background in anatomy, it controls the parasympathetic nervous system. So again, bit of medical jargon. Basically, the parasympathetic nervous system is the control system of your body that keeps everything running that you're not aware of. Rest, digest, feed, and breed is a bit of a mnemonic for what it does. So it actually, covering so much, we're seeing stimulation of the vagus nerve actually see positive outcomes in things such as depression, PTSD, and interestingly, you see a lot of talk about the brain-gut interface in things like inflammatory bowel disease, in autoimmune disorders, because you can down-regulate the activity of the immune system in specific parts of the body. So, and this is just one nerve kind of comes down from the base of your skull, and it is controlling a lot of this stuff. So if you can tap into that system effectively, you can tell your body to do a lot of really interesting things. Again, what's the catch? So the first one is material science. Electrodes don't bend the way that tissue does. There is difference in mechanical properties of the electrode and the nerve that's implanted into. Over time, this can lead to migration of the electrode, which can lead to scar tissue in the nerves. Not a particularly pleasant experience. The other thing is you can get a foreign body response causing glial cell build-up. Yes, for those of you who've played Deus Ex, that is what neuropazine stops, the glial cell build-up. And then for anyone who has any kind of understanding of electrochemistry, reduction and oxidation reactions when you have a cathode and an anode. And depending on whether the electrode is a cathode or an anode, it can either degrade and disappear into the nerve, leaving a lot of nasty, toxic buildup in the nerve. Also super painful, super unpleasant, definitely not what you want. On the flip side, you can get oxidative buildups around the electrode itself, which limits its ability to send and receive any signals because suddenly you've got all this crap around it and it can't really pick up the signals very well. The other
I'm just noticing the sudden darkness.
Complexity is nervous system complexity. As I said, the nervous system is super complex. Mapping it is really, really, really difficult. We still don't have a very good map of what it does, and it varies from person to person. The other thing is it's an adaptive system. It changes based on input. When you put an implant into the nervous system will accommodate. This can be positive or negative. Things like cochlear implants, your brain adjusts to understand what those signals are and how to translate them to speech. In other systems, it can adjust so that it's going to ignore that input depending on what is going on. It's also really difficult to target a single nerve. I said that vagus nerve covered rest, digest, feed, and breathe. That's a lot of functions. What happens if you get that wrong? So in the case of things like deep brain stimulation, I think this is because the motor cortex is supposed to be close to the visual cortex. You can get things such as hallucinations. You can see personality shifts because, you know, it's neurosurgery. Vagus nerve stimulation, you can see changes in voice patterns, which is kind of an odd, it wasn't kind of realized how much the vagus nerve did and how many tangential systems it touched until people started having changes in voice cadence, in pitch, in tone when they kind of underwent these surgeries. So that's interfacing. Let's have a look at control, and it's a cybersecurity conference. And we can kind of touch on that a little bit. I've got some time because control is where we start thinking about security considerations. Nobody wants to end up like Ghost in the Shell where they can have their brain hacked and have a person censor their face off. So a lot of this tech is pre-market. It's really difficult to assess security considerations of stuff that doesn't exist in the market and that security researchers don't have access to. But broadly, I would lump this technology into kind of two overarching categories. The first one being similar to IoT devices, along with the same considerations that you would have in security and software architecture that come with those. You've got client side and a server side. A lot of these systems, there are companies that make prosthetic legs that have a little Bluetooth signal that have an application on your phone, and then there's server-side data that goes around, and that's how you can control and adjust the behavior of the leg. The other kind of family that I would lump stuff into is similar to OT or industrial control systems. Not quite at the same stuff as SCADA, but for the use case of throwing broad brushes, I think this is the most kind of applicable example. An interesting case study on security is that in 2019, some Kaspersky researchers demonstrated vulnerabilities in a bionic arm by Motorica. They weren't able to access the firmware of the arm itself, but they got into the phone application. They were able to adjust some of the communications protocols and the settings in the arm that way. And then they were able to get onto the server side and steal a bunch of patient information. They were researchers, so they were really good about it and notified Motorica, but you know, nobody wants their arm punching them in the face. Another thing when we start looking at brain implants is neurosecurity. So this is an recent-ish term. I believe it was coined by DARPA in the early 2000s. I'm sure you could guess from the term. It concerns the security of neurological devices. In fact, in 2017, some Auckland University researchers managed to hack a brain-computer interface. This was just an external one, so one of those ones that sits on your skull, doesn't require any surgery, it's not going into your brain. But they used a replay attack to violate the integrity of the system, and they were able to alter the commands that were recorded from the brain and then sent to the host system. It's not a particularly surprising fact that they were able to do this. Replay attacks are not new. In this specific case, the fact that they were able to do it is also unsurprising, given that it was kind of an experimental system. Security considerations hadn't necessarily been baked into it. But it does raise some interesting conundrums. Nobody wants their brain hijacked. Nobody wants things read out of their brain, and nobody wants things written into their brain they have no control over. So on that note, it kind of comes to the end of my talk. I hope that I was able to give you an overview of an interesting area of technology that maybe a lot of you haven't necessarily been exposed to. And thank you for listening. I'm in the Discord channel, so if you have any questions, feel free to ping me. You can also find me on Twitter, and there's my Discord handle. I can't guarantee that you won't lose a few brain cells if you do choose to follow me on Twitter, so apologies about that. I have control over Ian's computer at the moment, so I will stop sharing. And yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Sure. Am I taking back over?
Hand it back over.
I will hand it back to Ian.
Okay.
Unless you have questions for me.
I think there's a couple of questions in the Discord that'd be really good to get your thoughts on.
All right.
So yeah, have a look at the Discord when you get a chance.
All right.
There's actually a few actually.
Okay.
Pingu also says a few things. So yeah,
I will get to those and hand control back to Ian, who is sitting there anxiously.
I wasn't sitting there anxiously.
Standing.
Yeah,
I was not standing there anxiously. I was perfectly capable of. Oh god, I'm tripping Alex over. I was perfectly capable of handing over control to other people. Honest. What do I do? Do I run a conference? I have no idea what I'm doing. What is that, Sean? It's a rabbit with one ear.
It is a rabbit with one ear. I'm trying to get Lulu to come up here.
Ah, okay. I spent that talk babysitting because Alex has spent the weekend babysitting Zero and Rose, which I'm very happy for. I just spent the last half an hour doing such a similar thing. So that is my
Lulu.
job. Oh, hello, Lulu. Hello, Lulu. Well, that's very cute.
No, she's too worried about yoga.
Now we're sending off dogs all over the country by people who are watching their TVs. I love it. Maybe we should have put like a content warning in that.
Content warning. Yeah.
But I think we're ready for our last talk of the day.
Yeah.
Last talk of the con, even. And boy, do we have a talk for you, as people would say in the marketing. Alexi looks really friggin' scared now. It's quite funny. So I'll just add him in so he can speak about why he's so scared.
Yeah, thanks, man. No pressure. I've had 6 people tell me you've left the best for last, and I'm like, no, really, they haven't.
Cracky gun t-shirt, love it.
I think we have left the best for last.
Thanks, man.
I need to rearrange my screen so I can figure out what the hell's going on.
Reverse keynote, as Sin said.
Reverse keynote. Lock note, final keynote. I think there's a whole bunch of different words here.
Yeah. I like reverse keynote.
I haven't seen George all day. I think George is doing something else today, unfortunately, so he wasn't able to come. But Alexi, I've asked this to everyone else. I should have been keeping a tally, actually. But tendies versus nuggies, please.
Man, I couldn't sleep last night pondering over this question. You asked everyone, and I'm like, I honestly don't know. Like, put a gun to my head, probably nuggies. Hey, like Macca's Nuggets. They come in 2 shapes: diamond and boot. And the boot ones always taste better.
Yes. Get more sauce on them.
That's right.
Well, you can use it as a boot in the sauce, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I am partial to
on the flip part of the boot.
I'm partial to Macca's Nuggets at after midnight.
Yes.
Yep.
May or may not have been to Brad and Macca's a few times for
on a scooter.
Nuggets.
But if you're in Sydney, shout out to Ogalo, not a Porto, not Nando's, Ogalo. That's the place to go to. That's the winner of the Portuguese chicken wars in Sydney.
Okay.
Got a petition.
I'll link him this. He knows.
Okay.
I love it. This is not sponsored by Ogalo. Actually, you probably are.
Well, we probably are, noting the fact that we're sponsored by Big Farming and Big Chicken. Like, it honestly wouldn't surprise me at this point.
The next ComfyCon, we don't take sponsorship from cybersecurity vendors. We only take sponsorship from chicken production places. So,
Look,
England's KFC, Red Rooster, bring on your sponsorship.
You
Free chicken.
say that in a joking manner, but that's the model, jokingly, the LTT take, so Linus Tech Tips. They get sponsorship from all this random crap because it's not competitors to them. And also, if they insult them during their reviews, that they don't have to worry about the money. So, like, they have coffee, they have rugs, they have a whole bunch of different things. And it's literally because it's diversifying their advertising revenue.
I mean, we're already advertising chicken and fried chicken, like this
It's a
entire
lot of advertising
event.
of chicken.
Like, we don't even need to be like, wow, we need to plug our sponsors. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we got that covered. We could just print out Discord and say, hey, KFC, can we just have free chicken for everyone who's watching?
Yeah.
It's an elaborate
Don't give us
focus
money.
group. This isn't really a hackathon. It's just a 2-day focus group.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, hopefully we can change that with your talk, of course. And that was my LTT store segue into the speaker bio for Alexi, which, again, hopefully you know. Alexi likes hacking things and building things. Their projects include helping people get into InfoSec. And, of course, they are most well known for owning and loving a Husky. And, yes, in their spare time, they run Volcus. And we had Nathan yesterday who gave an amazing talk, even though his slides didn't work, which was brilliant. Nobody noticed their slides didn't work until like 5 minutes before the end. But Alexi today is going to talk about a bit of a theme that we've had throughout the con, and that's about beg bounties. So, Alexi, please take it away. Don't change your screen.
Don't change my screen.
Oh, you were alt tabbing. That's what all it was.
Yeah, I don't want to see your face anymore. I need to see my slides.
Okay,
now,
I'll put it away. Go on.
Yeah. No, all good. Yeah, I thought I'd do a bit of a fun one for this one. Thanks everyone for joining in. Just want to say, as last speaker, a massive thanks to the ComfyCon crew for putting it on. It's pretty incredible for really like a free event, right? Like I've told a lot of people to come, and just the sheer, I guess, variety of talks has been really awesome. So yeah, well done to the crew. Today, I want to talk about Beg Bounty Hall of Fame or Shame, depending on how you look at it. Bit of a sneak peek to the best or worst submissions that we've received. We'll have a look at why they exist, what can we do about them, if anything, and how to go forward. So first up, don't you mean bug bounty? Did you make a typo? No. There's a bit of a meme in the industry. It's called beg bounty, whereby you submit a finding that doesn't really have any impact, and then you just keep annoying the person and hopefully get paid. We'll talk about different types in a sec, but this is basically it. It's like, hey, I found your website's online. It doesn't have any X-frame options header. Can I have $50, please? And it's like, well, okay, cool, but what's the impact? Kind of three main types that I've seen. I'm sure there's more, but they kind of fit into this type of category. The main one is the unintentional ones and the people who are learning, right? They genuine mistake. They look at your scope, they look at your website and they go, oh, cool, I found this. I read that this is a bug in a book. They haven't really gotten to the stage of really figuring out impact or context or anything like that. They submit it, they get excited. Okay, fair enough attempt, not so bad. Then there are the spray and pray ones, the ones that you can obviously tell they've sent the submission to just everyone, hoping for the best, hoping to pick out people that maybe aren't as security conscious and go, that looks bad. I should probably fix it. And yeah, they're asking to be paid. I guess that's fair enough. I'll just pay them. I've had clients come up to me and go, hey, we received this submission. Is it actually something we should worry about? And it's something that I've investigated before. The third one and the worst is the misleading and malicious ones, is that they're actively trying to trick people into believing they have vulnerabilities in their websites or in their scope. I have one example, actually, maybe a couple of examples of these and what they look like. But yeah, these are, again, they're not really just hoping for the best. They're intentionally trying to mislead and trick people that don't know as much about InfoSec as maybe a lot of people in this room. So I've got a bunch of cool examples of all of these. It's going to be fun. But firstly, I do want to mention, right, and this is probably the only time I want to talk about Volcus at all, but we do have a bug bounty vulnerability disclosure program, and it does specifically say these things are out of scope, right? Regardless of that, we still see so many bug bounties. Like, we're a small company. I didn't expect to see so many. As a side note, yeah, Matt, who's sitting just there, will make you cookies if you find a P1. So these are just the emails that were sent through our contact form online. Like, this is people just testing a contact us form. This isn't even like all the other stuff. You can see there's just a bunch of it and a bunch of it, and it just never ends, and it's always fun. So let's talk about some of the examples and the different types, right? I'm not going to make you read this, but it's basically kind of carrying on from the example I gave earlier. Hey, you don't have X frame options in your handbook website. Okay, what's the impact? Here they're saying, they can send them malicious links. User opens it and clicks some image, and their account unconsciously has been deactivated. I'm like, oh, cool. I didn't know we had accounts in handbook. Did you? No, I didn't either. So, try and give them the benefit of the doubt and go, I don't really understand the impact here. You're talking about accounts. We don't have accounts. Can you just clarify what the impact is, if any? To their credit, they go, yep, I know it's static, but there must be an X frame options header. Like, wow, okay, must be to prevent clickjacking. Okay, fair enough. Our friend Junaid here doubles down and goes, he's a security professional who works with HackerOne and BugCrowd. They've been paid for this bug multiple times before, so, seemingly they think they're entitled to get paid from us. Okay, fair enough. Just kind of reply, sorry, didn't really answer my question, I understand what clickjacking is and the generic impact of it, but what does it mean to us? In the instance that you found on our specific scope, how can this actually be abused? Okay. Lucky for us, unlucky for our friend here, their PC wasn't working, so they couldn't actually exploit it. Tough luck. I get it. It's happened to the best of us. I'm like, okay, cool, no worries. If your PC works again, just come back, submit another submission, or just contact me again once you've got a working exploit, or you can just prove even real world impact, and we'll reassess. Happy hacking. So this one, I don't think it was malicious. However, I also don't think this was an honest mistake. I think that this person found something, they probably overestimated the impact, and when they realized that, hey, this wasn't going to be easy, they tried to double down with the whole professional, I've been paid for this before sort of thing. So it was kind of a Hail Mary attempt at getting paid. So probably in the middle, not too bad. Then there was this one. This one was quite interesting because they've, again, you can read it as I'm talking, but they've framed this not just as a vuln with clickjacking, but as a bypass for the content security policy header, CSP header, which, among other things, protects you from clickjacking. And this was interesting to me, right? Genuinely interesting, because I'm like, okay, cool, we have this, we do protect against this. What's the bypass? Is this really some ingenious vulnerability that they found? So there were two attachments, 1.html, 2.html. 1.html was just our website in an iframe going, it's blocked like it's supposed to be. 2.html actually did open up our website in an iframe, which was, okay, that's interesting, shouldn't be able to do that. So I opened up, this is kind of what it looked like. This shouldn't happen, right? And I'm like, okay, let's go exploring. Open up the HTML file, and what this person's actually done is they've used a proxy to go to our website, pull down the HTML, and then through that website, display it in the iframe. So it's not really a bypass, it's just proxying. And that actually took me a while to figure out. I was looking at this for like a good 15 minutes going, how's this working? Okay, I followed the steps. I get it. This isn't actually a bypass. This is getting into a bit more the malicious side, right? Like they probably know what they're doing here. And they're probably hoping to catch people out going, hey, we thought we protected against this, but there's obviously a bypass. Let's maybe pay this person. Not so great. This one was fun. Let me know if there's too many screenshots about like our website specifically. I can just not do it. But this was obviously just a spray and pray. Hey, we found cracked passwords in your domain. Yes, there was a blog post about cracking passwords. That's it. Again, just a Hail Mary attempt at getting a bounty. Not a lot to say about this one other than this just, yeah, look, SSRF in your website. There was just no SSRF in our website. Like I tried to go through these steps. It's just not a thing, but nice try. Nice try. Then we have this one. This one's a bit more recent. So you can, the reason why I'm showing you more and more is you can kind of see the layout that they're using. It's usually some fairly generic description at the top, then steps to reproduce that, you know, they might have copy pasted into your specific website. What this one's doing is it's basically just going, hey, open up your browser and insert this into the DOM directly. And then an image will pop up. And I'm like, yes, yes, it will. And then often at the bottom, they give a reference to some generic usage of this bug on HackerOne, usually. Sometimes they throw in some of their own credentials. I've got CEH. Cool. Congratulations. However, yeah, this one was just odd. I was like, not a vuln. As you can see, threw back an email going, we actually do have a content security policy header. There it is. Just explaining at the bottom that, hey, you know, opening up inspect element, which we now all know is a crime. For those who don't know, there wasn't really going to be a prosecution, but there was some politician in the US going inspect element as a crime. So basically saying, hey, this is all client side, no real impact, not a bug, but nice try. Finally, this one was quite good. I actually appreciated this submission, and I did feel like this one was an honest mistake or an honest misunderstanding of this vulnerability and if it actually exists. So as we saw from the talk yesterday about DMARC records and how to prevent this type of submission, we basically followed that methodology, and we still get this type of submission every now and then. But essentially, DMARC records missing for this other domain that we just don't use. Like this is a domain that we hold. And yeah, there's never any email supposed to be sent from that domain, right? So, okay, I kind of gave this person the benefit of the doubt and started engaging with them going, hey, actually, I think you misinterpreted what you're seeing here in this MX Toolbox website. The Vault.is domain doesn't actually send any emails. You can see by the SPF record there, the -all means that nothing can send emails from this domain. So if you try and spoof an email coming from this domain, it's going to be at best thrown into quarantine or junk, and at worst, just not sent at all. Like you're just not going to see it. Yeah, this person was nice. Okay, thanks. Cool. That's it. Great. Hopefully they learned something. And yeah, this one just did my head in. Like, I'll give you a second to read this one. It's just literally a copy paste. I don't know how many people they've submitted this bug to, but it's just not a thing. Like, it doesn't even have an endpoint. It's just a bunch of steps going, hey, if there's an account, you could reset passwords and then log out, and then I don't even know, right? But I'm I replied going, what endpoint are you referring to? Because like we don't have many things that have accounts. We don't have anything exposed to the internet that has accounts. So what the hell are you referring to? And they helpfully reply going, yeah, I'm referring to sign up and login pages, of course. If you want to test, yeah, just go in and test all your subdomains in your main scope. I'm like, yeah, cool, thanks, man. I'll go do that. So at this point, like, I'm just, why? Like, why? Why is this happening? I did have a bit of thought about what's the root cause of all this? And obviously the first motivator is money. People want an easy dollar. The second point there kind of dives into it. It looks easy on Twitter and other social media platforms, right? It's the same social media curse as with anything else. It looks like everyone around you is succeeding. Everyone around you is making millions of dollars doing bug bounties. There are 1,000 bug bounty millionaires out there or whatever. And, you know, looks easy. I think I can do it. And so people go and they try it. They significantly underestimate the amount of effort it takes to learn this stuff in detail. They do some silly little course or they read a little book and go, yep, cool, I'm going to start doing it now. And when they don't get a payout, they get frustrated. They're like, maybe I'm just not submitting enough vulnerabilities. Massive overemphasis on tools as well. In the industry, we kind of glorify a lot of tools, right? Like, I'm sure most people have heard, especially in like the offensive security side, have heard of Bloodhound, CrackMap Exec. Like, these are great tools, but we kind of glorify them. They themselves don't do anything without context, without some person sitting there going, yeah, what does this all actually mean in this context? So we should probably start not emphasizing tools so much and kind of step back onto the, you know, the human aspect of this. Is like, you're the person doing it, you're the consultant, take a step back. Is the tool accurate? Is it what you expect? A lot of people are just lazy. They don't want to understand the scope or the company. They want quick wins, quick, easy wins. That's it. A lot of these people just have low skill and low impact understanding. Either they don't want to get better or they just haven't gotten better yet. And that's fine. If it's genuinely a learning exercise for them, that's great. And yeah, they can keep going and hopefully they start doing better submissions. There are a lot of shit bug bounty courses out there. There's 101 Udemy courses that say intro to bug bounty, and it's just the same crap that won't get you bugs. Yeah, we need better courses. We need courses that don't focus on bug bounties, but actually a focus on security, impact, business risk, all of these things that you need to understand the context of an actual vulnerability. So what can we actually do about it, if anything? If you're running a bug bounty program or a vulnerability disclosure program, your scope needs to be clear and short. Also, what's out of scope needs to be clear and short. People aren't going to read a massive essay about what am I allowed to hack? What am I not allowed to hack? They're going to skim through it and go, yep, I think that's good enough. At best, they're going to skim through it, right? At worst, they're just not going to read it at all. The talk today from Cole about writing anything, follow that advice with your vulnerability disclosure policies as well. We need better education, like I said before, and we also need people to just call out shit courses. Like if they're a waste of money, then people just need to say that, no, this one's not good, avoid it. Shout out to Hack Luke, Farah, and Codingo. There are many, many more people that are doing really good education in this space. Follow them if you want, but they're doing great, and they're also preaching the same sort of thing of don't use common tools, understand impact, blah, blah, blah. When I say it again, stop overhyping tools. Every time I hear the term automated pen test, it makes me throw up in my mouth a little bit. They don't work well. If they did, we wouldn't have a job. Simple as that. And then block malicious reporters. So if you see someone actually doing a malicious report, then block them, don't interact with them again. It's a waste of your time. They don't need the feedback. Yeah. For the ones that aren't malicious, find teachable moments. So although it is frustrating and it's easy for us to sort of step back and laugh, try and not do that. Try and find the moments and give people a chance to sort of explain themselves. Assume good intent, right? This is just, I mean, good advice for life, but assume good intent with your submissions. Give them a chance to explain them. And if you really see them pushing for nothing, then yeah, cut them off. But as always, with everything, show love, show empathy. You'll just feel better about yourself if you still treat these people kindly, with respect, even if it is annoying. So even though you're sort of dead inside, you still got to show love. Quick shout out to the Let's Just Hack Shit crew, the Platypus crew. We don't really exist anymore, but if you're in Sydney and you're part of that, I found the slide template in like my archive, so I thought I'd use the slide template. Cool. Thanks everyone for listening. I'll hang around for notes. They're on the questions. And yeah, thanks again for coming to my talk. Cheers.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ian. When Sebastian talked earlier, he talked about going through the ACSC when it came to notifying people about, what's essentially a vulnerability and what was going on. And these people are contacting you, and a lot of them are saying, oh yeah, I'm a bug bounty researcher with HackerOne or HackerOnly and BugCrowd. Is it not a valid response to say, that's great, thanks for contacting me, but put your submission through the proper channels, such as BugCrowd, HackerOne, to try and prevent, because they're obviously, it reminds me of, there was a scam, and there probably still is, of Car Parks Australia or something, where you go into the car park and you're meant to pay for the ticket, but there's not a lot of signage, there's no, boom gates or anything like that. And I didn't even park there. There was one time where I got a ticket that, I'd parked at a car park in Padstow or something at Woolworths, and they were like, you owe us the money and the fine of $100.
Yeah.
So many people on Facebook would pay it, right? They get this and they're like, wow, I've got this fine. Holy crap. And a lot of people would get these emails and go, oh shit, okay, yeah, I'll pay you, thank you, because they don't know any better. When, this Car Park Australia thing was a scam. I was like, I was in Hong Kong. There is no physical way. Here are my visa stamps of being in Hong Kong at that time. Like, go away. But I think it's the same as this, where they just, like you said at the first slide, right? Spray and pray, just throw it out there. So maybe a way of avoiding that is normalizing. You need to go through the channels to do this. Like, don't contact us directly. We've got a bug bounty program through this channel or ACSC or something like that. And they're less likely to be throwing out this, shit, which is, honestly, they're just doing it because people will pay, and they'll pay because they don't know any better. And that's really bad for small organizations that just go ahead and pay it, and they just don't know. Anyway, that might be an unpopular opinion, but maybe normalizing the use of HackerOne and bug bounty or something like that.
Well, I mean, businesses pay for the privilege of being on BugCrowd and HackerOnly for that triage, basically, right? As far as I'm aware, like that's the main selling point, is that we'll triage all of this crap. And if anyone works for those places, you'll know, right? You probably see this.
And they would know better.
Ones. I do encourage, I do encourage every organization to have a bug bounty program, or at least a vulnerability disclosure program. If people are going to hack you, and we all know that they just are because we're all on the internet, better that they have a chance to go through you first than to just go, there's no policy here, I'm going to sell it on some dodgy forum, right? Disclose.io, Dan, is great. So go to Disclose.io. The template
I was thinking that too, Dan.
was from Disclose.io. They have a really good template for your vuln disclosure policy, and shout out to Casey and all of his team for doing that and making that open source. So that's really awesome. But that doesn't, just having the policy doesn't prevent bad submissions, and you do need someone, if you don't have a technical team, to go and triage these and go, is this a valid bug? And that in itself can be a cost. But yeah, I think, we do need to encourage people to sort of do the quote unquote right thing and submit to the companies rather than just brag about it on some forum or sell it to someone else. Because yeah, the ones that I showed had no impact, but like, what if someone does find a proper vuln and go, cool, I've tried to reach out to this organization, I've got nothing back. Why should I bother? I'm just going to go and sell it on some dodgy forum.
There is actually a talk from the very first ComfyCon that somebody will hopefully provide in the chat. Dan looks like he's providing it. That was from Casey on Disclose.io. I think it was when it was in the really early stages as well, but encouraging people to add their details there, develop their own bug bounty program. And I think it's definitely something over COVID that has grown a lot more, but in two ways. One, companies are putting more bug bounties out, but two, people who have potentially lost jobs and are looking to earn money again have now moved into bug bounties, bug bounties, whatever, because they see it as a really easy way to make money. And then you sort of murk the waters a little bit. You have the good people, you have the bad people, you have a mix in between, and it's very hard, I guess, to evolve, but it's also, you've got the people who are just spouting random crap all the time. Like, it's about, like, in some ways, like, all the low-hanging fruit have been picked. Now you've actually got to go and find the new stuff. And the low-hanging fruit does get created over time, but it's not getting created to the volume that people are expecting, I guess.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
So there was one thing, and this is more a satirical comment, but I thought pen testers just use Nessus to do their job.
Is that not right?
That's what I thought was the job, right?
Where is my troll?
All right.
I thought they just use Nessus and they just print out a Nessus report and that's it.
We can't afford Nessus. We use Colors.
I was going to say.
Open VAS.
Open VAS.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not Nessus anymore.
Oh yeah, we're not allowed to talk about that one. Or I can't remember anything off the top of my head, but yeah, it's, I thought that's just what it was. That's just a report, right? I will say this is probably a good time to also mention when Cole was talking about content in his talk earlier in terms of writing content, that you guys have released a tool called Report Ranger that you have released it, right?
Yeah, it's open source.
Yeah, it's open source. So Report Ranger, which is used for pen testing reports. So if you're looking for a tool to assist you, not with the content, but at least the structure and writing the content, that's something to definitely look for. The other thing I will say about Volcus, and I'm not upping Volcus, but this is a unique thing, as Alexi used as an example, their entire handbook is online. So you can use that handbook to look through, to get ideas from, and they're very good at providing a lot of open source stuff, which is why I have no issues repping them, essentially. So very awesome stuff that you guys have.
Thank you. Really, that's awesome. Yeah. Report Range is open source. Check it out. It's it won't write the content for you, obviously. You have to write your own templates and that. But if you hate Word as much as we do, it's just great to build reports in bits and pieces in Markdown and run one thing like you'd run a code compiler, pretty much. Code compiler spits out an executable. Report Ranger spits out a .pdf, or it can spit out a docx. Or Markdown or HTML if you want. It's there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Alexi. It's been great to have you. And thank you, Matt, who I know is hiding in the corner as well. Hey, Matt. Making sure Alexi doesn't do anything naughty on your PC again.
Again.
Yeah. Yes.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot for having us again. Cheers.
No worries, mate. My God, it is 8 p.m. pretty much exactly.
Wow.
How did we do that? Like, we must be like professionals at this kind of crap or something.
I know, right? No. Why aren't people paying us to do this?
I think we've talked about that before, and both of us said, nah, we couldn't do it on a professional basis, and definitely not on a physical basis either. Don't you have that look?
No, it's the getting paid for it thing. It's not.
The getting paid for it thing.
Yeah, I'll happily get paid to do this. But yeah, I am actually just updating the website, take down the call for papers and the schedule and things like that. And I'm putting up a bit of a guidance on call for papers. And one of the things that I'm putting in there is that there is no intention for ComfyCon to turn into an in-person event. And I know that a few people have suggested it over the last couple of years, but no. Nope.
Like, you look at us right now, and we are relatively cool and collected. Imagine this it's like, imagine your kids on meth. Imagine your kids running a physical conference. You would not be able to cover it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be really embarrassing to all the people who are backstage right now, apart from Alexi, who's still hiding there because he hasn't closed the bloody window. He's giving me a funny look. I'm going to bring everyone on stage to give a couple of thoughts. So for those of you who don't know, ComfyCon is not just me and Shanna. ComfyCon is also helped by Brian and Hoodie Pony, who is sitting next to me on the sofa. Brian, I have put you on the spot, but you're okay with that? If you just make a sign? Yeah, okay. So for you're unaware of it, and Dan's in twice. So for everyone who doesn't know, ComfyCon pretty much couldn't exist without any of these people. I think it's fair to say we all take the workload a bit and we all help out. It's not just me, it's not just Shanna, it's everyone. So what I would be keen to hear is what everyone's best thing that came from the conference this year was. So Brian, I think we should start with you.
The best thing this year was probably the sheer diversity of talks. I mean, it wasn't just pure cybersecurity. It wasn't pen testing. It wasn't any one topic. It was the breadth of cyber and the breadth of anything, actually, because we also had like knitting. We had social interests. So it's basically the community rather than just the tech, which is always why I keep coming back and helping these things. Is this is the one conference that actually does it, rather than pretending to be for the community. This one actually is. And we could not do that without all our wonderful speakers. This year, last year, year before, I can't believe we've done this 3 times already. But I hope everyone has some thoughts about what they might want to present next time, should this happen again. And just taking another thoughts, never physical, because we don't want to have to worry about insurance at the very least. But also, like, you look at it, we're running this whole conference with 4 people, plus some other helpers off the side that are not here at the moment. But you can't do this thing physically with just 4 people and do it well. So it also detracts from the focus on the information. So we could not do this without the audience or the speakers or Ian and Shanna, who brought this all together. Initially at the last moment from an airport lounge, and now we have it formally, we have it physically, we have an SOP for this. And here we are.
I think the one thing that's quite interesting is I never have to ask Brian if he's in. I can basically, I know that Brian will be in and Brian will be there ready to help. Like, it's kind of a bad thing that I never ask him, but like, it's just an assumed thing that we know Brian is there and able to help us. So it's really great from that perspective. The other thing I'll add is, from a cost perspective, there are minimal costs involved as well. Like, the reason we're able to do this is because literally it's an investment of our time, not cost. Dan, you want to go next?
Sure. Best parts.
You might have to speak up.
Oh yeah, okay. Beyond cyber, as in like all the squishy parts outside of the technical capability of cyber, just that whole experience around that. Because
That's my bad.
Okay. Now you're blocking yourself.
That's fine. Carry on.
But there's so much more to cybersecurity than lead hacks and whatever your new ODA you're dropping on stage, or the new tool that you're dropping on stage, or the next vendor product. Excuse me. Sorry. But that cyber is staffed by humans, by people, by people with lives, and that we are dealing with people. And I think that came across a lot serendipitously through a lot of the talks that happened over this weekend. And I think that was, and people being comfortable to share that at a conference like ComfyCon, I think that's what makes it really exciting and great, and what I loved about it, especially this time around.
And I love the fact that Hoodie lives in a completely different city from me, but he decided to come, and we had a physical con with Alex, who's also hiding in my corner and waving, because we're like, fuck it, Canberra, let's just come around to my place and just do shit. So that was really good as well. Yeah, Alex is on screen now. You can't hide.
Oh, no.
I know. What a shame. Shanna, what do you think? My troubled duo, the two of us.
I think I've talked enough about what I love about the con. But I think one of the things that makes it so great is that accessibility. I love the fact that we've had people talking from Sydney, Melbourne, Queensland, WA, South Australia, Europe. Do we have New Zealand? Do we have any New Zealanders? Yeah. So we've had people from all over, and, you know, especially over the past couple of years where getting around has been really difficult, that accessibility of this conference means that we're able to reach a whole bunch of people that we otherwise wouldn't get to reach if we were doing in person. And just the quality of talks just always blows me away, just absolutely blows me away how much talent we have, and the people willing to give up their time on a weekend to share all of their knowledge. And just such a beautiful experience having all of these first-time speakers and just doing an amazing job. Like, fantastic jobs, first time. Oh my God, if I spoke like that my first time, I would not feel like such an idiot up on stage now. So congratulations to everyone who talks. It's been super, super fun. Which is, you know, it's been a long day for Ian and I sitting here. Actually, shout out to Hoodie. Thanks so much for StreamYard. The Zoom that we used previously was free through Paraflare, but it had its challenges, and one of those was we'd have like multiple Zoom channels, and it was very difficult to manage, and StreamYard this time has made it so much more seamless. And without, you know, Brian and you, Hoodie, corralling people, herding cats, getting everything done, the run sheet I've just been able to sit here and drink and make attendees. So thank you. And thanks to everyone who watched.
So basically everyone has talked about everything that I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet and then say goodnight. Two things that I really love. I'll just echo what Shanna said. Providing a really safe atmosphere for people who haven't spoken to before or had spoken before and weren't comfortable with it, and just being able to provide an area which was tailored to them. Like we spent a lot of effort trying to tailor whatever we were doing. Like if you wanted to record, you could record. If you wanted to have your camera on and off, you could have your camera on and off. Size of talks. Somebody said that, I think it was Louisa, one of the Louisa said, like the fact that we had 10 to 30 minute talks rather than a whole, you must do 30-minute talks means we could get a really amazing amount of things. So without all you speakers, we've pretty much, you know, we wouldn't be doing our job. And then the other thing is I'm awaiting all the money from Big Chicken because I've been bloody advertising it all fucking weekend. If KFC don't give me some money, then fuck. I'm going home. Well, I'm home, but I'm going back to my dollhouse and throwing a tantrum.
I reckon Ingham's definitely owes you a few bucks.
Ingham's definitely owes me something. Somebody owes me something when it comes to chicken. I swear to God. But on that note, I think it's time that we are really tired as well. So thank you everyone for coming along, and we hope you have an amazing time. We're not going to promise when the next ComfyCon is. It'll be randomly organized as it always is.
It's my
Not in
only
summer. The rule
request.
is we're not
that
doing
it's
summer,
Not
yeah.
in summer. No way, but doesn't rule out the rest of winter.
No. So thank you very much, everyone, and we will we'll call it today. Thanks very much.
All right. I can't do that. There we go.
Oh, you pressed the button.
My parrot.
Oh,
Done. And now we're back.
we're back. Quick,
Okay.
pretend this is professional. That's all, folks. Da-da-da-da-da-da.